Alrighty. Hopefully this is up and running. Let's just double check. Yo. Should start in about 10 minutes. Awesome. How you doing, Caliph? Hello. Yo, yo. Cool, man. I'm glad it's working. Let me know if the volume's alright and everything like that. I'm actually glad that we're getting a Eldar, live stream game. Because, I was a little worried, man. I was a little worried we wouldn't see anything for Eldar for a while, and we're getting the live stream game now, and then tomorrow we're getting the reveal, the rules reveal, so that'll be cool. Looking forward to that. I couldn't agree with you more, Magic. We should get points decreases, personally, I think. Although with the way the new rules are, I think a lot of our units are just going to be better because we have easy ways of ignoring cover via things like Shroud Runners and Stratagems and stuff, and a lot of our weapons that are really good are AP-1. So, that's nice. Well, apparently, guys, the Aspect Host detachment is still 3 detachment points, from what I hear. So, there's going to be a couple of detachments out there, I think, for every army that are going to be 3 detachment points. Like maybe Gladius will probably be worth 3 and stuff like that. No, they haven't, Andrew. They haven't shown anything like that yet. That's tomorrow morning. I think we'll definitely like the new hidden rules. I don't know if we'll love it because I think what's going to end up happening is the game is going to evolve around getting around hidden. So if you're going up against a shooting army, they're going to include tools in their list to basically increase detection range and stuff like that. So we'll see. We shall see. Yeah, I saw the Tau versus Nurgle. All right, I just turned up my volume a little bit. That should help, Nick. Yeah, I think our faction is just going to be too fast to really worry about hidden. I mean, obviously some of our units will have to worry about it, but I think we benefit a lot from being faster than other factions. Overwatch at the end of movement. Yeah, it can be good. It can be good for us. It just depends how you move things and stuff like that. I think it's going to be nice to, just plan on putting a battle focus token on one unit and saying, okay, I can go wherever I want with this unit, not worry about being overwatched. But other units, I'm gonna have to end out of line of sight if I don't want them to get overwatched. So it's pretty cool. Yeah, I'm just looking forward to having fun with new rules mostly. Like if we're not like super overpowered, I'm not like worried about that. But I think we're gonna be strong, to be honest. Joe, I'm super excited for the Aeldari and the Total War series. I'll be playing that. Hopefully, I mean, maybe I can stream a couple of the games. I'm not like a super good Total War player, but I've been playing since the first Rome Total War game when I was a kid, so I'm average at least. I have no idea when that game is going to come out though, so I mean that could be years out, right? That could be like a year or two away. Yeah, I want to see Wraithblades be good, man. I really do. I think they're going to be interesting. I don't know if they're going to be like super good, but we'll see. We'll see what kind of, stratagem and detachment support they get. I'd love an Avatar of Cain enhancement. That'd be really cool. That'd be cool. I'd love that. Super cool. Yeah, we'll see. I'm sure a lot of the rules reveals for Aspect Warriors will come into this game as well right here that we're looking at because Liam is going to be playing in it, I believe, and piloting the Eldari, so he loves his Aspect Warriors. We'll find out. I think the dual swords is actually if you want to run Wraith Blades in 10th, I think that's the way to go is dual swords. I think it's going to actually weirdly enough change in 11th edition to where people take the four shields again. I actually think it's the opposite, Capuchin or Cap Cyan. Yeah, thank God, right? Thank God that Liam's piloting them and not just some random person. Yeah, it'd be cool to see Scorpions become decent as well. I really think that their only issue is their points are too much. I think if they were a little cheaper, they'd be super good. Yeah, Scorpions are. I mean, I think if anything, they're going to suffer a little bit from the core rule changes, just because they have stealth and they're in cover quite frequently. So those aren't going to stack anymore. So I think they're just overcosted. Yeah, a lot of stuff's overcosted. Yeah, I usually don't stream, man. I only stream for like really important stuff or like pivotal things. I'm not like a really big streamer. So I'm doing it for this though because I'm excited to see it, and I figure why not share my thoughts with the community when they happen. Yeah, Avengers suffer from not having enough OC to be useful. I feel like if they were OC2 and had Battle Line or something, they'd be way better. It hasn't landed yet. It's the Eldari faction focus is going to be tomorrow. Yeah, yeah. Karen Dross, man. I'm still mad that they didn't include him in the codex, which is a big slap in the face. But yeah, he'll eventually arrive whenever that is in 11th. Hopefully, Denostra arrives too. We need a Phoenix Sword for the Shining Spears. I don't even think Avengers need combat weapons to be good. I just think they need an actual role because right now, if you think about it, like in comparison with other battle line type units, they don't really have a role that they fulfill that other units can't already do. So they need something specific that they can do that makes them useful. Like I think it'd be awesome if they could like advance and do actions or like, do actions and shoot. That'd be great in this edition, don't you guys think? Like being able to shoot something, do actions, that'd be awesome. Sticky'd be interesting too. Although I am hesitant to say that because Storm Guardians are sticky, so then what's the point of taking Storm Guardians if Dire Avengers do it for cheaper? But I think OC2 would be brilliant. And I mean, of course, OC2 and a better ability because sustains 1 in half range is just not that good. Yeah, plus 1 AP at half range is way better. Way better. Dude, Killer, I'd love to see Exarch powers return. If they're already doing upgrades for detachments, just do an Exarch detachment and just say you can take, however many upgrades for your Exarch units. That'd be sick. Especially since cover is no longer giving armor basically this edition, so like extra AP is just gravy, dude. That'd be great. We probably won't see that, but it'd be nice. It would be nice, let me tell you that. I wish Psychic Phase was returning, but nope. We should be able to get a Psychic Phase of sorts, for sure. Enhancements for Exarchs, absolutely. That's what I think should happen. That would be really cool. I love plunging fire changes. I think it actually makes the game more interesting because plunging fire only affected players that were playing casually with their own terrain. Like, it very rarely affected competitive play unless you were playing with ruins that were, 6 inches or higher and they had third floors. So on GW layouts, did absolutely nothing. And most tournaments wouldn't even have terrain on the board that would allow you to benefit from plunging, so didn't even matter. No, we haven't seen the Eldari detachments. We're gonna see Aspect Host being played in a couple minutes here. They're late for some reason, but late by 2 minutes. Maybe they'll actually mic up the players this time. That'd be cool. I'd wait an extra 10 minutes for that, so we can actually hear the players talk instead of the commentators who are getting rules wrong throughout the entire stream. Yeah, 3 detachment points for Aspect Host. Yeah, I saw that too, dude. A damn shame, if you ask me. It's a shame, but I'm hoping it gets reworked a little bit so that it's better because otherwise, no one's gonna play Aspect Host. It's just gonna be a dead detachment. But it's crazy because everyone was playing Aspect Host for the longest time, so it's kind of like the go-to for like a lot of Eldar players. I mean, I'm personally not that affected by it, but I can see people building an army around Aspect Host, having it nerfed multiple times throughout the edition, and then like at the end of the edition being told it's going to be 3 detachment points. Like that's just sad. Restarting the stream, maybe we'll have to refresh. See.
If you need a leak fixed in LA but don't know who to hire, you could ask your buddy Eric.
Where would I find it? It's this, right? It's right here. Am I wrong? Yeah, be right back. I mean, we'll have to see. I don't know. How do I think Harlequins will do in 11th? I think they'll be great. Anything that can come out of a transport, kill something, and then get back in is going to be pretty good. Can someone link me the stream if it's changed? Because I don't want to miss anything. Let's see. We'll find out right now after this little preview thing. We'll find out if they're doing it here or not. Let's see. Pretty sure they're just doing it on Twitch. Yeah, Aspect Host really does feel like it's meant to be an Eldari like detachment, but I don't know. With the changes they've made to it, Nick, it doesn't feel like that anymore because you're just not using a lot of the stratagems, unfortunately. Yeah, I think Yunari will be fine, man. I think the Yunari will be good. Okay, there we go. Yeah, transports are looking bad. I heard exactly what you're talking about, Old Wolf. Um, Dying on a 1 or a 2, and then potentially it exploding after is terrible. We'll see though. I mean, sometimes these these GW guys get like some of the stuff wrong. So I don't know if Yunari will be 3 detachment points. We'll have to see, dude, to be honest. I'm sorry for not putting on the volume on the cinematic. I've seen the cinematic so many times. I don't care. I just don't care about it anymore. We'll wait till the actual game starts. Yeah, Nick, that's because basically the detachments are too limited in what they do. And like most of the craft worlds have multiple things going on, and like that's the thing, you know? Like Uthway, for example. You have the Guardian buffs, but you don't really have a lot of Psyker support in that detachment, so it's like yeah, some of my buddies were thinking of picking up the Armageddon box, but I'm like, guys, you already have all the models for what they have. There's just a couple new ones, right? Are they finally going to go live here? Or are they going to just. Here we go.
Coming up to our third game of 3 of the day, where we got a real treat in store for you. Paul.
Thank God it finally
Liam,
started.
I want to talk to you about the game you're about to play. Now, you came up as runner-up as the world champion of 2025, Warhammer 40,000, here for a rematch against the victor, Richard Siegler. How excited are you?
I am really excited to take
Liam's growing that stash.
Love that take your revenge. Now, you're coming fresh off the heels of a win of the previous tournament from the Warhammer Open here in Dallas. Do you think that is helping you stay focused and get ready for this game?
Yes and no. Yeah, I'm in the competitive mindset, but we are playing a totally different game kind of now, so we shall see what happens.
So you're playing very similar list to what you played at the playing Aeldari in the World Championships, going against Adeptus Mechanicus. What's your approach to this game in the new edition?
I mean, I think since the edition is so new, the main idea is gonna have like to be like a nice feeling about the mechanics and like try to maybe exploit the new thing that this edition is bringing, right?
Are there any extra challenges that you think? Anything that's more difficult for your army now in the new edition?
Yes, the terrain is a lot different, right? So that's definitely gonna impact a lot the game. And some change to, I would say, maybe some core mechanics can really bring some depth to the Eldari. So
Okay.
we shall see how it works.
And you've played a couple of practice games already, haven't you, of this new edition? So how have they
Maybe
gone?
not.
How have they gone so far?
I've been great. It's been good. I've been going second to every single of them, so I hope it's gonna change now.
So maybe
So-
the first chance to go first in the
Yeah,
new edition. Okay, awesome.
That might be cool.
What, my volume's
Well,
low or
we've got,
this?
a quick kind of panning shot
Turn that up.
of your army while we asked you to go and set your force up. And then we're going to bring over
Is that
Richard,
better?
have a little chat with him about his force. So, Liam, thanks so much for joining us. Best of luck in your game. And yeah.
Yes, I will upload it
deploy
as a
your army.
YouTube video
Thank you.
afterward.
Thank you for having me.
100%. I love how those Dire Avengers are converted. They don't even want to show the old Dire Avengers on stream, bro. That's how bad it is. Yeah, I was going to say, because I turned the stream volume up. I turned the volume up on my computer, stream volume up. It's all good.
We are joined by Richard, reigning champion of Warhammer 40,000, reigning world champion of Warhammer 40,000, joining us for our first highly competitive game, Warhammer 40,000. Richard, thanks for joining us.
Oh, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much for inviting me.
Now, Richard, you came out on top of the World Championships at the end of last year. How are you looking forward to this game here with a little bit of changes?
Oh, I am so excited. Not only do I get to test the new edition and all the exciting rules changes, but I get to play against one of the absolute best players in the world.
So what kind of changes have you put into your army into the new edition? Is it very similar to what it was, or have you kind of tweaked it a little bit?
No, I'd say it's quite different. A lot of the changes like coherency and engagement range and just the amount of actions.
No, Free Climb, they have not. They have not explained
really
that.
Reshaped my ad mech to better fit that design.
I was going to ask you what you think the biggest changes you think you've had to contend with in that list.
To be honest, I doubt they will.
Aeldari Hunter cohort is coherency.
I doubt they will.
Stringing the Taraxi all across the board, and cannot do that anymore.
So is that lots of smaller units finding the place rather than bigger units? Is that kind of the main change?
A little bit more MSU, maybe only a couple big units. Also, Skitarii 100 cohort, at least the way I played it, stacked a lot of stratagems,
Mhm.
and you can't do that anymore either. So I
Yeah,
really have to
we're
adjust.
onto you. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
you were on to me.
Yeah, yeah.
You've been on to me for a couple editions now.
Now I got to dig a little bit before we cut over to the
Yeah, I
game.
love
the
the
finals
conversions.
From
I just
the last match came down to a tiebreaker. Is it gonna
obviously
be
the
that
Dire
close
Avengers
this
are from
time?
like
I think so. I think the mission
2006.
that has
So
been chosen here, based on our dispositions, is quite
You
back
know.
and forth and very close and tight.
it's a little
So I
funny
think
that
it'll come down to
GW
a
wouldn't
5-turn
just
game.
have
I can't wait to see
regular
it. I'm gonna take a look
models
at your
on the
army
field.
too.
Oh,
Brilliant.
yeah.
Well, Richard, thanks so much for joining us. Thanks so much for playing. We're going to let you
No,
go and
they haven't,
deploy and have
Jesse.
a look at your army on the screen while we get ready for you to have that first turn.
All right. Thank you so much.
Yeah, see, those Dire Avengers look really cool. I just think, like, you know, you're not. I don't know. Just make new models for them if you're that embarrassed. You know what I mean? Yeah, I hope so. I hope they are played properly, to be honest. I don't really know much of the new core rules and stuff, but it's going to be cool, right? It's going to be cool that they're being played by Liam, so. Chris, that's why I use the Guardians, just to convert Dire Avengers. My Dire Avengers aren't even actual Dire Avengers. They're just Guardians with Dire Avenger heads, dude. Okay, so here we go. So this is
by Adam Camilleri. I'm Eddie, and
this is what I saw
Paul is
earlier.
here with us too, and we are about to watch what we are all hoping is a phenomenal game of Warhammer 40,000. Two champions, the reigning world champion.
So
and
people said
most
that
recent
Eldar
champion
list
of
was
Warhammer
20
Open are about
points
to go head to head in a
under.
competitive game of Warhammer Age of Sigmar for the new edition.
Yeah, as close as
So that means they
representative,
reduced
to
some prices
their
somewhere.
previous World Championship lists. In
I
addition
don't
to
know
a couple
what
of
they
little changes
reduced, to
here,
be
especially on
honest,
the
but
Adeptus
we'll see.
Mechanicus side, I think
Could be anything.
William BSL's list is a little more similar. I'm
Yep,
gonna quickly run them
Aspectos is
through
3
the list,
detachment
break them
points. Told you
down,
guys.
And talk about the changes therein. So, of course, we have an Aeldari Aspectos, which is at 3 distribution points. Detachment points, and he's got a disruption as his force disposition. Starts off with a 3-pack.
It's
of
interesting
Phoenix
that
Lords,
disruption
Azimuth,
is the
Jandar,
force
and Lycus,
disposition for
10 Squad
Aspect Host.
Guardians, 3 units
Seems a
of
little
5
strange.
Dark Reapers, which I have been told by Liam will be starting in reserve. That is a spicy choice. 5 Fire Dragons that will be attached to Azimuth, most likely going in and out of the Falcon, but it can also be done with the 5 Fire Dragons that are next. 2x5 Howling Banshees, 5 Rangers, 3 Shining Spears, 2x5 Striking Scorpions, which are a new inclusion, 10 Swooping Hawks, and 2
We'll see how it
Warp
plays.
Spiders. One of those Warp Spiders is also starting
We'll see how
in
it plays.
reserve.
I
All
feel
the
like
Lakers,
Aspect
this list
Host
down.
and War Host,
There's a
pretty
lot
much
of
any
units in this
Eldari
list,
list
right? So
in 10th
this is
edition was kind of
exactly
like
how
a
you
quote
expect
unquote
Aspect
disruption
Host to
anyway,
play.
so we'll
A
see.
lot of the smallest versions of those lists. So 5-man Aspect Warrior squads. The models to watch there are the Aspect squads that are joined by the Phoenix Lords. They have incredible combinations. The Phoenix Lords themselves are top tier level characters. They are the equivalent of, like, you know, your Space Marine chapter masters and things like that. So those characters combined.
I don't know,
with,
Chris Sayer.
James
I
R and a unit of Banshees
honestly,
can chop up
I
most
can't
things.
say
They're
for
very, very
sure
good.
if
And it's
what
a
it
very
is,
fast list as well. You've got things like the Scorpions there. You've
because
got
things could
like,
change
the
on
spider-
release,
Scorpions
right?
can start forward. The spiders are very fast. You've got the Hawks that can zip around the battlefield very quickly, so they're huge amount of board control.
Everything here has a trick. Everything is lethal. And you talked about that explosive movement. Lycus could go from one end of the table to the other almost.
Exactly right. And of course, Lycus will be joining the 5 Warp Spiders starting on the table. It's an interesting choice for him to put the Dark Reapers in
I mean,
reserve. Of
Aspect
course,
Host
he changed it to
might
an
have
Aerox Fire,
changed
makes
as
the
well.
Tempest
Like,
launches that he's taken
we're just
a
gonna
little
have to
bit
see
less
as the game goes
incentivized
on.
because, of course, they only hit on 6s against units they can't see. Now, it's not always the case versus something like Richard Siegler's Adeptus Mechanicus list that you're willing to throw out one of your assets in order to gain that line of fire and be able to hit on the 4s again, as we're used to now. So not something he necessarily wanted to do, but he is very happy to have them in reserve, walking on the table edges and then getting long lines of fire with those Reaper launches.
The search and destroy deployment here may have played into that as well,
Correct,
because
correct.
you know he has
Okay, cool.
only so much frontage that they
Good
can
deal
have
for
for
your
his
climb.
Dark
So that
Reapers
means
and maybe want
this
to
list
have
that
some threats
we're
with those
seeing
20
now is
Races coming
actually
in from the edges.
Onto
There's
the
20
Richard Siegel
points
side of things, the
missing
reigning
from it
defending world champion of
at
Warhammer.
that
He
point
has a
from
Skitarii
release.
Hunter cohort,
So
which is 2 detachment points, and Lords of the Forge, which is
maybe
1
Striking
detachment point.
Scorpions
That is
went
a
back
brand
down in
new
cost. Who
detachment
knows?
there. The most important thing
That
about
would
the
be
Lords
my
of the
guess.
Forge is that you'll have a 5-up Feel No Pain on 2 of his models, and
Yeah,
the
points
two
are
I'm going to tell
lower
you about
barely.
is Belisarius Call and Thulia Gould.
But
Now,
we'll
these
see.
are 2 chunky, amazing pieces, akin to not quite Primarch
Yeah, I might be
level power,
coping a little
but
bit,
they buff,
Jesse, but
they shoot,
we'll
they
find
fight,
out right
and they're
now.
extremely durable in this detachment. And taking both of those here, where they can both be lone operative as
It's not
well,
like we have to wait a
within,
month to see
range
it.
of certain
We're going to
units,
see how the
is a
detachment runs
huge
right
tempo
now.
play. We saw similar units like this in the Open of the Dallas Open, where Ben Jurek was using
I love
Vastor
Scorpions,
and a
personally.
Venom
I think they're
Crawler,
really
so
cool.
lone up
Lone-
on the
lone
I just think they're too
operative combo.
expensive.
and so Richard has the same similar ability to pull that lever. Rest of the army is a Techno-Archaeologist, 2 units of Skitarii Rangers, 2 Scorpius Dune Riders, a unit of 3 Iron Strider Belisari. Change here, significant change here. It used to you would just default directly to the las cannons.
Yeah,
and
you're
you'd have to
right.
find
Actually,
yourself a
good
reason to
point,
take the auto
Matthew.
cannons,
It
but
could
always
easily
do the
be
las
Howling
cannons
Banshees that go
on
down
the
because fights
Belisari, and
versus
now Richard
Wars.
has stated that he believes the autocannons are as good, if not sometimes better, because of course the AP1 is not as big a deal and to be easily negated now in the game. 10 Taraxi Skystalkers, 2x3 Service Raiders, a Servitor Battleclade, which is, I think, an exceptional piece in the new version of the rules where you have to do so many actions. That unit can advance and do actions, shoot and do actions, do everything and do actions. It's really quite an open
That's a kill
playbook.
team that's made his way into
Yeah.
Warhammer 40,000. Got that thing that helps a little bit of trick during the scoring point phase.
And then we come to the deadly meat and potatoes here. A unit of 10 and a unit of 5 Sakaran Rust infiltrators. They will kill anything.
Yeah, we'll see how the
from
stratagems
the
work.
warrior
Again,
side
guys, the
of
stratagems
things.
could
If
be
they touch it,
reworked.
they're
We're
2
going to
by
have
10
to see.
Rust Stalkers.
We'll
Absolute
find out
deadly
in a couple
combatants there.
minutes,
And
won't
then
we?
this is my favorite unit in all of Adeptus Mechanicus.
If everything
I'm
stayed
so
the
happy
same,
to see
though,
on the
I think
table
it's safe
2
to say
Sigonian
Aspectos is
Dragoons with
pretty
Taser
dead.
Lancers. Absolutely
Unrivaled.
amazing. I love the lore behind these as well. They're perpetual motion
Yeah,
machines.
they're not allowed to stop moving, are they?
can't-
They have to keep moving all the time, and if they stop moving, they don't actually know how to start them up again.
Correct.
Yeah.
They've lost the technology to make them start walking again, so they just have to let them, run in circles around Mars.
Yeah,
and
that'd
then
be cool,
kinda
Chris.
net them and chuck
I'd
them in
love
the
to see a
back
game
of,
like that.
transports to get them off to the battlefield.
We'll find out.
But they're amazing in the new version of these rules, and I'm really excited to see what they can do with it. We're going to hit a transition now, unless you guys have any questions or any thoughts about those lists.
No, I think they both of these lists have been designed by the players into the new edition. These are players who absolutely know what they're doing. They have the absolute highest caliber of players here. Both of them have some themes to them, so they're both fast moving. They've both got
Yes.
infiltrating units. They've both got lots of very small units. There's lots of squads of 5. So that might be a theme going into the new edition. It's way too early, really, to know how the meta is going to settle
Yeah.
out. But these guys have got a little bit of an inkling into it. And if you're looking for where you think the early shape of army list building in the new edition would go, far worse places to look than here.
Yeah, there's been a lot said about Adeptus Mechanicus in some of the chats that I've been operating in, with Skitarii Hunter cohort's ability pretty much giving you stealth. That's pretty much the rule that it gives you for its detachment ability. Of course, not as impactful now when you can kind of get -1 to hit on demand for being in terrain and being in cover. And so to that event, Richard has still stated that he thinks it is a strong 2 detachment point detachment, and should be combined with a lot of different other
Yep,
assets.
you
to
can't
really
combine
get
those
that action
stratagems
juice. I
together.
think
You're
that's
right,
very
Jesse.
exciting for Adeptus Mechanicus players.
True.
This is Vanguard operation being taken by one of our players. and
Although
then
you won't really
Surgeon
need to in a
Scour
lot of
by the other.
situations
Now,
anymore
these both come
because
with actions you must do every
cover
turn to
doesn't give
generate
armor,
points, and we got those
so-
up for you guys now. Tell us about these, Eddie.
it gives minus
Yeah,
to hit.
so for the
you
Vanguard
could just take it
operation, there
away
are
with
3
like Shroudrunners or
4
something.
different ways that you can put points on
Or
the
spend
board.
an
So
aspect token
any
to
battle
do more
round at
cover
the end of your turn,
with
friendly
pretty
unit can
natural
perform
precision.
a Vanguard operation. So that's 4 victory points. And 1 or more enemy units were destroyed. That gets you another 2 victory points. And at the end of the command phase, at the end of the turn,
Armor of
this
Contempt
battle
will
round,
still be
you controlled
annoying, but
more objectives,
what are you gonna
excluding
do?
home objectives for 4 victory points. And then again, we've got an end of battle victory point here, which is worth 10 points. You control your opponent's home objective. So that's a really useful one to have. And then we've got Search and Scour on the other side, which is there is a central objective for 3 victory points. So that's cool. 1 or more enemy units that turn in a terrain was destroyed. That's for 2 VP. And then you have, from the second battle round onwards, you are trying to take objectives. And at the end of the battle, no enemy units within your territory.
Wonderful stuff. Like I said, both of these come with a action you got to do every turn to get the maximum amount of points. And we're going to hit that transition over there now so you guys can see what's going to be required of both of these players every turn to get the points they need to win this match.
little bit of dichotomy
enough.
there with the mission itself too. It's like one wants to get over there, the other one wants to push them out.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting back and forth between these two players. We'll get those actions up for you guys momentarily. Now, the deployment is well and
Yeah, I
truly
think the
underway.
Inari
We've
will
got
be
the
better.
infiltrating scorpions
Truthfully.
being placed right as we speak. This is going to be really cool to see my favorite aspect warriors, which is the striking scorpions, up on the screen once again. I think they're excellent in a new version of the game. Of course, their AP1, decent amount of attacks in combat was pretty negligible previously into a lot of different targets, but I think AP1 combat and shooting is going to come back into the game in a big way.
One of the things to watch about Striker Scorpions is they do have innately the scout and infiltrate rules. You can now you have to choose basically which of
Can't do
those
both.
you want to choose into the new edition. Liam still thinking these are well worth a pick.
Interesting.
And they do some great stuff. Like infiltrate is incredible.
Scout and
Yeah, it's
Scout
actually
and
another really
infiltrate. You
cool
can't
thing
do
you can
both
do
anymore.
with
You have to
Scout
choose
as
one or the
well.
other.
Are you guys aware of the second thing you can do? With
Huge
Scout?
nerf
I'll
for
tell you about it.
Scorpions.
You can
Huge
pretty
nerf.
much deploy yourself onto
So
the
that's
table
probably
later. You
where
can
some
have
of
yourself
the
off the table for deployment,
things came
and
from.
then after deployment be placed in your deployment zone.
Yikes.
So it's like a pseudo back-end redeploy for Scout as well. I'm just giving you guys a little teaser of that. We'll see if we at some point throughout the game we can get that up truly so we can break it down because pretty sure I may have remembered something incorrect there. But it is a very cool ability to be able to scout in different ways. And in addition, if you have infiltrate and scout, you can choose to do 3 things with those abilities now, but you can no longer do both. And I think that is a very cool thing. So this is one of the actions. This is sensor sweep. So this is extraction relic, and this will be done in the shooting phase, and it's one friendly unit within range of one central objective. Then once per turn, and at the end of that turn, if you control that objective, the unit performs the sensor sweep and removes 1 operational marker from the battlefield. A unit cannot start this action if there's only 1 operational marker on the battlefield. So I can quickly explain to you guys how this is going to work for the missions. Essentially, every objective in No Man's Land is going to have a sensor sweep marker on it, and you get points for removing those, and then you get points for holding the one that's left at the end of the game. Now both players are going to be trying to control the tempo of where these are removed and when they're removed by performing these actions. You don't need to be on that objective to remove the one on that objective. You just need to be doing an action on a terrain feature, and then you choose the one that you want to do. So you can do the action on this one and remove this guy in the bottom right, and now you want to be controlling the one that's left at the end of the game, because there always must be one left at the end, and you get a huge amount of
What a
points
weird
for
mission.
controlling that at the end of the game. So going second by both players has been identified as being very advantageous here.
Yeah, you can end up with some really weird scenarios in this particular situation. So if, for example, players start taking the ones out of the middle, you could end up not knowing which half of the battlefield it's likely to end the battle on. Or if you take the ones from the flank, you basically indicate to your opponent the battle is going to finish in the middle of the battlefield. You don't know that going into the first turn.
Correct.
So that handshake means they're getting ready to go.
Indeed. I don't know who wants to go first here, because there's a big tempo control of the resource exchange. Whoever goes first. Both these players have so many units.
Yeah, Reaper's got a couple buffs, a couple nerfs into the new edition. I think they'll be fine.
But I know both of them are happy to go second, but I'm not sure which one's happier to go first.
Liam says that he's not managed to go first in any of his practice games.
Oh,
so
wow.
far for
So
the
he'd like to
edition.
go first
I
this
think he was
time?
sort of
Yeah.
curious to see what would happen if he did, but I guess we'll find out.
But maybe that, we'll see how the mission plays out. But also these players were anecdotally talking about how their army list function very similarly. Both fast, very lethal, a lot of things that they can accomplish on the table. I'm curious to see how they match up together.
Yes, of course. As I was explaining how the mission works, they both somewhat interact with, as I said, the sensor sweep and the controlling of the one that's one that's left at the end. They will get different points for different mechanics on their journey towards controlling that objective at the end. We will get those missions up for you guys as soon as we can.
I think Dark Reapers will still be
I do
decent,
apologize.
hitting
It
on
wasn't, quite
twos.
switched over from one of the previous games that we had.
Because they don't suffer hit
Well, that should be
modifiers,
sorted out in pretty
so-
short order. In saying that, like I said, the missions you'll see, they almost mirror each other, as they almost counter each other. Like one
So
player
far,
wants
it's
to go out
going
and
okay.
do
They're
a
just
mission,
starting the
objective
game
or
right
an
now,
action.
so.
Both players do have an action they want to do every turn that interact with these sensor sweep tokens, the 5 that you can see in the
Yep,
middle of the table.
That's
But
for
then they
everyone,
get
though.
points for
That
doing
affects
things
everybody in the
differently
game, the indirect
around
nerf.
those, which is kind of mirrored and interesting. I'm going to.
I haven't been using Tempest launchers anyway, so I don't care.
Yeah, so just looking at the deployment before
I've been
we,
using
bring
missile
these
launchers, man.
both of these players have basically tucked good portions of their army into the terrain, so the vehicles are all well hidden. But then you're also seeing some of those units in arguably more forward positions than you might.
I know
expect
Liam
in
likes his
previous editions,
Tempests though,
because
so
the
maybe
hidden
he still
rule
has them.
basically keeps them a little bit more hidden than they might
Yes.
previously have been.
Now, hidden in this game is going to be interesting. It's one of the reasons I wouldn't have been surprised to see some of the Dark Reapers deployed on the table, because they would have meant a lot more aspect warriors would have to be respectful. But because of the lone operative abilities that Richard has, it actually gets pretty dicey on whether or not he's going to get good range with those Reapers. So putting him in reserve, I think, is quite
Yeah,
an
that's
astute
going to be
choice
a
here.
big one,
You can
Shining
run
Spears.
Call
I
of Duty
predict
right
that
at
they
the
probably
mid-table
get
if
something
you give them the
additional.
opportunity.
Yeah, there's some quite
But
big
we'll see.
open firing lines across that battlefield as well. If you can come on from some of the distant angles, so there's some shots kind of fully across the battle. So if you come on a little bit later, you might get a shot that you wouldn't have been able to get had you tried to.
Nothing happened to Reapers. It's
We're
just
gonna
indirect
see if
fire
we can
changed.
get a marker put by our beautiful Tucker Ricky, who's our servo skull managing the minimap. If they're able to maintain where the sensors are, that would be fantastic for people at home. It's just been identified. You can see them on stream pretty easy for you guys right now. It's all the 40 mil pucks that in previous you would have assumed were objective markers. Well, they are objective markers, but these little pucks, they don't mean anything about where you need to be on the terrain.
We're going to really find out in a second what
they
the
just mark the
stratagems
terrain
do,
features as
because if the
having an objective.
stratagems are
And what it
exactly
sort of
the
does as well
same,
is
then
if you've got a force and you've converted up some cool little tokens,
it'll be
like,
tough.
you know, you've got a Tyranid army with some little ripper.
We'll probably
thing,
have
or
to
you've
look
got a
elsewhere
Space Marine
for
with some servo skull. You can make a
detachments,
marker
if
for
that's the
objective,
case.
and then you can move it anywhere you like, kind of on that piece of terrain, to mark it as a significant objective.
So it looks like we're ready to go with the mission again, which is priority targets versus disruption. So give us the tale of things. Paul, would you like to read them out?
Here we go. Yeah, so the extract relic here is a win. You have a couple different scoring abilities here at any battle round. When the end of your turn, a friendly unit performed a sensor sweep this turn, get 4 VP, or one or more enemy units that started this turn within range of one or more objectives are destroyed, 3 VP. Only one of your opponent's operation markers is on the battlefield if one or more of your units are within the same terrain area,
as well,
and that operation marker,
more
and no enemy units are within that terrain area, 4 VP. Second battle round and onward, this is where things get a little bit different. When end of your command phase, you're on your turn up to the 5th battle round, you control one or more objective markers of 4 VP. That is excluding your home objective. In the end of the battle, only one of your opponent's operation markers is on the battlefield if one or more of your units are within the same terrain area as that operation marker, and no enemy units are within that terrain area for 5 VP. What do you think about that?
I think this is going to be a lot of fun. So you can see how these interact with each other in really cool ways. They're almost opposing.
I love the
Look at
commentary
look
on
at
that.
the
What do you
design.
think about
Nope.
this?
So this is at
The
the start of the battle,
tactics
so
of
5
this
terrain
mission.
areas. So this is how this.
I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
Objective markers. So they're not within your
Thanks,
deployment
GW.
zone. For each of those, place 1 objective markers within it. That's the 5 pucks you can see on the table
Yikes.
when we get back to it. If you cannot do so for each terrain feature, not within your deployment zone, you can't put one back there. So any battle round, one or more enemy units that started the turn within range of one of those objective markers is destroyed for victory points. That actually pays out really heavily here. And then when only one objective marker is on the battlefield,
I'm
so
not
when
really worried
4
about
the
that,
others have
Chris.
been
I
removed,
think
if one or
we're
more
going to
units is
see
within the same
Harlequins being
terrain
able to
area
be
as that
combined
marker
with
and no enemy units are
regular
there for 4
detachments.
VP. So you
They
can
might
hold
not
it
get
and kill
certain
them off, but as
bonuses,
you can
but you're
see,
still going to get
there's
an
8
army
victory
bonus.
points
You're
up for
still going
grabs
to
when you get later
potentially
into
get
the turn towards
stratagem
the end
support
game
if
for whoever is holding that
there's,
one
you know,
solo marker, of
1
course,
point
to play with
detachments or
locate and
whatever. So
destroy.
we'll just
And then
have to
from the
wait and see.
second battle round onwards, end of your command phase, you control 1 objective markers. Of course, that's very mirrored. That is exactly the same for both players. So they're both going to be, of course, contested in the middle. They already have to do the action to get the points, especially on this side, for completing the removing of the sensor sweep. And then at the end of the battle, 5 victory points. If only one of your objective markers is on the battlefield, which is the natural cadence of this game, if one or more of your units is within the same terrain area as that marker, and there are no enemy units for 5. So very much mirrored here. And it's really cool how these interact with each other. These players have played this a couple times. This is one of the ones that I played as well. And I wasn't fit for purpose when I played this one. I didn't have enough utility units to run out and do the sensor sweep enough, and my opponent ended up getting on top of me with that because they killed off my utility units early and ended up not having enough to get the juice up myself to remove enough tokens on my terms. And so it ended up being, this one was the last one remaining, and my opponent just got to hold it easily because I didn't go out into the middle and get that one removed. So it's almost like a Norton Crosses.
Yeah, you're trying to go, how can I remove the ones that aren't going to be an advantageous position for me? So you have to sort of decide a little bit, where would I like the battle to to be, but you also have to be conscious that your opponent is going to be trying to.
I mean,
push
I do
you
like the
to
missions. I
wrong
think they're a little
direction.
complicated to
Yeah,
read
only
at
one of them has
first,
the
but
action for census sweep.
I mean, they're
and they'll be the one
basically
dictating the
pretty
removal. I
straightforward
had that
once you understand what
ability
they
to
are.
dictate that, and I wasn't able to get rid of the ones that I wanted. So I was running out and trying to do that action early to get rid of it, but then my opponent was able to hold the ones that were left. So it was very much you have to go out and get rid of the ones that you want, so that at the end your opponent can't rush onto that and take all your hard work away from you. It's really quite fun. Sounds like we're
Yeah, I
ready to
think we're
rock and
getting
roll.
the players are getting ready to roll for first turn. So we are about to kick off our final game
Finally, here we
of
go.
the new edition of Warhammer 40,000 Live. We're going to see who takes the first turn.
Here we
Richard
go.
with the black dice, the red red of
2.
Mars dice for Richard Siegler. Looks like Liam is going first. There's the handshake, and off we are to the races.
So Liam obviously has not gone first in any of the practice games that they've had. We are seeing some scouting moves
Yes.
first before anything else happens. The players have played this game a couple of times already just to get used to it, so you can rattle through at a good pace and not kind of stop to look at rules. But yes, they know exactly how they're going to be playing into each other, or maybe they're
All
a
right.
little bluffing. You know.
Oh, over on Twitch, we have a poll going. Predict who you think is going to win this game. Is it going to be the Aeldari or the Adeptus Mechanicus? Knowing that this is their second confrontation
Yes.
here, a rematch from the finals where the Richard Siegler with the Adeptus Mechanicus did come out on top, but just barely in a tiebreaker.
It's one of the closest battles we've had, I think.
It absolutely was a nail biter versus the Aeldari. Who do you think's going to take this one?
So the sensor sweep is every terrain feature, but they're only the same 5 objectives that you would assume. So that being this one on top left, this one on the top and the bottom right, the middle, and of course your 2 home objectives for those people at home. So it's the terrain features that you would assume are the objectives here.
The big
but
ones,
every terrain feature counts for the sensor sweep points. So you don't necessarily have to hold the objectives in order to get some points here.
Yeah,
Of
so
course,
it's
you still
an
want to.
interesting decision there. So you've basically got some places that are worth lots of points. So,
Yes.
you know, they are the ones which are both an objective and a place that you can send to sweep. But you've got some which are worth some points where it's not an objective, but you can still do some of your actions
Yeah,
and things
you
there.
still
So
generate some points.
interesting decisions about how much of your army you decide to commit to which portions of the battlefield, which bits are likely to be defended.
So many models on both sides, a lot of activations here. It's going to get bloody at some point. I'm of the opinion Richard is in the driver's seat here. He has more models per unit with the same durability and plus 1 more toughness on most of them. As Aspect Warriors, you know, we have a 3-up armor save, 4-up armor save, or a 5-up invulnerable save, but usually on single
Yeah, I
wing
think
models,
this is
apart
also
from
maybe a
the,
bad
They
matchup
take
for
it a little bit
Aeldari,
faster, but not much
we'll
faster.
find
There is
out.
a lot of speed in this
Correct.
Adeptus Mechanicus
Well,
force.
it's Katara Hunter Core, so they do have access to advance and charge, and then of course being close to battle line units, they'll get extras to their advances and their charges, which is obviously what's been set up over here with this super deadly unit of 10 infiltrators, which I mean can kill every Aspect Warrior unit it can charge pretty much. This unit is really powerful in the new edition because with the +2 to charge, theoretically you can just go fire roll that charge and just spread, just go into a swarm. And then of course with sustain hits too, you can really just like essentially 2 or 3 infiltrators could kill a whole unit of Aspect Warriors.
Anything he doesn't kill, he has the potential to also lock in a battle shock with Liam on the other side. He has enhancements to, or not enhancements, but has the ability to.
Yeah,
impact
this
the battle
board
shock
does seem
test,
very open.
that could be
For
brutal.
sure.
Scouting moves have been done. The Scorpions getting very aggressive up the table. We're about to see the secondaries drawn for Liam. Liam's actually walking around and having a deep look at Richard's side of the table. This is something that I always encourage people to do. Always see what your opponent can
I
see.
mean, compared
'Cause you're
to
only getting one side of the terrain, and
WTC
especially
or
terrain now is
UKTC, it looks
really
open.
interesting and
But I
very much,
mean,
immersive
in
and
comparison to
interactive. You wanna see
GW
what your
layouts, it
opponent
looks
can
pretty
see of your
similar.
army before you kind of decide where you want to be. And also you can see where their threats are lined up a little bit better. This looks like a first turn kill is being lined up by these Scorpions into the unit of 5 infiltrators just here in the bottom middle of the screen.
Yeah, it's a really interesting dynamic with the infiltrators into the Scorpions because, as you were saying, the infiltrators, if they get the drop on a Scorpion unit, they can kill it. The same is also true the other way around, right? So that Scorpion unit, a unit of 5 Scorpions, is absolutely ideal at killing medium infantry, and this Adeptus Mechanicus army is full of the targets that Scorpions like to kill.
Essentially exclusively. Now, what I love about Richard's list, though, is how he's been able to go tall in very specific places. By go tall, I mean he's got high value options, and he's got a very much distributed medium and low damage options there. But the two that he has being Belisarius Call and Thulia, which you'd usually see on the backboard or on the front board in this game, because they require
Showing
so many
no
more
fear.
activations to kill. Sorry, Bob?
No, say showing no fear from those characters. I also want to point out here, this unit of Taraxi here,
Terrifying.
He puts out over 50 shots.
Yeah, the
So
flip
it
blasters.
is absolutely
Yeah.
going to be brutal. Anything that comes across this line is going to have to deal with so much punishment. So it has to be a calculated risk, I think, what we're seeing here.
And move, shoot, move is the data sheet ability there on those Taraxi, so they can leapfrog into the battle very quickly and or decide to stay safe while still contributing. if they
Something you
wish.
missed was
Both
you
of these
can't
armies have got
combine
enough units that can
infiltrate
send a
and
couple out
scout
each turn
anymore.
to kind of explore some
So
objectives without really committing the bulk of
you
their force.
choose one or the other if
They
your
have a lot
data
of
sheet has
list in their
both.
list, as we like to say
Yes.
sometimes.
So a little bit of a
but
nerf
basically
to Scorpions.
allowing them to kind of rinse and
pretty big
repeat set of
nerf to
layers and
Scorpions.
layers and layers of disruption.
Falcon being dived into the right quadrant, the upper right screen there.
This is the perspective from the Adeptus Mechanicus.
So
There you can
many
see that
models.
deployment zone absolutely jam packed with models.
And that's such a factor in search and destroy. It's also very interesting that I asked both players separately away from the table what they're planning to put in reserve, and Siegler said not a thing, not one single thing.
I'm telling
That's
you,
it.
man,
Everything's
like
on the
people
table.
have
Whereas,
people have disagreed with
if-
me,
if
but like
maybe
a
if
lot of
Liam knew
factions
that before
have
he
move
decided
shoot
and said
move.
the
It's
same
not
thing, maybe
something
he
that's
would've put some more units on, 'cause
just
right now I
Eldar
believe Liam
locked
has 5
or
Wolf Gliders
Drukhari
and
or
3 nets
Eldari.
of
It's
5,
something a
Dark
lot of
Creepers.
factions have
Falcon going back
access
in the
to.
tank
Yeah, I
pocket.
wasn't quite happy where the Falcon was getting placed.
So
Now,
there's nothing wrong with the mechanic.
It's not a bad. I didn't think it was a bad position. He must be seeing something he doesn't like there, because the thing he's kind of afraid of, the long range firepower, is this unit of 3 Ballistari. Of course, he's got the 2 Dragoons out front as well. They're pretty sure they wouldn't be able to get a firing solution that way, but they may have been able to go up the top into the long lane.
They
and get it
advance
from
and
there.
shoot, I believe. I think
Yeah,
they
they
might be
do.
able to scoot
Yeah.
a little bit further than you expect, and they got those long legs.
I mean,
They do.
there's no reason to risk the Falcon at this point, right? That's
Yeah.
one of your best kind of explosive movement forward pieces. So
100%.
if you don't think you can make it, don't worry about it.
Did we get a spot of what was actually in the Falcon this
A lot
time?
of people. I can't specifically
usually
name
starts
them,
either
but
Fire
in several of
Dragons or
my
Azimuth
videos, I've
and
gotten
5 Dire
complaints
I
Dragons.
could definitely
about
imagine
Eldar
Azimuth
move
being in there.
shoot.
In
So
this game, I prefer to have Azimuth in
from
there,
people who play
because there's just
different
so much more
factions.
infantry to kill in this game than there is.
Yeah,
tanks,
as
and those
exactly,
tanks,
Malekith. As
that-
long
and
as
by tanks, I
Eldar
mean
don't
the
have
Adeptus,
it,
the Ballistari,
people are
they're not
fine
gonna
with
be in
it.
range of Fire Dragons anytime soon, if ever.
But the
So
moment you can
much
do it with
better
an
off
Eldar
having,
unit, it's
the
broken.
Dire Avengers in there with Azimuth.
Yeah, Dire Avengers, another great unit at taking out enemy infantry. They get a lot of shots, and with Azraman as well, they get devastating into the mix as well, just to make things a little bit spicy.
Each one of
Plus-
the Phoenix Lords kind of soup up the unit of their
Yeah,
type
absolutely.
of their shrine.
I've been so happy to see the Aspect Warriors get their revamped models. I remember the very first Citadel
There's the-
color magazine.
there's
that
the
I
Fire
got.
Fire
Dragons,
Dragons are
yeah.
on the board.
Yeah, that makes all the sense in the world to me. And I have had the privilege of streaming and watching Liam's growth as a player since he emerged onto the scene. It seems like only yesterday. It's probably been about 4 years since he's been playing. And yeah, he's had an absolute meteoric rise. One of the best players in the world of the years that he's been playing. And Richard has been here for quite a bit longer, but not as long as, some. Definitely not as long as me. Jealous. He loves. Liam absolutely loves this single unit of 3 shining. Spears.
These are shining spears over here. You can tell, by the bases.
I
and
think
how-
we'll
how they're
definitely
moving.
get some boosts.
They pack a
in
punch. They
11.
really are. They're fast. They pack a punch.
Yeah, see, I'm not a Shining Spear apologist. I don't see it. And then Liam convinces me every time he plays it. And I'm like, I know that I couldn't do that, but I get why they're good for you.
Well, seeing a unit or a tool in the hand of an absolute surgeon, a master of the game, you can't appreciate a healthier respect for it. But I obviously felt some type of peace here in this army, and Richard is going to have to respect him. If he lets them go out there and do the same thing, just destroy a unit, it's going to suck up at least 1 or 2 activations from his side.
So I think what he's done here with the Falcon basically is surrounded it with units that he could potentially choose to put inside it.
Turn 1.
And he's decided to put in the Banshees by the look of it. He's just
Yeah.
removed that unit from the battlefield. So the Falcon now has a unit of Banshees in it. Banshees, another great unit to chop up stuff. They're usually better punching into armored infantry. That's kind of their jam. That's what they kill. But they are perfectly capable of killing little units of 5 Rustokers. They
Yeah.
more than kill a unit of.
Yeah, they'll overkill 5. Sometimes not good for 10. Of course, the Jane'Zar unit absolutely is, but he's got 2 units of 5 here. So one of them's fit for 10 AdMech units, and one of them it can still do a hell of a lot of damage. Does a little bit of chip damage before it goes in. They're good for that purpose as well. And there is the other unit.
Yeah,
of
I'm a
Banshee.
fan of
The
Shining
Falcon
Spears.
is a
I think
tank
they
unit,
do
so it happens to have a
well for their
transport, but it
cost
is a
if
gun
you can
mode.
get
It
them
has
into
some
the
good
right
guns on it
units.
too.
Liam watched the previous game where Nick was so hype about his hammerhead that he said, "Would you let me go crazy on stream if I overwatched with the Falcon?"
Yes, please. And not only that, we encourage it.
We do encourage it. It'd be lovely to see these world championship level players going ham.
There's Asherman there hanging out in that ruin.
Such a good model. Was one of my favorites, even,
Yeah, it looks like it,
25 years ago,
Chris.
25 more years ago is one of my favorites.
Because look at how he has them spread out so that they're just touching that back
Phoenix Works
objective right there.
over the test of time, like just some amazing sculpting, and that has transcended into this new era. They're all gorgeous.
Rip, can I say it, Eddie? Rip Carandras.
Don't know where he is.
Could be hanging out with your
Always
brain.
hiding. Always
who
hiding.
We'll
knows?
find
The
out,
reason
Oliver.
you don't know where he
We'll
is is
find
you
out
just
if they're
haven't got
using
what
that or
he's
not.
doing.
Okay, he's hidden.
That's it.
That's it. Interesting.
I love what you did there. Making a move here, but still hugging the terrain.
Yeah, some talk here about fights first. People saying if Jane Czar is not as good now that her fights first has gone away. I believe that just means you have to change the way you think and use Jane Czar. A lot of the time, so you don't see many people using Lilith like they use Jane Czar, despite them having comparable reasons to be in the list. They both absolutely blend the hell out of infantry. But what if you just change your thinking a little bit about Jane Czar and stated, instead of using Jane Czar to protect my army with that heroic intervention fights first, I make her a proactive unit and use that huge reach on advance and charge to just go punish my opponent like people do with Lilith all the time. At least that's I mean, I'm not an Eldari player, but that's what I dread people doing with
I mean,
Jane
we've
Czar
got
now.
Liam here, who's like one of the best players in the world. He's decided to put Jane Czar into his army. It won't be for no reason at all, right?
100%.
So I think let's see how she plays out in this game.
Fights first is still a thing.
It's
like
still a
fights
thing.
first really is a thing. It just changes a bit how the interaction is, I think, in subsequent turns.
Well, Chris,
so
as
you have
long
to
as
think
you can
about fights
keep your
first now as a
transport
free
alive,
intro
it doesn't matter.
almost.
But yeah, you're
And,
right.
if you think about it on those terms,
they
it's
kill
a command
transports.
point strategy.
Or
It's
units
command
getting
points of
out of them
value,
take a
but
bunch
it
of
also
damage. Then that would
controls
suck.
where your opponent has to activate first. If they're in multiple deadly combats and one of those deadly combats has a fights first in it, well, they have to fight there first. And if you can wield that to your advantage, knowing you'll be able to generate value from either the interrupt that you'll pseudo get for free with the fights first unit, or paying 2 CP knowing your opponent has to fight there first, all of a sudden you've opening up value
Ninja,
for
if
proxies for
you
yourself.
Just a slight
are,
clarification.
you know,
the
if you
ability has
disembark
not
from
gone
a
away, but
destroyed
the way it
transport,
interacts with the
instead of
the,
suffering
fight
mortals on
phase
ones,
has
you now do
changed,
it
and
on
that's what
ones
we're
and
discussing.
twos.
Yeah, you got to work a little bit more for fights first. I mean, I don't think many people disagree that fights first was one of the most powerful abilities you can do in the current
particularly
edition
on
of the
some
game.
units, you had things like the Lion, who was basically unassailable in your own combat phase.
If you're playing a melee matchup, like melee on melee, the Lion was just what do I even do? How can I even interact with this guy?
You get stabbed a lot. That's what happens.
Yes, yeah,
So
you get dead.
the main difference is we've got the rule up on screen for those of you who are curious, but the main difference now is that in your opponent's phase, your fights first units will no longer automatically go first. The opponent's units that have charged also have strikes first, and they will activate before your first strike first unit. So they'll go one of the things that they charged, then your strikes first unit, then another thing that they charged with.
So having gone through so
Jeffrey,
many
not-
editions of the game,
Not quite.
I really
It
have
could
a
easily
long
just
time
have a
struggled
restriction if you take this
to,
detachment.
contend with
Your
rules
army
that
can't
I
include
loved
this.
changing.
It's
And
simple.
I think the
Even if
term
you
that
have
I've come
another
to is
detachment
as soon as the new
bonus.
edition comes out, I need to just let go of everything that I loved and start to find.
But we'll
new
see.
things
I mean,
to
who
like.
knows?
Because
Maybe I'm wrong.
otherwise,
We'll see.
yep, I feel it. I get in the salt mines myself. It's a bad place to
some
stay.
of this
for too
stuff is
long.
muscle memory too, like what we saw in both of these.
Jane
previous
Czar
games
also
that
has
we
fights
watched,
first
is
on
like
her data sheet.
You kind of get locked into
Ninja.
what you were doing before,
Yeah.
such as things. And remembering there's a 2-inch exclusion, there are differences of things you just kind of have to relearn with this edition.
So movement phase is done. In fact, shooting phase is done. These guys are moving quite quickly, already charging.
Let's see what the
Scorpions
Scorpions
have
get to
gone
do.
into the unit of infiltrators. We're going to have to be taking a -1 battle shock because of the infiltrator ability here. And here we go. Will he fail? Will he pass? Easy pass, double sixed.
Very brave Scorpions.
And here comes the attacks from the Scorpions. I wonder if he was going to be using real ones or real to hit or to wound from the aspect host. I assume because, if I remember correctly, is there sustained hits?
They get sustained hits.
Yeah,
so
so
if you've got an aspect warrior unit and you haven't got any that triggers on a 6, it doesn't matter which one you use. The odds are literally
She
identical.
didn't lose fights
If you have
first.
one
She
that
just
triggers something on a 6, it is marginally
if somebody
more favorable to
charges
choose the reroll
and
one.
and
take
you
it.
heroically
Yeah.
intervene, they're
In
not
this
going to
case,
fight before
going with
your
the
opponent.
chainsaws
I think
versus Scorpion
they
chainsaws.
said it wrong or something like
Not
that.
a bad
'cause
roll
that's not
there at
how
all,
it
rolling
works.
the ones. He's got eight sustains.
Yeah, so striking Scorpions are just an absolutely
I think that's what
brilliant
it
unit
was.
at taking out enemy infantry. They are just little blenders, basically. They charge it. They do a whole bucket load of attacks. There are multiple wounds on each one of those. Rostockers is the only thing that might keep a couple of them in the game, but you have to roll some hot saves.
It's like I can
Looks
hear
like
him over
he's
there
made
blending him up
3.
now, is what it feels like.
He's lost 2.5 of the infiltrators, and he's still he has spent. Sorry,
I'd
he
be
has spent a
down for
command point
bringing
for the
back
Feel No Pain.
initiative
So you have a
as
Feel No
Eldar.
Pain stratagem
As an
in
Eldar
the
player.
Skitarii Hunter cohort. It has saved 1 wound so far, and now we're going into the Scorpion's Claw. And he's going to flip to a 6 to generate another sustained, and then 3's to wound here. Only 4.
Maybe they gave
It is
Scorpion's
enough
Claw
to kill the whole
sustained
unit, but
hits.
is now unlikely. He passed them all.
Looks like it.
Richard, you're an animal. He does that to me every time I play him.
So that was a use of a stratagem to have an extra to have feel no pain, effectively.
Correct.
And because even a couple of those surviving potentially does quite a lot of damage back to that Scorpion unit. So
He might just kill it back, to your point, Eddie.
yeah, both of these units excellent at killing each other. So just trying to use that stratagems to keep one in the game, and very good rolling on those saves.
Yeah, he made 4 out of 4 5-up invulnerable saves there, and he just scooped them in return. That is no bueno.
That's pretty pathetic. Scorpions don't look much better than they are now.
That is part of the package with the Adeptus Mechanicus. That is a brutal unit, and just really, but stonewalling all those attacks is huge.
That is huge, actually, isn't it? That's a really big swing. So immediately one of those pieces is pushed back. The trade-off has gone badly wrong. I think even with the Feel No Pain, though, that unit is kind of feels lucky to have survived.
You called it. He was going to go over there and just absolutely just destroy this unit, and then be here, and then absorb at least 1 or 2 activations
problem, right?
from
make
the
you commit something.
Something has to come out, and something has to charge something.
Now sorry, apologies.
But it did not happen.
We're going to hit a transition to the scorecard and see what was achieved by Liam in his turn. So he had pulled out a tempting target and assassination. He has discarded assassination for a command point, and he's holding tempting target for future opportunities. It looks like he has not scored any primer in his turn 1. That is a rough place to start. Plunder and Center Ground being pulled by Richard Siegler. We'll see if we can get the Plunder secondary up at some point in the next couple of seconds. But Center Ground is very much similar to what you know of as area denial.
He rolled what he should have rolled.
It's effectively about taking that central piece of scenery. That is one that we've already seen in action. Plunder, this is a new one.
But I mean, any unit that has a Feel No Pain
so when drawn, you
stratagem
can't combo
active
this
is
with
going to be very
cleanse for
survivable.
reasons you'll become apparent when you see the whole deck. You can draw a new secondary card instead. This is an action, so it's in your shooting phase. 1 unit that's within an area terrain feature that is not within your territory, and then once per turn happens immediately, and then you plunder it and gain 5 victory points. Now, what if you had a unit of 3 infiltrators that should be dead, and you could just move those guys potentially over there? They might not be out of reach, and I would assume they wouldn't, but those kind of opportunities are things you want to line up for
I'm
yourself,
actually not so certain that was a good
points
move
for doing an action on your opponent's half of the table, not in their deployment zone. So that's just on their side of the table.
Have to be a little bit careful if you go over there, because you might get heroically intervened.
I'm not sure what else he could have done, though, to be honest.
Yeah.
What a threat if you can get him activating on your turn. Even worse.
That's a tough unit to deal with.
Effect is like, I might move over there if I fail the charge. That's another thing that could happen. You run over to somebody, you try and make a 6-inch charge theoretically. You fail it, and then they charge you because they spend the 2 command points.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially if those units have some kind of bonus on the charge or something. So yeah,
in this case, Lance would be available to them for their Shining Spears. I think that's such a cool interaction. Now I think about it, like you step up, you lay an egg, you roll a double 1s maybe, and then your opponent's like, "Ha, you're mine," and they go for 2 CP.
Let's go.
So I mean, there's a potential thing there to think about, which is, do you actually want to go within 6 of the opponent at all?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you actually aim for the 7s instead, if you think that might be a risky proposition?
That's an interesting thing, because a lot of the time we talk about your opponent always wanting to hold up 2 command points going into your fight phase, so that interrupt possibility.
Yeah.
That same 2 command points now.
Any unit that can give
charge phase as
Feel
well
No,
for
or
the
any
value,
detachment,
and
I
you
should
choose to
say, that
do
can give Feel No
either
Pain
with
out
it.
to
If you
its
don't
units
have
like
the-
that is
the
very strong.
the heroic
Feel No
insertion
Pain is a
interrupt or vice
wild
versa. You can wait to see
universal
which one
special
is a
rule.
bigger value
It's wild.
proposition or a blowout in your opponent's mind.
It just
deploy.
forces you
I
to
think
have to
that's really cool.
overcommit, and Liam didn't overcommit. He undercommitted, if
just
anything,
measure
with
around
the
to see
Scorps,
what is
and just
possible.
got
I
punished
think he
for
can
it.
be fairly happy with the Eldar not scoring any points
Correct.
into their first turn. It puts him in a fairly strong position and a piece down as well, so he can be quite happy with that.
So we'll see if Sensor Sweep gets done this turn as well. The action to remove one of these marks on the objectives. sorry, the terrain features rather.
Oh,
We've
absolutely.
seen
I
Belisarius
think the
Call
Shining
already trying to
Spears.
step up into the
Well,
underhang
I
of
mean,
that
we'll
terrain
see
feature.
though.
Wouldn't be
Because
surprised
maybe
to
there's a
see
better
Fulia
tactical
or
play there,
Call
but
go onto the middle objective.
He's going to most likely march them up
We'll
as
see.
a fearlessly lone operative, very durable as well.
Yeah, very interesting to see assassination just discarded.
Yeah.
Well,
Despite the fact
that's
that
why.
those heroes, like those characters, are so prominent and forward. They've played this army into each other both in the last edition and
Yeah.
in this edition, and they will know that like they just don't die.
Well, that's the thing, right? If Liam holds assassination, he technically could have a command point instead. But if he holds assassination, Richard just sits back with these characters and doesn't use them.
Oh yeah, look.
Whereas if
Going
he
right for the
throws
Shining
it away, Richard
Spears,
might be more
looks like.
keen to make a more explosive play or a stronger.
Oh no,
footy
there's fire
play,
dragons under there. I
on
totally
turn one.
forgot.
But it
The
looks like
fire dragons are
Rust-
dead.
the infiltrators there
Infiltrators.
have ran forward
Probably.
to try and threaten.
He's
those
making sure he's out
Shining
of
Spears,
Overwatch.
So that could be another interesting
Yep.
combat.
And
Doesn't
now we
wanna
know
get
this terrain
Overwatch.
piece is 6 inches wide. So to your point, he's going to be staying outside of that spicy heroic.
It's very good.
Yeah.
Checking
It does
all-
make your own charge more difficult though. That's the one to watch.
As a new
Interesting.
player here, what happened with the Scorpions down at the bottom is like, did
I think
the
Liam will
Adeptus
probably
Mechanicus
have to
get
heroically
get to
intervene
shoot
with
back?
the
They had a close
Scorps.
combat. Close combat. Both players fight.
But again,
and
we'll see.
Unfortunately for Liam,
Or not
the Adeptus
Scorp, sorry.
Mechanicus came out on the better
Shining
end of that.
Spears.
Yeah, so the
Yes.
Scorpions charged in. They were probably fairly confident of removing that unit. The Adeptus Mechanicus player used a stratagem to make that unit even more durable than it normally is. That left a few of their models alive. They punched back very hard and actually rolled hard and were able to remove the Scorpion unit. So, yes, it did not go as the Scorpions hoped that it would, for sure.
Yeah, apologies. I said the Scorpion Claw, but he did use the Biting Blade to generate a few,
Oh.
have more attacks with the sustain course, having
Well,
the extra criticals.
Never
around the
mind.
rolls.
There's
He's gonna-
there
The
are two
commentators got
Scorpions
that
involved.
wrong.
One
I
of them
guess he
has
was
claw,
using
one
the
of them
Biting
has,
Blade.
Yeah.
The Biting Blade's got the mix.
So yeah, easy that I got it wrong. Now he has the Servant Battle
Yikes.
Play. This
That's
is a
even
unit
worse.
I am super, incredibly, crazily high on in Adeptus Mechanicus now. This is your multi-purpose, good for everything, utility action piece. In addition,
I
to
don't know
just
about
having
you
way
guys,
more
but
gun than
I
you
don't.
think
I
it
don't know
should.
if I'm going to be using
There's also a
Shining
very-
Spears
there's also a
in
very cute
11th.
interaction here where Rich has been pointed out to me that one of the main
think I'll
models
invest
in
the
there has
points
a 4+
elsewhere.
invulnerable save and a built-in 5-up feel no pain and 2 wounds. And he's against the games that I played against him, because I was lucky enough to get tabled by Richard a couple of times this weekend. He was
Yeah,
able to
true,
tank
but
a lot
even
of
if he had
shots
made
on
half
that
of those
piece with the
instead
fast
of,
dice
you
rolling
know,
rule, and he's
all
able to
4
roll a
of
bunch
them,
dice, tank it on the 4-up.
he's only losing one
invulnerable
additional
save,
model,
converting into 5-up feel no
and
pains,
they probably
then
still
make that
get
unit
close to
so much
wiping the
more
Scorps
durable than
out,
the sum
right?
of its parts, and some clever stuff like that.
I mean,
is
it
gonna
could
be
have
really
made a
powerful
difference,
moving into
but
the new edition.
I hope that comes up. We could see
I
in
still
this game
think
film. We'll
the
talk a little bit about more about how you
trade
roll
was
a
in
bunch of
Richard's
saves,
favor
then
there.
allocate them to the unit in a unit with mixed saves.
So just checking a bunch of ranges here for what he can and can't reach, what the advance is required to get what I believe is the servitors onto central objective, disrupt that hold of Liam's early. Now, of course, Liam wants to get the tempo of the game going, knowing that Richard has just so many models. If he's ever going to contest a wide swathe of the board or hold it,
I may be wrong, but if I'm not mistaken, aren't those guys
of
toughness
Richard's
5?
models? And we definitely saw
The
him have the ability
stalkers?
to in various ways, because he won the
Or are they
Dance Open.
toughness 4?
Don't know if you saw that.
Toughness 4, right?
It's pretty good.
If you
Good
didn't,
time.
you
Go
can go check it out on YouTube
check
and
it out.
Twitch.
Yeah, we're now seeing that Cerberus unit there advancing forward into that central
I
objective.
don't know.
This is one of
I
those
wouldn't
just
trust
really
Scorpions in
useful
anything
little, like
T4,
fairly cheap in terms
honestly.
of points units that you can zip around the battlefield. They are surprisingly killy, but mostly they're just very fast.
I think
and
Liam's
more
just
durable than
testing
you
the
expect.
waters on some stuff.
the
I'm not
The
sure this
reactive
is
move
like,
triggered on the ranges by the Cerberus
you know,
Raiders
his
moving
final
up to touch the
boss
central
list or
objective.
anything like that.
Of course,
but
not wanting to get blown up by the entire amount of Richard's army. He's used that
Yeah, they're
reactive move to
toughness
simply
4.
move off the
So, I
terrain
mean, even
footprint.
still,
so
though,
you'll still get
toughness
shot by the
4
Cerberus
is-
Raiders theoretically. If
You
they
need
didn't
4s
advance,
to
I do think
wound
this role is
with
their
most of the
advance. So I do
weapons,
not,
yeah,
know,
I think
do
that
not
makes
think
sense.
they're going to be shooting. So now those ranges are kept safe for another day. Good use of reactive move there.
Everything in his army is deadly too. I mean, on both sides really, but even the transports are deadly.
I've
in
had
those
5
Mechanicus.
Scorpions
well,
whiff
18 stubber
against
shots. That's a
Termagants.
terrifying gun.
Yeah.
That's
I
a
mean,
gladiator.
if
That's a
you're an Eldar
gladiator.
Ranger, that is
Yeah,
pretty terrifying.
that's a gladiator reaper in this matchup, essentially.
Yeah, so there's an interesting sort of
It's
level
possible.
of durability across these armies. No, apart from with the possible exception of the Adeptus Mechanicus characters, nothing in
Yeah, true,
either of these
Jesse.
armies is
Exactly.
very, very durable,
Mhm.
right? So there's a
Exactly.
lot of very killy stuff, but there's not much that can like take a lot of punishment. And so what
I mean, it
the
seems
players
like
have
a
done is
good
basically
list.
pack their army full of redundancy, where they
You
go,
know,
right,
seems like a good
I
list.
will take some Reapers. Actually, you know what? One Reapers isn't enough. I'll take 3
Yeah.
because one of them's going to get killed by something, so I'll just shoot you with it.
The Servitor Battleclade, I believe, was that advance that just rolled a 1. Richard stated that isn't far enough, and I'm just going to keep him there. And of course, they're all touching dense terrain, and they haven't shot, so they will be hidden.
It looks like that big unit of Rust Stalkers at the top of the battlefield is not trying to move forward to threaten the
Scorpion's
They're
locked
not
out.
taking that bait.
No, I don't think they want to. And as we
That
just
low
saw, Liam might be a little gun shy to commit to commit the next unit of Scorpions to such a fight.
I certainly wouldn't commit 5 Scorpions into 10 Rust Stalkers. I think
Yeah.
you kill 3 and then die horribly. It's probably what
That's
I'm doing.
pretty much what would happen. In saying that, if that is your goal, though, like if your goal is to just manage the unit, chip a little bit off the top in order to make them a more manageable threat later, so be it.
Yeah, so it's something you have to do sometimes with whatever
Yeah.
units
Well,
you
you
have.
can shoot them.
I will say that is
We-
one of
we
the,
don't
the
need a
qualities
melee
of a top
answer.
general is
We
not
can
having
always
that
just shoot
recency
them. I mean,
bias,
warp
which is happening.
spiders
Now,
are
not
great
charging 5 into
killing
10 is
that kind of
definitely not good. So, but you
Mm.
would if you felt it
especially
was the right
since you
play
can
to charge 5
Overwatch
into
now at
5,
the end
you'd
of the
do it
movement
again.
phase. So
So
you
just
shoot
confirming
them,
you
and if they
can, in
decide to
fact,
move or
discard
not move, whatever,
your
they don't
secondary
move out
cards
of line of
for a
sight,
command
you
point,
just
but you can
blast
also
them
just
again with
choose to hold
Overwatch.
them now, which is why we were saying in the
Which I think
first
is
game,
nice for
Eddie and
warp
I,
spiders,
while
even though
Paul was
they're a little
playing
more
it,
expensive.
showing
But
his
if they get
wares
the
and
job
skills,
done, that's
that I
gonna be way
think
better.
the units and the characters that generate you another command point, things like Gretchen, Calgar,
I'm sure
Azrael,
Liam
things
just
like this,
wanted the
these
ass man.
are, I think,
That's why he's
exponentially more
using Dire
powerful now
Avengers there.
because you can hold cards to score them later. Discarding something for a CP is no longer
Yeah, command points
necessary.
are a rarer resource.
Yeah, exactly right. They're a rarer resource. And plus, you might want to hold your cards for better opportunities to score them later. And you don't need to discard them to generate the CP value. So, everyone, go look in your book, see if there's anything gives you another CP, because that might be absolute gold. in the new
Especially
edition.
late in the game, for sure.
The other thing to factor into that is because of the way that armies are now built, you tend to have access to more stratagems. So if you've got
9.
multiple detachments, you could have 9, even more potentially, depending on which ones you put together. But yeah, certainly at least 9 for most of the armies these days. So not only do you tend to have less command points, actually you've got more things to spend them on. So those command point resources become very, very valuable indeed.
That's an amazing point, and I cannot wait to see all these attachments and
Very
detachment points
stable turn by Richard.
get in
We're
everybody's
already-
hands.
Man, these guys, they're already in the charge phase. I need to know, actually, if we can get a shot into the back of that ruin and see what is down there. And now Liam is going to consider whether he's going to use that heroic intervention. He needs to roll high enough to get within base contact, but doesn't need to end in base contact, just needs to end in engagement range. So
Yeah, if they can get within 1 inch, they must get within.
let's see what units under. The fire dragons. That is a great
Yeah,
punch
Chris,
up.
the points
Of course
have been
they're
buffed
for
here.
some reason in my head they were under this one.
But
so my
very
apologies, guys. I should have
minimally,
locked
I
it in
mean,
my mind.
By
That
20
fire dragon
points, I mean,
removal
that just
would
means
be
a couple
big this
units
early.
or
So
5
how you-
I think
points
that fire dragon
probably.
unit is
That's
going to die
about
if they're
it.
in combat with.
I'm
They do
guessing
have
Banshees
a
and
decent safety,
Scorpions
yeah. I
went
guess the
down
AP
5.
one.
Well, vulnerable saves, right? And then
Yeah,
also
they're
the
on
2
a 3
wounds.
up standard, aren't they? The fire dragons, but
Mm.
I mean, so were the scorpions, and they all died.
Yeah, true.
Scorpions are the most heavily armored, some of the most heavily armored troops in
Liam's
the
doing it.
Aeldari.
He's going to go for it.
You have to go for it.
Are we going for a?
You
counter?
absolutely
He
have to
is-
go for it
He's
here.
spending 2 command points here. Fails it.
This has
Dang,
Yikes.
2 command points into the well. That is super unfortunate. So 2 of the
Yeah.
big swing ups going Richard's way. If he removes this would be a 3rd swing up.
That's a
is really
shame.
unfortunate as well because you only need to roll a 6
Yeah.
on 2 dice there,
Yeah.
so that is a really unlucky
Mm.
roll. So not only are the scorpions
That's so
unlucky
bad.
to fail to kill that unit, they're also unlucky.
That's
to
just
die, I
really,
think, for that
really
unit.
unlucky.
Yeah.
there.
And then very unlucky to
Wow.
fail that
Yeah.
roll. So this has really not been going Liam's way. Rich is going to
And this
living a
is
charmed life currently with
to be
those
fair, this is just a
stalkers.
skirmish battle. They are dead. So we can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 fails. Of course, AP1
Yeah.
into that.
So long fire dragons.
So long, fire dragons. Now, an interesting opportunity here for Richard. I don't think he's going to take it, but because the terrain in the previous version of the
That's
game,
tough.
you'd always have to go closer to the puck, to the middle of the objective, which was a 40 millimeter, a base or puck. Because the terrain feature is now essentially just the objective, your consolidations can be really juicy. This was on, if this was the Admech side of the table and you had a combat here facing down a Tau army, well, you just consolidate through the wall and you become safe. Whereas previously you'd have to tunnel yourself towards the
I'm
center
gonna
of the
love
objective, and
using
you'd
the
probably
Avatar
always
of
be,
Cain
in line of sight.
and
So you
just
can engineer
saying, yeah,
some
I get
really
+1
interesting
to my
consolidations
charge
here now.
rolls.
And I do
That'd
think
be nice.
16-inch pile and consolidate is going to become a really powerful ability very quickly.
Particularly because you can catch more stuff with that engagement range as well. So
Mm.
your
Especially
potential
with the
catch
new
unit
heroic
is now 8
intervention,
inches
that's
from
gonna
be
the
cool.
unit. So it's quite a big distance, right?
Mm.
So we are now looking like we're moving into the Eldar Eldari turn 2. Remember, we've got all those Reapers. There is a lot of Eldari army off the board currently.
It may look a little thin on the ground for sure,
yeah,
but there's more coming.
Yeah, the thing I think to watch initially is going to be looking for those firing lines for those big units of Dark Reapers. When they drop down, they're going to be wanting to pop stuff and remove whole units. And there are some Adeptus Mechanicus units that have now committed to the battlefield, right?
Yeah.
There are going to be some options to remove things.
See the flow though from
I'm not
Richard
sure
in
it's
scoring
over.
extra
I
units
wouldn't
out
say
to
it's
Cerberus
over
Raiders to
yet.
re-rack this position and continue to disrupt the expansion theoretically.
But
It's got
that
the
was a really
Dragoons and
bad
unit of
start.
Rangers going up into the top left to continue and try and maintain OC
For
control on his
sure.
expansion. So clearly Richard's idea is that if I hold mine, you don't hold yours, things go my way. Then he's going to work on the mission from there. We've already had one of the pucks removed.
The Avatar is awesome.
For the census
He's
suite as
great. I think
well.
he's going
So
to be even
first
better
one
in this
down.
edition too.
We'll see if
He
we can
just
get the
has
full
more
score
options this
breakdown
edition. He's
and
going to be
see
awesome.
what Richard scored and then what.
Of course, we're
Olympian
going to have to
Solid
see what
for
they
his
do
objectives in turn
to his
two.
data sheet, because who knows
So,
what
I
happens
think
there,
we've got
right?
the objectives on the wrong side because Richard went second. We're just
There
getting
they
that
go.
adjusted now. So Richard was able to score 7 on primary, and Liam was able to score none. Unfortunately, he did hold plunder, and he achieved center ground. For
Yeah, I just don't
3
see any
points there,
value in
unable to kill
Scorpions.
the
I really
Rangers,
don't.
Who of course backed
Against
off.
a lot of matchups. I mean, against
He did
some
discard plunder for a CP, which is being
opponents, I'm
informed.
sure they're
And
fine,
center
but
ground was done for the small because
nothing's
he, of
changed
course,
there,
was
you know?
clever use by Liam to use the reactive boost to get off the center terrain feature, so it couldn't be
Yep,
seen.
absolutely
Secondaries,
proxy,
pulled by
man.
Liam
Yep.
in round 2.
So the secondary, we have
100%.
no prisoners, so certainly looking to kill some stuff.
Absolutely needs to.
Beautiful.
And the other one-
Incarn might not be bad
Yeah,
either.
has
Someone
4
who's
positions, I believe.
We also
saying
don't
in my
want,
comment
talk
section
about
the other
doubling
day
that
about the
plunder
Incarn
for
being
more
able to fly.
command points. That is, I mean, he's got
Yeah,
to
the flies
refuel.
way
He
better.
did just use that for the heroic intervention. Needs to get more gas in his tank.
So forward positions is one of those objectives you would have pulled
I
in
wouldn't.
the, if we can get it up
I
on
wouldn't
screen,
bet
you
they're
would have
gonna
pulled in
change
the
it, but who
previous
knows?
edition of
We'll
the game
see.
and immediately turned
We'll
into
have to
command
see,
point.
Chris.
But this is one of those ones when you draw it.
I'm
can
not going to
pay
be a
out if you
doomer
think
about
you're
it,
gonna have
but
tactical
obviously if
supremacy
they get
towards the
rid
end
of
the
that,
game,
he's going to
this
lose a
pays
lot
out
of
so
value.
well. So when drawn, if it's the first battle round, you can redraw the secondary card. And
Because
it's at the end of
Rangers
your
are
turn,
only
you
worth
control your
30
opponent's home
or
objective. So it's
55
the opposite
points.
of defense stronghold.
And if he
Yeah,
uses a
5
unit
victory
that's
points.
I
double
do
the
think looking at
cost
the
of
Adeptus
Rangers
Mechanicus
to take
home
them
base
out, there's
currently, that is
they're
a
vulnerable and
very-
they're
Safe as a
not
bank.
that is
something that really has
and
to be
also
worried about
particularly going
next
into this,
turn.
having lost effectively those 2 command points for nothing.
Sometimes
Um,
it's not worth
command point
charging something they
resistance
can't do
might be more
damage, you
useful.
know?
100%
than holding
he's
up
gonna
this
discard it at this time. But this is definitely one of those ones that previously, like I said in 10th edition, you draw it and be like, that's a command point immediately. Now you got to think. If you draw this on turn 3 and it's looking like you are going to really harm your opponent, it's one of those ones you might want to hold on to because it's a very easy 5 if you can get it. And it's one of the ones I would have loved in, like, say, a linchpin scenario in the previous edition where it's like, well, I want to take you home anyway because it neuters your primary. Well, what if it gets me 5 victory points for the privilege also?
The other thing
Some of
about
the
that
new
secondary
secondaries are
potentially is
interesting as well.
because of lots of the primary missions not actually requiring you to hold on to your home
It also
objective so
looks
much,
like
they
he
might be
didn't kill
more
the Rangers
opportunities
because he's
against some
doing an
opponents
action
to
on
go
an
and nab
objective,
that
by the way.
So Bandit basically trade your 3 that you might have
To answer
gotten
your
for
question.
5. That's not bad.
Rerun.
Because at the moment, in most missions in Warhammer 40,000, the current edition, you are very heavily incentivized to look after your home objective. That seems to be a little bit less true in some matchups. So it might be that secondary becomes more likely to score. Not in this scenario, particularly because the AdMech.
Yeah, I
home
mean,
base
I
is
don't know
very
if
much
they're going to
locked
cut his
down,
half
but
damage
in some
because, like you
respects.
said, like
Yeah,
you're
I'd
saying
love
right
to
now,
see
Chris,
some,
a lot of
Dark Reapers coming on and
you
getting
know
some
other
of
monsters have a
Liam's
feel no
wave
pain.
true out
They
of
have
the
more
table.
wounds.
Where
they
are
have
the
something
Tempest
else.
Launchers?
These
You know,
Service
and he
Raiders are a
doesn't.
premium
They have
target. There's going to
fly.
be some real estate here. 8-inch, of course, is
So I don't know
the,
if they cut that
deep
from his
strikes and
profile.
strategic reserves now, not 9 inches. I definitely want to see him trying to put some more strength back here to reinforce any pushes he decides to do on the expansion.
Yeah,
Unless he thinks the
absolutely.
expansion is already too reinforced, in which case he wants to start making some inroads to the middle of the table a little bit more aggressively.
Each one of those Reaper squads are on 28 mil bases, so he should be able to
I
find
don't
a good
think
spot for
Liam
him.
did the action, did he?
Yeah, I think that one of the advantages of
Maybe he
this
did.
kind of Eldari army is that your units are very small, right? Like
I
you've
don't
got
remember
an
because the
awful lot
announcers
of
never
damage
mentioned it,
output
so
in a
of
very
course.
small amount of space with those Dark Reapers, like not much more space than like a single Terminator would take up,
Yeah.
right, when they're striking in. So just walking on from the board edge and with like an ideal line of fire becomes quite a good proposition. You have got that rust.
Well,
up
Liam
unit,
hasn't
the
scored
infantry
any
unit, sorry,
points,
that's like
so-
pushing
Yeah.
forward and kind of making it a little bit more difficult. You have to work out how you deal with them.
I don't know.
I think
I assume
the
you score
existence of that
points
unit,
for
they're
removing
too
markers, right?
good to leave alone, but they're almost not good enough to kill. So you're going to kind of have to commit something to get rid of them, unfortunately.
That formation of terrain back here, well, in this side here is really blocking off a lot of the Adeptus Mechanicus army. There are going to be no free
Nah, the
targets over
Rangers
there
just
on
moved
Richard's side.
forward.
Yeah.
I think they just
Between
wanted to be
hidden
obscured.
and or hit the top down as well, guys. Between hidden and the fact that there's going to be off the terrain features, there's really not a lot of reason here for Richard to get super aggressive. Things are already going pretty well for him. It's all up to Liam to make some things happen. The Falcon moving up into that staging position, carrying Jane Zara and the Banshees, I think is the perfect thing to do this, because they will go in and they will scalp 10 Rust.
Yeah, the
Stalkers
Cadian
without an
Recon
issue.
squad is
I
cool.
mean, there's a lot of stuff
but-
up at the top of the battlefield there. You've also got the
I still think
dragoons,
units like
which
Warp
punch
Spiders
very
just
well
shred
into
them.
something like
You know,
Banshees.
I mean,
So it's definitely not a done deal. There's a. it's
I've
looking
never
very,
had a
very
problem
well
with forward
reinforced, not
scouting
only
units
at
because
the
Warp
Adeptus
Spiders, Swooping
Mechanicus,
Hawks just go forward and
central
shred.
objective,
you
home
know?
objective, but also at the top of the battlefield there is like a combat patrol worth of Adeptus Mechanicus
Yeah.
just chilling.
Yeah, I really don't like the way
left-hand corner of the
GW did this
If
stream
Liam's getting aggressive with that
because
Falcon, that means he's going to be.
we
opening
don't
himself
really
up
know
some
what the
shots from
players are
other side
doing
too,
and
that-
stuff because the commentators
be
are
rough.
too busy talking about
Yeah,
whatever the
there
hell
you
they
go.
want.
Maybe rethinking
know.
that.
Yeah,
to
gets a
actually
shot on
being
the Dragoons.
accurate
He
and on
can't see through
time
the
with
terrain feature just yet, but definitely wants to give himself the option
their
to shoot
commentary.
in some of those ranges, just with things like the twin shuriken catapult, etc.
Talking about the max move distance, I think is what he's doing to see
Yeah.
like what can draw bead on this Falcon if he stays outside of the touching that terrain. Now, you know, just a little bit in the terrain gives you the option to fire, but it also gives your opponent the option to fire back at you.
Like I said previously, we have autocannons on these ballistari for one of the first times in many years I've seen autocannons taken over. I think in 9th edition people were taking some autocannons as well, but for the last 3 years, las cannons have been the only mainstay on these models, and I think the autocannons are going to be back in a huge way.
I think there's lots of stuff across multiple armies that's got that kind of AP1, the medium
so-
gun range.
Let's talk
is
about that
looking good.
AP1 for a second and why it's significant. Like, why do you think that AP1 is going to make a comeback?
So, I mean, a lot of your units at the moment in the last edition, you had access to cover, right? Cover is the big differential here. Cover used to give you +1 to your save. That's not how
Yeah,
it
maybe
works
some
anymore.
are.
It impacts.
I
the
don't think
ballistic
these
skill of the
particular
unit that's
players
firing,
are
and that
unhinged
means
though.
that
You have
what you're actually-
Liam and
like,
Richard,
anything
who are
that
both
interacts with saves becomes much more useful because
used
you're
to
immediately
being on
stripping more of the
stream,
save off than you were
so-
previously.
Yeah, AP1 almost felt like AP0 in the previous edition
I
because
don't know
everyone had
about that.
cover on demand almost if they're willing to just move a little bit or just deploy in it. And so
I
a lot of the
personally know
AP1
that
weaponry,
I
if it
wouldn't
didn't
want to
have
be
big
on
Norse cover, was
stream
almost negligible,
if-
same as a las gun essentially.
if I was
better strength
mic'd up,
but
'cause, you
in a
know,
lot
I'd
of
have
ways,
to
I
be
think
very
AP1,
careful.
especially AP1, AP2 guns are going to be really good. Those AP1 guns are things like those in that unit of 10 intercessors you played that pulled down almost 4 meganobs in the previous game.
It's great.
Usually the meganobs would have laughed at you and maybe taken a couple of wounds, and instead you almost wiped the unit. That was me talking to Paul, by the way, in this game.
That felt good. You have to go back and watch that, and you'll see how it ended. But over here with the Shining Spear, it's basically going to be able to pick up that unit for free,
Yeah.
but it is costing him a whole turn of activations, and so that cost may be higher than anything else.
So he was just moving the Shining Spears in to see if he ended his move here after killing the unit within 2-inch engagement range, what will be able to see him back down this angle. And I think
Why doesn't he
decided that
just
there was
fly
actually
over
quite a
them
bit.
and
And
kill
there's
the
something,
unit?
yeah.
Yeah.
It's hidden
Well,
right
the
there
issue
on the
is
right-hand side.
even just something like the Dune Rider
And
could
just
be
use
deadly
Assman's
into those
unit to
Shining
pop
Spears.
out, shoot.
Yeah, so Shining Spears
shoot 'em and come
are
back
one of
in,
those,
pop
like,
back in.
almost the definition of a glass hammer, right? So
Yeah,
they
right.
punch very, very well into lots of different things. They're particularly good into like big targets, but they're great into loads of stuff. But they are not much harder to kill than just a
Still a
normal
bad
Eldar
trade, I
jetbike.
think,
So
but-
like basically, if you can kill a Space Marine, you can kill an Eldar jetbike.
They're good at
I
killing.
don't think
like, some
there's
of the
anything
elite
you
things
can
and
do
maybe
about
taking
that.
out some light vehicles.
Yeah.
Those are really not the best targets on the other side of the field right now until he clears out everything in between them and the Dragoons.
But equally, if you don't kill them, they're going to charge you.
they will.
So I mean, you've got a choice here.
They're
how,
fast.
How would you like to die?
The Falcon Hot Shoe Shuffle continues because Jane Zar has been disgorged onto the backfield, as you can see. Another striking Scorpions that were in front of it have now jumped into the Falcon. So continuing to rotate units through the Falcon, trying to both keep them safe and give them projection for later turns.
It's like 12 extra wounds.
It is, yeah. Just 12-inch Marines in high toughness. It was already decided, and Liam was measuring all the possible computations. He believes it's possible that one of these Ballistari could draw a line theoretically.
Yep.
He said if you get a high enough advance, of course, with assault, you can get one on me. He doubts he's going to get more than one. But then they would have to walk through this terrain feature and get right into the meat and potatoes of things, into
And I
the
think
death
he'd be
range.
quite happy for them to commit
Oh, he'd
a
be-
unit like that
Liam would be stoked if he
for
did
the
that.
for the possibility of a Dead Falcon, which is not even a done
No,
deal with,
exactly
actually.
right. Here comes the Guardian unit, moving up to secure the expansion. And
There
it's
we go,
probably,
Storm
theoretically
Guardians.
assist in the removal of these
One of my
infiltrators.
favorite
And
units.
it might be that he's deciding that he wants to commit the Guardians rather than the Spears, keep the Spears back,
Yeah.
and go, I think I can kill you with this unit instead. Actually, there's only 3 models left. There's only 5 wounds to
5
take out.
wounds, yeah.
Guardians might be able to deal with that without help. I'll save the Spears for when I've got a much juicier target.
Exactly right. Don't mind that choice as well.
Dark
'cause
Reapers are coming in
Guardians,
this turn,
it's
too.
Essentially, they're actually the most
I
wounds.
forgot
per
about
model that
those,
he's
but
got
those
in
are in
his army.
reserve, it looks
So
like.
they might force, and they might survive something like a Dune Rider being shot at them, where the Shining Spears, theoretically won't. You've got 7 wounds on unit of Shining Spears. The Exarch has 3. And 2 wounds on each of the others in the squad. He has to stay 2 inches away with this move, which even the greatest players in the world, Liam VSL, will forget at times. We're all going to forget that at times, guys.
That's the muscle memory.
It is the muscle memory.
Or
Yeah.
looking forward to getting lots of rules wrong for a few weeks while we all get used to it.
Yeah, please forgive us if we get any wrong on this stream. We're still
So-
quite new to the rules as well, so we're doing our best for you.
Every single phase of the game has been impacted, not in a huge way, but it is in a quality of life, almost like smoothed out way of things. And it's going to be things to get used to. So, while you're playing your first games of the edition, break out the rules, look at each phase, play by play.
Of course, even Liam is feeling where the camera is. We have a long-running joke that anytime we switch to a juicy camera angles, the players can feel it and they'll automatically put themselves in our shot.
A psychic
Usually
connection.
their backs. They've got a psychic connection. Either that or, somewhere in the warp, it's whispered to them, move to the right, annoy the casters.
Here
Do
come
it.
They're
Here
always
come the
getting in the
Guardians.
way of the camera. It's like the opposite of Bigfoot.
The opposite of Bigfoot. That's a great call.
Storm Guardian's actually pretty useful, I think, in 11th
They're
as
surprisingly
well.
durable unit as well, aren't they? 'Cause
They got a
they've
shield,
They
yeah.
got the shield.
Yep.
That's some and as you say, the most wounds per point in the Eldar army in terms of like how difficult
that's
they
a
are.
good-
to
that's a
kill.
great way to
In
look
this
at it,
one,
yeah.
only the 10 Swooping Hawks have the same, but the Swooping Hawks don't have the shield. But they all have a 5-up involved where the Storm Guardians
I
don't.
believe they can claim the objective and walk off of it too,
Yep.
so.
Yeah, Storm Guardians also
Eldar
have a
moving
5-up
down
involved,
to the right, just getting a better position to attack the middle in the
Interesting.
next turn. Another unit of Banshees directly in front of them under the underhang. Look at that. Gorgeous Dire Avengers there. Stupendous looking models with Azim and the Phoenix Lord in tow, beckoning them forward or asking them to carry him so he can hit them with his sword.
Not too shabby in
2
shooting
Phoenix
either.
Lords there at the top of the battlefield. That's a lot of power actually in a relatively small number of models.
Well, I think 3. I think Lycus is all the way in the back there as well. Because I doubt he put Lycus off the table. in
Necron
lieu
rates
of,
are tough, dude.
5 spiders.
They're
Yeah.
tough
Lycus
to deal
has got
with.
a very,
Vicious.
very useful little ability. She can.
You have to
allow
kind of
the
gang up
unit
on
that
them.
she's with
That's
to,
really the only
flick a
way
jump,
to
which
beat
basically
them.
means they
Gang
can
up on one
go
of them
for
on an
inches,
objective
they
and then
can still
destroy them.
charge in
Kind
the
of
same
ignore
turn,
one
which
of the
is
units
normally
because I'm
cool.
guessing
She's
he
also
probably
got a
had
thing
multiple
where if she
units of them.
hits an enemy unit, you can critical hit on them
On a 5.
on a 5, which is
Yeah.
so, and that combos really nicely with loads of different stuff
Yeah.
in the Eldar army. There's lots of units that have crits. So, for example, the Scorpion unit, if you
Yep.
shoot them with Lycus first, and then the unit charges in with Scorpions, you can critical on 5s into units. So, and her own combat powers are also great. So she's just really good.
And paired with the Power Blade array on the Exarch from the Warp Spiders, it's
That's
just
right.
like,
and her own combat attacks, which
yeah.
also have crits.
Yeah.
on
No,
sixes,
it's
so,
between the two of them, I believe they butcher most things they're going to come in
yeah,
contact
I really
with.
like that little combo. Yeah.
Yeah, some would say she's been the best model in the Eldari range for this edition. Can't disagree. Plus, the model is spectacular.
A joy to paint.
I think we, the community, have been hankering for a Phoenix Lord for the Warp Spiders for a long time. I wonder when that Phoenix Lord was first mentioned in the lore, though. Because I remember reading a lot of Eldari lore when I was younger.
So I don't think
remember.
I don't think Lycus shows
Yeah.
up until the Codex when she released it.
Yeah, no, I mean,
It was always implied that there was a
there
Phoenix
was
Lord.
exactly right. Yeah,
The whole point of the Aspects hosts is that each one of them was founded by an original Exarch. So there is a Phoenix Lord for all of them somewhere in the
yeah.
galaxy.
There's a lineage.
We just might not have met them yet.
Yeah. Dark Spectres.
I mean, if
Shadow
if there's
Shadow
one,
Spectres,
Shadow
yeah.
Spectres, yeah. I mean, there'll
Shining
be a Shining
Spears?
Spear one somewhere.
Yeah,
We just don't know
Somewhere.
about them. Yeah.
Look at it, using this terrain for every square inch of it. Absolutely, this is staging here from this fast-moving troops.
Got a question about the terrain, Eddie. What can you tell us about this?
Yeah, so the terrain we're using in this battle and all the battles we've had today is the terrain that is on its way to accompany the new edition of Warhammer 40,000. It will be available soon after the release of the Armageddon box set. The terrain will be available in 2 different states. One of the states is as you currently experience terrain, where it comes as a unpainted plastic kit. You can clip it out and paint it up any color you like. That is what we've got on the table here. The terrain in this battle has been painted by the Warhammer TV painting crew. The other way you can get hold of this terrain is as effectively ready painted terrain, which already comes painted, and you can just clip out and put onto your battlefield. It's the same design.
Yeah, we'll
it's
probably
the
get
same
Shadow
sizes and
Spectres
spaces
eventually, right?
and kind of heights and the same kits effectively, and you've got a choice of whether you want to paint it up yourself, matching your own scenery collection and basing, or you want it kind of just the easiest possible way to get a great looking table, and the choice is yours.
That's amazing. I mean, seeing this for the first time, like in our hands, it's like the pre-painted stuff versus what you can do with it yourself. Absolutely awesome ways to just get your tabletop in a state that you're going to be happy with playing the game immediately.
Yeah. The other thing to note is that if you look at the battlefield, under each piece of terrain there is a terrain area marker. Those are a cardboard.
I wish
set
they
that will
would
be made
talk about the
available
game and not about
alongside
the
new edition. You can use the terrain that we're going to sell alongside it.
not
The other
about
thing
some
you can do is
random
if you already have a terrain collection,
you know,
you've got
stuff
some
just to sell
buildings, some
product.
trees, some ruins, whatever, you can put those on it. And as long as it takes up the same amount of space, use the same terrain area, it doesn't really matter what the terrain you put on them is.
So that was the Falcon shooting into the Service Raiders in the middle
There
of the
we go,
board. It did
finally.
pick them up wholesale. And now we've got the Dire Avengers and Azaman shooting into the Remnant unit of Infiltrators, which should, I would say, 100% of the time kill them.
Azerman is no joke. I mean, the Dire Avengers are great as well, but Azerman can really turn it on when necessary.
Almost by himself.
Yeah, Jesse, I
Exactly.
remember that actually from way back in the day.
And
I love the Falcon. The Falcon, I think, has been one of my favorite tanks in Warhammer 40,000 since it came out. It's such a cool kind of model and concept.
talk about
Force to wound here.
a tank that stood the test of time.
It definitely has. Yeah.
11 saves on the Infiltrators. They only gave a 5 up invulnerable save. Great roll by Richard. Jesus, but he's still dead.
I'm not sure many people could guess what year that tank was released. By
I
looking
think
at it.
I think I still have the White Dwarf when
Yeah.
it came out. Yeah.
2001.
No.
Oh.
Older than that.
Honestly, I still see Dire Avengers
yeah.
with Zerman
And
being
then
good
the
in
guided
11th
shootability
edition,
of
just
Azaman
because
letting it
they can
move
continue to move
and the squad
after
after it's
they
shot
shoot.
now ducking back behind the dense terrain. Well done there, Liam.
So is that unit removed? We did talk about if that unit was allowed to keep moving
I
and
know,
threatening stuff,
Malekith.
that was
I
going to
really
be a
should
problem
expect-
potential there to take out something like the
expect
Shining
the
Spears
expected
even
on that
on
one.
the charge. But the Dire Avengers swooped in there, avenging
Yeah.
and defending, which
So-
is literally what they're for.
End of the turn there for Liam. We'll
Direly.
get our scorecard back up. But Liam has stated, I'm going to hold on to all my cards because I've already got 4 command points and I already don't know what to do with these 4 command points just yet or what I'm holding them for. So I might as well hold the card. And that's a great reason to hold your cards. If you've got enough command points, just hold your cards. You can always discard one later for a command point.
Especially since you can now score multiple cards in a
Mm.
single turn, right? And if you don't need the command points, it's almost a given in the current edition where you're like, okay, I want the command points, I'll get rid of this, I'll get another secondary next turn, so it almost doesn't matter whether you got this one or not. But going into this edition, actually, you almost always want to keep your cards.
The onus on Liam to make some plays, it is on him. Like he has to do something soon, and so having that reserve of command points may give him an opportunity to maybe splurge a bit and make something happen.
1 command point has been spent by Richard Sealer to put his unit of Taraxi back into reserve.
That's
So
terrifying.
that's the 10 birds are going back up, and they are fearsome.
As mentioned, they put out almost 60 shots that are almost like just written to destroy Eldari.
I believe that is known as Uppy Downy.
It
happy you
is.
said it,
It
mate.
is. It is.
Thought
And,
I
when-
thought
and when
I'd
it
get in trouble.
and when it comes back down, it can really threaten as many Eldari units as they can see if they're on the table.
And into some armies, it's always quite.
it's a
scary.
lot
But
of
into something
value
like a
over the
Space Marine
course of the
Force, if
game,
you've got like big squads of
you know?
intercessors or grey hunters, something like that. It's not that bad, but this Eldar army is fragile, right? Like
Yeah.
all of those Eldar,
Toughness 3.
toughness 3, a 3-up or a 4-up save does not keep you alive against that amount of firepower.
You'd hate
I
to
mean, it's
to
interesting
think
because
with the 8-inch exclusion
the new
now, there is a
terrain layouts
hole
make
right
it
there.
a little bit
I know there
easier
is
for you
theoretically a
to
hole
pop
here,
in
but there
and
probably
out
have
of
to be a bit
terrain
more
like
of a
that
line with the
and still
8-inch
be hidden.
exclusion now,
So
not the
I
9-inch.
think in
so
this new
the
edition
holes are
they're
a
pretty
little bit
good.
more judicious. But if he could drop down here, shoot this unit dead, shoot this unit dead, and then use the move, shoot, move to hop on the objective, that would and take
Just
away the
dropping in and
expansion.
taking out 2 units
Ooh,
in its own right is almost
yeah,
worth doing.
always worth doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that would be the premium play. To be able to flip the expansion also would be amazing.
I mean, he doesn't want
I
to give
mean,
those
with the
units
right
away, but
combination of
anything he just
stuff, I
keeps
mean,
Liam
Zerman
buttoned up on that side of the
actually,
table.
with his
with
unit
this, the turns
kills
tick
with a
on
unit
in
of
the game.
10.
Got to feel good
Can
about
put a
that.
Norn
Maybe that's
down.
worth the trade by
You've
itself
got to
too.
imagine that he's got a
If you
plan for
got
it. If he's set
sustained
for siege then,
lethals,
and he's looking
lethal
at
on
the
5s
battlefield and
with
going, right,
Lycus,
I think I know what to do with this. Or maybe
you can
he's just
put
thinking
down a
utility
Norn.
command points. It doesn't have to do it. It's like, oh, might as well. Yeah.
I've
Yeah.
done it, so
Oh,
I
look,
know.
now you got options, right?
Command phase completed. We're going to get
Still pretty powerful.
the secondaries up. We'll get the scorecard up while he's going into the movement phase and see what he has pulled for objectives. And also so we know what he's held and what he's working towards.
Moving out.
I mean,
The
Liam
Zerg
hasn't
battle
used
blade
any
did rely on their
stratagems yet,
ranks
which
this
is
time
wild.
to make it to the middle.
Gonna go battle over the center.
Will we see another reactive move of the Rangers hopping off the terrain feature? Actually, I'm not even confident they move back on the terrain feature.
If they're on the terrain feature, they probably get shot.
Apologies, I did say shoot and scoot. That is our collective term. We've also said move, shoot, move, or never mind. It's just a data sheet ability that allows you to move again after shooting. Usually, it lets you move 6 inches.
Yeah, that's very useful. Basically, any ability that lets you move out of phase is almost always worth having, right?
It is.
So, like all the data sheets, and Eldar tend to have more than most armies in terms of things that allow you to move out of sequence. They're almost always useful.
Very tricky.
Also, other terms are called duck and dacker. As well out there. There's a dacker and move backer from Notley. I like my one better. That's pretty good.
A dacker backer is pretty good.
Yeah,
I'm on board with that.
Shooter and scooter. That's not bad.
These are all great,
especially
guys. These are all
especially
great.
if they're modeled on a scooter.
We're taking notes.
Repositioning again in the top left. Once again, he's putting so much effort into maintaining control of the expansion objective.
Yeah, but
so
the
Richard obviously still lots of stuff in his deployment zone, lots of stuff nice and safe at the top of the battlefield there. Not really having to commit a large amount of his force yet.
Yeah, remember what I've said this a lot in the previous edition of the game, and one thing I noticed as an analyst and as a commentator that if the player going first
Chris.
was behind in points at the end of turn 3, they
well, I mean,
back.
along with the
Right
Eldari,
now, which it is
the
ahead.
Adeptus
After
Mechanicus
his
got
turn
nerfed
2
really
scoring
hard
primary, he's already up by 6 points
in the
while
last
scoring
couple
his
balance
secondaries.
status slates.
Liam
So
is going to have to do something dramatic to get back in this game.
Makes
on his
sense.
turn 3. He has all the ability to do so. We're going to see a rapid ingress almost definitely in this next turn. I'm curious to know if he's going to use it on spiders or reapers. I would assume it's on spiders.
Yeah, so the shooting units tend to have less utility with that because a lot of the time you're using rapid ingress to make those charges more reliable, right?
Exactly
so
right.
You drop in 8 inches away now, you kind of move forward with that nice big move that all the other infantry have and made an almost guaranteed charge. Like,
I wonder if we can get a zoom in on Thulia Gould there. Well, we've got the shot already in. I wonder if we can get a little closer on that. This is the brand new miniature for the Adeptus Mechanicus, and I want to point out that Richard Siegler has painted this army himself. And Richard Siegler is a freaking world champion and is also not a bad gentleman with a paintbrush either. We always want to highlight the fact that so many of the amazing players in our game are multidisciplinary.
Yeah, there we go. So you got Belisarius and Thulia there.
In this one.
What a powerhouse.
Yeah, it's almost like they're an odd couple. I like to assume they really don't get along.
I think canonically they're not fans of each other necessarily, but
your augmentations are inferior.
Yeah, I think against something like the Xenos abomination that is the Eldari that need to be purged from the galaxy, obviously they'll put their various
design differences
aside, to ally against the enemies of the Omnissiah.
But yeah, just want to point out the fact that Richard Siegler is literally a world champion, but he's also a damn fine painter, and want to point out that people can enjoy 40k in whatever ways they wish, and sometimes that is multiple, many, and varied ways. And Warhammer is in fact for everyone. moving the heavy weapons onto the terrain feature so they can shoot through into the ranges while keeping the other portions of the units strung back to the terrain feature. And I assume the buffing pieces that is Belisarius Call and Thulia Gould.
He's trying to figure out a way to bring that Falcon down. See if there's anything he can do.
Anything you
I
can
don't
do
blame
to
him.
kind of get some hits out of that Falcon.
Yeah, I mean, he could 100% throw out the Dragoons to go and get the job done. And
Setting
they
up another
almost
duel.
Definitely would. If the Dragoons made contact with the Falcon, it probably goes down. And then there's something that isn't weak to the Banshees, because of course the Banshees have anti-infantry 3+, and they would shred their way through the Sakarans being flat damage too. The Dragoons, I think, would be the perfect choice here, especially now that the Fire Dragons are dead as well. Especially Liam will be forced to drop a bunch of Dark Reapers into his deployment zone in order to shoot them out, and that's probably also to Richard's favor.
Yeah, most of the other stuff up there for the Eldari is very good at killing everything else. But
Yeah.
the Dragoons are one of the few things where, like, actually, a Banshee unit can't kill them.
Yeah.
You need 2 Banshee units, maybe even some support from the Dire Avengers.
Correct.
So unless you can bring some heavy firepower to bear, even the Dark Reapers, it's not a done deal because there is some invons and things around there.
For sure.
So they are tricky to get rid of. Surprisingly durable.
I love the model as well. Yeah, I've always found them very awkward to interact with. Being, I think is it T7 with 7 wounds.
Yeah,
That seventh
it's just the
wound,
wrong number,
that
isn't it? You're like,
seventh
"Oh,
wound.
You need a
just
full
always-
las cannon.
Always foils me, that 7th wound, man.
An actual las cannon
because
to get through.
The most common good weapon into them is either damage 2 or damage 3, and of course the 7th wound hits you over an extra dice required on each interaction as well. On both of those, either damage 2 or damage 3. It's just the best. It's the best way to be. If you're not going to be like 10 or more, be 7.
Here's a good question here: is how does line of sight work? And we can try to explain that also. If you're brand new getting into this this hobby or thinking about doing it, !new 40K will take you to a lot of resources. It tells you a little about what's coming out very soon for the new edition of Warhammer 40,000. But line of sight, the footprints of the terrain features here that you'll see on the screen. If you are inside the terrain, you can see through it and over it and around it. If you're on the other side of that, in many cases you are obscured.
Yeah, so a area terrain is effectively, you can't see through it unless you've moved onto it in some way, shape, or form, or the thing you're shooting at is on top of the terrain. The other thing that can block line of sight is literally this terrain in the way. So your model can't see through a brick wall, even if you're standing on the same terrain feature as the brick wall.
Yeah, what has changed in this edition is that now models do not have to have their bases wholly within a terrain feature in order to open up the lines of sight. You essentially now colloquially just need to toe in and be able to see through. That's going to be another one of those things that's going to take people a long time to adopt from the previous edition.
That's
But
going to
once
be
you
a
do,
big
you'll see it's
change.
very freeing. Almost, think of like everybody has towering is a way to do it, because of course super heavy units would be able to just put their toe into terrain features to be able to negotiate the obscuring rather than having the whole base on. Now that is everybody.
Yeah, just there a few seconds ago, we had a helpful Gorkanaut helping us to
Oh,
work
yes.
out how the line of sight works.
I think I've seen him before. I think I've seen that organ.
It was in your game, wasn't it?
It was helpful for you too. Ended up killing herself with Hazardous.
That's true. That's true.
They're
remember-
always friendly. That's what
I
it also
remember-
says in the primers.
I remember you saying, wow, that guy just did like 9 mortal wounds to himself. I'm not even going to shoot him. He's going to do it again. And it did.
My goodness. Never going to live that down.
Yes, you will. You did great. I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
I actually really like that. For the
But yeah,
Eldari. I
exclamation
think
point,
that's
new
a good
40K
change
to
for
get
us.
a whole bunch of information about what is coming soon for this wonderful game that we play. It does look like there's a lot of resources on Richard's side, but what is hanging out in reserve for Liam is some of the most fierce shooting units in the entire game. 3 units of Dark Reapers with missile launchers, indirect fire. He's going to be able to put out a lot of hurt when he is finally forced to bring them on.
Well, so in saying that, the unit count is still quite equal.
They said
I
it's
think
everything
Richard
in
is
the
now
game.
up by 1 on the unit
Phobos.
count from where they started. Like Richard has killed 1 more unit than Liam has from each other's respective
I
armies,
would think of
but
it
there's
more
still
as like a
plenty
defensive
left.
thing to
Like,
keep
this
more
is not
distance
over by
between
any
yourself and
means.
your
It
opponent,
will be over.
and be
if,
able to screen
Liam
a little
does
bit
not
better
get on his
and
bike in the next 2
screen
battle
deep strikes
rounds
better and stuff
really
like that.
start stripping away at Richard's resources. He's going to have to have
Yep,
what we
exactly.
collectively call a go turn.
Exactly,
Unless
you
he's
got it. And
content to
reactive
just peter
moves
out
out
the
of
skirmish
terrain
game,
behind it.
knowing that eventually
like
Liam's
that.
going to have Richard's going to have to use his real pieces. For example, if these Cerberus Raiders go down, the Servitor Battleclade, and theoretically, either one of the units back here, it doesn't matter which one, any of them, all of a sudden, Richard's going to be a little bit more stressed out and won't feel quite as secure And who knows, might throw a bunch of secondaries that require him to get into the table and use actual units to start
Yeah,
doing some
Master
of
of
these
Ambush.
actions
I'll be
and
doing
some
a
of these
full
secondaries.
review
We are seeing
Tabaxi.
of
we
the
are seeing the
Aeldari
big Tabaxi
preview
unit dropping in at the bottom of the
tomorrow,
battlefield. That is the
when it
unit
comes
that
out.
was taken off the battlefield with the command
I'm
point
gonna
at the
try
end
to
of
wake
last
up
turn,
early and
dropping
try to
in,
get it done
I
and
think is
post
getting
it
a bead onto that unit
Yeah.
of the
earlier.
Guardians.
I
if
think I
anything.
know what he's doing here now as
I'm really excited
Uh,
for it.
Firstly,
We'll see.
dropping. Yeah, firstly, he's dropping out of charge range is something that is quite indicative. So it's going to be a deterrent for anything coming on from strategic reserves walking onto that table edge because they're in range to be charged and, of course, shot. So he's locking down this table edge, so nothing can really come on from strategic reserve. In addition, he's positioned himself to move 6 inches afterwards to duck into this staging area as well, which next turn will give him great board projection into the middle or into the expansion objective.
Yeah, so that's a lot of firepower coming out of that unit potentially. So
50 shots? Is it 50
It's over 50 actually. It's almost 60, I
that's
believe.
too many, really. Isn't
Yeah,
it?
it's a lot.
Yeah,
It's
it's
a
a lot.
lot. It's 2
Yeah,
handfuls.
I don't
that's
have that many
heaps.
dice.
Yeah, it's
That's heaps right there.
so it's not exactly high strength, but it's that volume and weight of dice that can.
But it's firing into Guardians at this point, right? That is
yeah.
like almost the ideal target for
Yeah.
a unit like that, which is like not a very high armor save, 1 wound, lower toughness. That
Yeah.
is exactly the sort of thing you want to be shooting with a unit
Yeah.
like that.
So Richard is now very cognizant of that revamped heroic intervention, that second tier. And he's now stated, I'm going to be staying 6 inches away with his unit of Cerberus Raiders. And he said, remind me, I'm going to try and stay 6 inches away from now on. And so that just means like in the game, if I'm not going to charge you, I'm going to be 6 inches away. And that's
Really, it's like a
that's the best-
second engagement range that
Yeah.
you have to kind of stay out of, right?
That's the best player in the world saying, please, like, remind me. I intend to stay 6 inches.
Yeah,
6
Malekith,
inches
I
away
hope
from
so
this
too.
stuff,
I hope they
'cause
buff
this,
our
new
psychers.
ability that we got.
But
is
yeah,
kinda
like you said,
scary.
I'm not
You don't
gonna
want to get caught by
hold
it.
my
I mean,
breath.
especially when it's preventable. Sometimes
it'd
you
be
actually
awesome
have to risk
to
it to
have
be either on a piece of terrain.
God, I
It's,
just
you know,
want
we actually
Witch
talked about
Blades
this, like the
and
implications
Singing
of
Spears to be good again.
that
you
new
know what I mean? I
stratagem
want them to
while
be
you're claiming these
actual
objectives on terrain.
weapons of
But you may have to
destruction,
put
you know?
yourself in that situation. But if you don't have to
Like
and it's
they were in the
avoidable,
past.
and your opponent has the command points to do it, take that information and don't do it.
Correct.
At this point, they're kind of a
Here comes
joke,
that
so
full
hopefully they
deep
get
strike,
get a
so
little
Richard
better.
is just repositioning it now. I think he was just putting him on the table before.
Yeah,
of
I think
course.
he's dropping them in with the intention of getting as many shots as he can.
Yeah.
I would imagine most of that unit will get a chance to fire into the Guardians.
The Storm Guardians, of
Yeah.
course.
Don't think the Shining Spears are
Touching.
onto the terrain,
Yeah.
which means that piece of terrain at the bottom right of the battlefield is blocking the line of sight, basically.
Yeah.
So they will not be in danger. Potentially, they might get charged by the Cerberus Raiders. I'm not sure that necessarily is the play, but if you wanted to kind of tie them up, potentially there might be
Yes.
something in that. But
I don't know if we
we'll
can put a
see.
poll up. Is it, will those Storm Guardians survive this turn?
See what we can do.
I know, right? Got
Might
that
not-
little
might not
joke.
be- the poll might
They
not be
just
live
had
by the
to
time they're
screw
done.
with
We'll see.
us, Malekith,
We'll see.
of course. I don't know. I think the Guardians live, guys.
Cerberus Raiders just moving to get in
They're
the
in
way on the
cover.
off chance
Yeah.
that this doesn't work.
-1 to
somehow.
hit.
Correct.
They go. I don't really want that
I don't
unit to be
think
charged
they
by the Storm
ignore-
Guardians.
They
for
are-
that reason.
OC on the objective just in case everything goes bad.
There you go.
Mm.
Yeah.
Plan for the worst.
They can have
prepare
60
for the
shots,
best.
but
Plan for the
only
best. prepare for the
20
worst.
of them
One of
hit.
those. Something
Plan for
like that.
something. Just
Plan for the
I'll
worst,
bet they're
do the
killing all
worst.
swarms.
Spin on the spot, have a good time, roll some dice, get some points.
Be the best, eat the rest.
Yeah, that one. I don't know, Hack the Planet. Great movie. Thulia and Belisarius sitting tight. We're about to see a rapid ingress, I believe, from Liam BSL. One command point there.
Let's just look at. You see him scanning the battlefield, deciding where the most advantageous position for one of his rapid ingresses will be.
He has a lot of options here. He's going to Overwatch first. Of course, these both happen in the same timing now, which is interesting because you get to do one to your advantage if the timing of one will change your opinion of what's best for the other. So,
Can't use them on the same unit, of course, because
Well-
you can't use 2 on one unit.
well, what's cute about this is that it lets you Overwatch a unit away from where you want a rapid ingress. Is what we really want to think
yeah,
about
you
here.
could do if there's like a small
Yeah.
unit that's kind of taking up the space you'd like to go and fill. You can remove it with Overwatch and
Mhm.
then put a unit down.
And of course, you could do that before, but now because the timing are right next to each other, you're more likely to keep that in the forefront of your mind.
I like what you were saying about the restrictions on command point usage or stratagem usage on a unit. That is a big change for this edition, to where you cannot activate a stratagem on a unit
Love
that
the
you've
Warp
done
Spider
previously in
Rapid
that
there.
phase.
Yeah,
That's
there's
cool.
quite a few things that you sort of maybe don't don't notice the first time round. So you end up with things like
How does it
if
trigger when
I've
I finish one?
re-rolled
Is
to
it a strat?
charge, I now can't use Crushing Impact, for example, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Is it a strat for late finish loan up, or is it? Yeah, that's what I thought.
And that comes up occasionally. You want to use, oh, I'd like to Overwatch and see command point reroll.
Yeah, or
Those are
something,
things that you can't do.
So I've just some things have just clicked into place here. I'll call it after we've done this shooting activation, however. But I think there's a wider play here being engineered by Richard Siegler with these Taraxi at the bottom of screen.
So just getting as many dice as you can hold there.
I
I think that's only half the shots.
It's almost 60 shots. It's a
Just
lot.
too many shots.
So
Am I
it looks like we
wrong?
saw
But
the
doesn't he
rapid
get
ingress
cover
occur at
from
the top
that?
of screen here? That looks like the warp spiders, as I assumed. Actually, is it? They got some big guns for warp spiders.
They're pretty big guns.
I'm actually happy that you can't stack strats anymore because it was
Yeah, the
kind
warp
of
spiders.
ridiculous against
They are the
certain
warp
armies.
spiders.
And it really
Warp
only
Spider's really
affects a
useful
couple
little
things the
unit,
Eldar have,
effectively
and
flying flamethrowers.
not by
That's
much.
the way to think about them.
The
Each-
monofilament blasters.
Yeah, they can
So-
zipper. They do well. They kind of do two things because of the Exarch. He adds a whole extra level of play to them. But think of them as 4 flamethrowers that can move around. Also got a point of AP on there as well, which makes them very useful. The other thing they can do is they fight in combat fairly well because of the Exarch. He gets 10 attacks with his power blades.
So here we go. This is the Fleshette Blasters. He's rolling saves now on the Storm Guardians.
Those power blades really added a
2,
whole nother
4,
dynamic to that unit.
6,
Yeah, I really like Warp Spiders. I think
Yeah.
they've done very
8,
well this edition.
10, 11. He is, of course, taking the saves on the shield first. He died exactly.
Oh,
Damn.
so that's that unit has
Wow.
just picked up and removed the Eldar unit in its entirety. It would probably be quite happy to have one model left alive on the Eldari side because it's just one more model to do actions with.
Yeah.
But actually losing that unit in its entirety is a blow because it means
Well,
it now can't contribute to the game.
Liam
in
has
any way.
just stated this is a bunch of points to Richard if it dies, and he has to command point re-roll one of these to deny Richard up to, I think he stated something like 7 points.
Yeah, it's a big swing on this death.
Yeah, killing a unit on an objective.
I'm
And then, of
surprised
course,
because
I'll
I thought the
hopefully see
Proxy were hitting on
secondaries come up at
5s
the
because of
end here
cover.
and see what else he scored. And now here's the hop
We
back.
had no
Here's
prisoners, I think, didn't we, in the mix there?
yeah,
Very
here's
strange.
the
90%
jump back of the Taraxi. Look
Predicted
at
they
him.
were going to die, and that was the case.
Well done, 90%.
Yep.
Do better, 10%.
But look how close it was, actually. It was a lot closer than I really thought it was going to be. It came down to
absolutely down to the wire there.
The
terms of the
Taraxi
death.
jumping back out of range, and now what I think he's going to leverage here is the 18-inch lone operative stratagem available to this Qatari Hunter cohort and in the new detachment as well. He's got a couple of different ways to manipulate such things, and this is a cool play. This is a really cool play.
Yeah, it's insane, but it's
punishing
like,
and brutal.
if I'm not
This is
mistaken,
also the
each
sort
one
of play
gets
that
6
Eldar tend to
shots.
do, right?
6
Yeah,
times
yes,
10,
it is.
60.
Eldari-
Jump in, kill
You're
somebody,
hitting on
move back.
5s
And I
because
think
of
the
cover.
Adeptus Mechanicus is currently
Because
beating
their
their own
base
game.
ballistic
Yeah,
skill
Q
is
Spider-Man
4
meme.
plus,
With
right?
battle
So
focus and stratagems, they
really
have a
roll
lot of
that good?
mobility. They're just not getting to deploy it right now.
A lot of them are
I think
quite
I'm missing
situational
something. I
as
think
well,
they
like,
might have
you
gotten
can
a
only use
+1
them
to
in certain
hit or a
contexts, like, if
stratagem
you've
or
been shot,
something
then
like
you can
that,
do
right?
something. But actually, if your unit's already removed,
Did
Yeah,
anyone
yep.
pick up on that?
Yeah, you're
it does,
getting.
it does feel like the Eldar are setting something up at the top of the battlefield there, doesn't it? They've got that Falcon there. They've got some of their aspects. They've got the Warp Spider unit clearly committed with intent to the top of the battlefield. there,
Anything
across the
good for
CP.
us?
So-
Not
so
really.
Something is
We haven't
cooking.
really
If
seen
James
any
are and the
rules
Banshees are in that
being
Falcon, they are able to get
revealed
out. They're
for
going to
us,
be able to.
except things that
Striker
suck.
Scorpions
So.
replaced them.
Oh,
James Ryan the
Stri-
Banshees.
oh,
Remember they
Striker-
jumped
okay,
out and they're
Stri-
sitting
Stri-
here.
any-
This is, I mean, I'd
In
love it if James
Scorpions
Out was in
can't
there
use
right now.
infiltrate and
Yes,
scout in
well,
the
I think any
same
close
game
combat
anymore. They have to
unit
choose.
in that Falcon is in a good
to
spot
use
to
one
be
or the
able to
other.
go and support those warp spiders.
So you could potentially get the Warp Spiders. You could get Lycas and her Warp Spiders as well because they
Yeah.
can go so fast and still
Yeah.
do all of their actions. And you could get the Striker
Yeah,
Scorpions and the
probably.
Falcon
I mean,
all
he
go
was
together. So
hitting
you've
on
got quite a big
4s.
play into
That's the
that.
thing.
So 24 inches from this is where Lycus is, right?
Yeah,
That's
she's
what was
fine.
confusing me. I was like,
12,
hmm.
And then she's got 12 inches to play with on
Yeah.
the shooting.
But
She
even
could
hitting on
contribute if she wanted
4s,
to.
on average dice, that's
So
only
this would be able to touch that
30
terrain piece to
hits.
shoot into the Rustalkers, but the
You're
ranges would be
wounding
free game because the
50%
Rangers have it
because
all
the
turned in
the
to
blasters
that
have strength 3.
objective. So we'll get the full score up now that we're
I
at
don't
the
know.
end of the battle round.
He must have
2,
used
and
the
we're gonna get
stratagem or rolled
second
really,
generated
really,
for
really
battle round
good.
3. So 38 to 18. This is getting punishing
It's interesting.
for Liam. He did rock up. Engage on all fronts for 3 points for Richard, and forward position was the other one, at which he has scored for 4 points. and I believe that was taking the expansion objective from Liam via cell. Of course, expansion objective or the home objective will trigger for forward positions, and then 11 points on the primary, and that's what he got for. Well, most of that is what he got for killing those.
That's for all units that have both infiltrate and
So just
scout,
looking at the other
not
things
both.
that Liam is
So
trying to achieve there. He's
if you
still
have
holding on
both,
to,
you can only
some of
do
those
one or the
untempting
other.
targets still in hand, a forward position
Chris.
still in hand.
So
Bring it down and plunder.
that's how
He's
it
gonna
works
look
now.
into kill
It's like
vehicles.
if
It's
you're
not
a
an
Scorpion
easy
unit, you have
ask based
scout
on the current
and you have
field situation.
infiltrate.
Yeah,
You can only
Richard has
choose
played his
one of
vehicles
those
very
to use.
conservatively. The tempting target, of course, is the objective in the top left.
Nothing's
and then,
different about
plunder
infiltrate. It's
is
just
the
that
one that is done
you
within area
can't
terrain, it's not
combine it
within your
with scout
territory.
anymore.
So that
That's
would
the
be-
nerf.
And this board, I think,
The
is it
Scorps.
just diagonally from top left to
Doesn't affect
bottom right
anything
for
else. Doesn't
territory?
affect
Or is it one of the ones
rangers.
with the cross
Doesn't
hatch?
affect scouting units that don't have
Yeah,
infiltrate.
so we'll see if we can get that delineated on our minimap at some point, because that does make things quite interesting. Definitely the expansion objective for the Adeptus Mechanicus would be in Richard Siegler's territory. I'm just curious whether this one would be also, is the question that I have. And of course, we're just learning this game as well. We have many answers and so many things to unpack and learn along with you, but we aren't perfect at things.
Well,
So,
we're
by all
experiencing
means,
these things. Even if you
we're
see the
learning
rule
together.
for the
Yeah,
first time,
cool.
getting out there and playing it, get your hands on this. What does a 2-inch exclusion mean? Like what
Yeah.
what are these things? What does take to the skies really
Yeah,
do
Scorpions
for
are
your
definitely
units?
worse
Like those
now.
are the types of things you gotta kind of have to
And
experience.
I mean,
well, what I was saying
in the
is, if you have
beginning
any
of the
questions
stream,
in
they
chat that we
charged
can
a unit
do
of
better at explaining or have had to go at you quite don't understand. please let us
Skatari
know.
Hunter
Definitely try
cohort
and
or
do
something
our
like that,
best
and they
to
got
find the wording
wiped.
that is a best fit, because
So-
we're also learning the wording of how to explain things. as well, so there is lots to bring into account.
Yeah, any question about any phase of the game, feel free to throw it in the chat.
It
I
also
think
won't be
11th
too
is
long
gonna
before
be
you can have
fine.
the core rules yourself to have a
Really?
read through and a look. Yeah, too long. Not too
Cool.
far.
Not too long.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
here's a
nothing
great
else you can tell
question.
us, Eddie, that's fine.
I think
That's
Eldari
actually
are great.
Can you explain hidden, please? Do you need to be wholly within the
I
terrain?
think they're going to be
footprint?
great.
Not so every model must be within.
To be
something.
fair,
They
I
only
don't
be
think they're
wholly
being
within.
played very
so, for
well
example,
right
these
And-
rangers
and I
right
know
here.
that's,
There's
like,
3 of them
kinda saying a
currently
lot
could be
'cause
touching.
Liam's playing
theoretically,
them,
but if
but-
all 5 were to say line up right here with just a portion of their base on that dense terrain,
Yeah.
then you.
I feel
100%,
like Richard just
100%
has all
would
the
be hidden.
answers.
I was
and
correct. The
Liam,
territory is
when he needs
diagonal,
to
sitting
roll
the top left
average
and the
is
bottom right.
not
So that means
rolling
this
average,
terrain
so-
feature, which is this one, is within Richard's territory and would be available to plunder for 5 points.
We'll see though
That's
as the
what I
game
wanted
goes
to know,
on.
'cause
He's
I think
made
that's
some
the one
really
that's
good plays,
easiest to
Liam,
get to for Liam.
but they're just not like
Yeah, so
amounting to
lots
anything.
of
I
measuring
think.
from Liam here. He's just working out where the play is. He's still got units in reserve, which are starting to commit now, move forward. He's going to have to make a play at some point. We are into
Yeah.
turn 3. If he does nothing, he loses the game. So he's going to have to
Correct.
do something unconventional.
Yeah, he's not rolling
So,
good. It's a
100%.
combination
Some
of
other
not
great
rolling
questions
good.
here
I
is it, can
think
you
maybe
explain
the
what an
build
expansion
too. He's
objective
trying
is,
new
and then which
things.
things on the board
Scorpion
are the
play
objectives? Those are
was-
actually great questions.
You know,
'cause
maybe he
expansion
didn't know
objectives
that
are
Richard
even
had
referred
feel
to
no
in
pain
Yeah,
that he
some
could
it's a
pass
brand,
out.
it's a brand new term. So on the battlefield,
As somebody
if we
who
can get
plays
top down
against
for a second, that'd be
armies
really
that
great.
have a feel no
So
pain strat all the
effectively,
time,
what you've got, if we take it from the Adeptus
5
Mechanicus
Scorpions
perspective,
are
is you
never
have
going to
a
be able
home
to kill
objective here, and you have
unit
your
like that.
opponent's home objective here, which are the pieces of terrain, the larger pieces of terrain. And then there are 3 expansion objectives on the battlefield, which are the other 3 large pieces of terrain across the battlefield. So in total, there are 5 objectives to fight over. Occasionally, the mission might ask you to look after your home objective, or to take the opponent's home objective, or it might ask you to take expansion objectives.
Yeah.
So that's what that refers
The
to.
other one you also
Yeah,
see is
Tyloon,
their
I think we'll
central
probably
objective
be
referred
able to
to. That
combine
excludes
Seer
that's
Council
the,
and
that's the center.
Guardian
The one in the middle is the
War
central
Host
objective.
together,
So
or
that's what the
Guardian Battle
expansions.
Host.
Oh, sorry, the central one isn't. an
Yeah,
expansion.
the central one is essential, and the expansions are
Okay,
the other
yeah.
two. And you're totally fine, mate. That was absolutely correct.
We're
And-
drawn.
and
I
Central's
actually
also
think it's
mentioned, I believe,
pretty
and
good
if I
for
remember
Eldar.
correctly, in some of the objectives
it's
as well.
pretty
Yeah,
good.
there is,
Check
yeah,
this
yeah,
out.
yeah.
The distinction
And some of the
those do
primary
Because you
matter.
can move
Yeah,
out of
do
line of
matter- do
sight
matter for
of
sure.
units that are good at overwatching.
The Hawks being invested now.
So you
I
have
was
more
seeing the
control
build-up of a
over
go-to
when
here.
your opponent
Another great
overwatches
question
you.
here is explain the penalties
is
of being
massive.
battle shocked. Why is it significant?
So when you're battle shocked, your objective control goes
Not with
to
the same
0. Of
ingress,
course,
but
if
you can
did have
absolutely
+1 to
rapid
objective
ingress
control, you go
something
back
and
up
then
to 1
overwatch with
unless
something
something
else.
something
Remember, you
else
can't
better us,
you
yeah, 'cause I
can't
haven't
stack
noticed that's true.
stratagems
I
in
think
the
it
same
still
phase
says
anymore.
You
So
go
you can't
to
rapid ingress like
control
warp
dash.
spiders and then overwatch
Okay.
immediately with
Negative
them because you've
900.
already targeted them
Negative
with the
900.
That is
stratagem.
enshrined now.
You actually a net loss to your faction when you're. you just can't.
Yeah,
take it.
Scorps
And
are
you
not
have to write
they're
your
not a good
faction and
unit.
say, sorry, we're going.
And you can't use stratagems on that
Unfortunately.
unit, which means it can't perform actions either. So it really can't interact with the game apart from doing whatever is on its
All
data
it
sheet.
does is
Yeah, you
fight.
can't
And
bait
all
it
it does
out,
is what is
but you
written
don't
on its
need
piece
to
of
because you
paper.
have full
Won't interact with
control
any
over
of your
what your
overarching
opponent.
rules outside of
At
your
least as
attachment
the
and army
Eldar,
rule,
you have
and that's
pretty full
pretty much
control over
it.
what
So
your opponent
The
can
other thing that
overwatch and
it impacts
what they
is
can't
if you
overwatch.
take if you're falling back from combat or something, you take a hazardous test,
Yep.
you can more likely to take them. And
So if you have a
take more
really
damage
fast
in certain
army that
situations.
flies, they're not going to be
The
able to
Hawks
overwatch
still
you when you
do
start
have their
your
grenade
movement
harnesses,
anymore.
which they've just used there, and they have killed half of the Servitor Battleclade with that ability.
Another great question here is what is unit coherency? We actually have a graphic we can bring up on that. We talked a little bit about that earlier about the Tight 9.
Kinsman
Yes,
just
the unit
basically
coherency
that
has changed. Of course,
scorpions
you still
can't
have to
use
be within 2
infiltrate
inches
and
of one
scout
other
in
model
the
in the
same
unit,
game, so you have
but
to
you no
choose one or
longer
the
have to be
other.
within 2 of 2 as long as, and you must do this, every model in the unit must be within 9. So you always have kind of a bubble of a 9-inch circumference
Yep.
radius. One of those.
Diameter.
Diameter, that one, the third one, the one I didn't think of. You must always be within 9 inches of that circle at all times. Now, this is going to be really interesting for what units people choose to take moving forward. Things of these big units that wanted to tendril out, resurrect, contest things like your Necron warriors are going to be still very powerful, but they're not going to be able to do it all, be all the time.
Yeah, you can't fill up quite as much of the board with
Yeah.
those units as you used to be able to. So it might be that you're looking at your army and you actually, if I used to use this Necron unit to fill up space, am I better off using 2 units of 10
Exactly right.
to use that footprint than 1 unit of 20? It depends what you want the unit for, right? What's its job?
Spot on. 1 unit of 20 is only the same 9-inch diameter, whereas 2 units of 10 is 18. So there is
Yeah, the
kind
unit
of
coherency
reasons to
change is
do
very
both still.
weird.
Of course, the unit of 20 is much more likely to survive
So-
everything in the world because that's what they do. If you put enough support
I don't
pieces,
know if that really
whereas units of
affects
10 are more
everything that
manageable, will
much,
take up
but
more board, secure more objectives.
I think it's telling that in this particular battle, both
yeah,
players
it's
have
a big
opted for
nerf to Necron
generally
warrior
quite
blobs.
a lot of small units.
They're not going to
Particularly
be
the Eldar
anywhere
force,
near
the
as
there's the
good.
option there in a lot of instances to go, I'm going to take units of 10 aspect warriors.
Mm.
Almost none of them have been taken as units of 10, even the ones that have been buffed with the Phoenix Lords. The Adeptus Mechanicus force, on the other hand, has a mix. There are some big units of 10, which we're seeing stratagems played on. So that big unit of Taraxi, for example, that had a stratagem played on it. When you have a larger unit, if you've got stratagems on it, you get more bang for your buck, basically, per command point. But there's also lots of little units of 5.
Yes. Now, hidden has been asked, can hidden affect vehicles? No, hidden is exclusively for infantry, swarms, and beasts. The things that can.
Did they
be
mention
hidden.
Torrent Overwatch on 6s?
What you can still do with vehicles is put them behind pieces of terrain, so you
correct.
can't be targeted, much in the same way
That would
you
be
can
interesting as
with the
well.
current edition. And the main difference in how that interacts now is that it's much easier to then move.
The coherency
from that to a position
change
where
is
you can
that
fire at
your
stuff. So
units
you
have
can
to
just,
remain
as
within
we've
a
seen
9-inch
in loads of
box,
examples across
and they
today,
can't move
you can
outside of
tap
that,
your
or they're
base
outside of
into a little
coherency.
bit and get lines of sight.
Liam's doing it. He's
there's
like, I
like a
didn't,
So you
I
have to
didn't like
be
that what those
essentially
Taraxi did
9
to me.
inches from
I don't
any
want them
other
doing it
model
again.
unit at
I'm going
all
to throw
times.
Lycus
Yeah,
at you.
so I mean, I'm a big fan of Lycus. I think she's phenomenal. She's in my Eldari army, and this is exactly what she's for, right? She
Yeah.
zips across the battlefield, absolute insane speeds. So
Mm.
24 inches from a starting position, and that unit is basically still able to do all of the stuff it normally does. It can shoot, it can charge, it can fight. It
So it looks
triggers,
like warp spiders don't
criticals
have
on
to
fives,
subtract
she's
2
shot into
inches
something.
from their
For the
Not
army.
value.
So for the
Like,
whole
not
army.
just
If
that
they
To
move
the
unit.
end
not-
of the
yeah,
turn,
yeah.
so
They could
all the
just
rest of you shooting, all the rest of
flicker
your
jump
combat,
and just
it is
ignore it,
such an
which is cool.
absolutely phenomenal unit. That said, the commitment of this unit to destroy that is
Weapons
going
like
to result in
Flamers
her
still
death,
auto hit on
almost certainly.
snapshots. Cool.
Always. One-way trip for Lycus.
That's what I figured. I mean,
using the extra.
I feel like
move-
Flamer
sorry,
should be
advancing here.
good
This is
on
a
Overwatch,
go turn.
This is go,
Liam
isn't it?
is going to throw the kitchen sink. He's down by 20 points right now, and he has the top of turn, and so he's going to throw the whole thing out and see how he goes. He's doing this in a very controlled and measured way. However, we have seen the second unit of Wolf Spiders have dived up onto the expansion objective in the top left. Wouldn't be surprised to see the Striking Sporkins come out in support and then see Jane Zar running into that Falcon to re-rack that position.
This is getting exciting, guys. I think this is going to be a pretty explosive turn. The
This-
Dire Avengers with
yeah, it looks like
the
Liam
Phoenix
is just
Lord
going
there,
all in because he
Azuran,
has to catch up
moving
in
forwards
points.
to dish out some serious pain.
This, for all intents and purposes, may decide the game. How well Liam's able to execute this turn and what Richard does in response as in
He's-
this battle round.
He's
Yeah.
committing major pieces
whole
to
thing.
this, and if he doesn't capitalize, doesn't take down units on Richard's side, You're exactly right.
I think Richard has put himself in a
I wouldn't
solid
say we
position there,
suck
right? Like,
again,
he
Apes.
is well placed to weather this. He's had to commit a few of his units, but generally speaking, there's lots of units still.
I
in
think the Eldari are
transports
going to be
that
great.
haven't
I
been,
just
like,
think you're going to have to play
haven't
them
committed yet.
differently than the
There's
current
lots of his very
iteration.
powerful pieces that are quite far back, quite deep in, that are going to be very hard to kind of pick out.
You
So
guys are going to be disgusted.
Yeah, you
by
don't
how
get
many
over.
more ad
Yeah,
mech models,
exactly. You don't get to
arrive on the
reroll
table
hits
next
on
game.
Overwatch
We have
anymore.
10 Rustalkers and 10 Infiltrators inside each of these boats right now. And right now, things might be looking a little lean, but if these boats don't go down,
Absolutely,
you're
man.
see 20
Absolutely,
more
Kinsman. Hopefully more of these live streams.
In addition to
But
the
we'll
10
see. I'm not
Rustalkers
really a
in the
big
top
live
left
streaming
quadrant
guy. I
as
just
well.
figured
And
I'd
those are
stream this
scary,
game
scary units,
because
right? They
it's
will
For Eldar, there's
rip
our
up-
first
nothing
look at
scary.
them in 11th edition. So
rip up
might as
any
well,
of those
right?
Eldar units, really.
And so this needs to be a perfect hammer blow by Liam, almost like a prize fighter trying to connect with his best combination.
I know
Bring
Tom
down two
Wind, huh?
Dune Striders,
Yeah,
everyone.
it does feel like that,
gets
doesn't
hazardous
it?
coming out.
It's true.
Is that perfect? Is that?
That would be perfect. That would be perfect. I don't think he has the time to go for the Dune
Oh
Riders.
no, very
Yeah,
unlikely.
yeah.
I was course kidding.
We
Yeah,
are
of
getting the
course.
Scorpions now going
Mm.
big out of the Falcon there. They are piling out. The Falcon has a cool little ability where if it fires into something and the unit goes and fights the thing that it has fired at, it gets some bonuses. I
Yeah.
think it's reroll to wound.
It's real to win.
So a really useful little combination. Great on the Scorpions. They're going to be exploding hits and then rerolling wounds is going to be very good. So for example, you could go, I'm going to reroll my ones to hit because of my aspect host, looking for those sixes, and then I'm rerolling wounds. So almost full rerolls.
There's some power blades. Oh, there it was. Power blades from the.
Yeah, so a full arachnid charge at the top of the battlefield. There's Scorpions and Spiders combined. There's a decent amount of shooting from the Spiders. There's also going to be some combat.
Yeah, hopefully
from
the
the
Hemlock
Scorpions.
gets some buffs. That'd
Interestingly,
be cool.
I think because of the rapid ingress, that Spider unit has been able to just move normally rather than advance,
Yes,
which means they will
yep.
be able to charge this turn.
Yes.
The unit at the bottom with Lycus, they can always advance and charge because that's one of her abilities as a Phoenix Lord she brings to that unit. So we're going to have a bunch of charges here. It's going to be very interesting to see how the turn plays out. The Adeptus Mechanicus do have the command points for an interrupt. So these are going to be some pretty dicey combats, I think. We are going to see casualties.
I
on both
definitely see
sides.
some value in having some
Huge turn
transports in the
ahead.
list. I don't know
You don't
how
wanna go
many you can
anywhere.
actually realistically
I
fit in.
mean, if you're
but-
going to take a bathroom break, literally take it this
I think
moment and be
Falcons
back
are
in about
great.
2 minutes.
You know,
Nice and
now that
quick.
you can just tow into terrain and shoot through it, I think
Richard's
Falcons are
sitting
great
down
for
looking
those
cool as a
rerolls.
cucumber
That's
in
really
your
cool.
face on
It's Liam's.
Falcons
it's
have
Liam's
some good
movement.
damage
Like,
as well.
Just let him do his business. See where he ends up. There's nothing you can do to change it. Maybe.
Yeah,
if you-
aircraft
you
are changed.
react
They
to
have
something
uppy
that he
downy
does,
now,
he
which
may
is interesting.
Get some information from you. Just let him do his thing.
Both these players know exactly what they're doing. They're very familiar with each other's armies. He'll be thinking about, is there an opportunity here for an Overwatch somewhere? Those Taraxi
Well, the
are pretty
Hemlock was
solid
definitely a
candidates
war
for an
crime
Overwatch.
in
There's some
10th
other
because
good
it was
choices
so
in the mix
bad.
as well across the battlefield. But there are lots of
Playing
things
with
that
it
could
felt
do-
like a
could
war
do.
crime.
Use the
Crime
plus-
against
No, I was going to say, he's
the
it looks like
Aeldari,
he's using
dude.
the +3 move token to slingshot Jane Zar's unit right into the combat. I thought she'd be going into the Falcon.
I got a question to explain cover. I know
We haven't
talked
heard
about
anything about
cover just a little
raids,
bit. We may have a,
but
we have a
we'll
graphic for
see.
Cover. It's
See, this is what I thought. I thought
I
he'd
think
get
we
the
do have a graphic
Banshees.
for cover. We'll see if we can bring
I
that
thought
for
he'd
you
get
in a
the-
second.
I really thought he'd get the Banshees into the Falcon and then shoot the Falcon out and make it the problem of the Adeptus Mechanicus to destroy it. I might be thinking of old terminology though, because getting out of a destroyed transport now is kind of punishing.
I think we are looking at the Falcon trying to line up a shot. So I think it's
Yeah.
just towed its base.
Well, it's
onto a piece
both.
of
I mean, you get
terrain,
the extra
and that means it's
damage
able to
and you
see
get the
through
longer
those
range of
vehicles
movement,
behind,
which is
because
going
we
to
are
be really
looking to bring
good.
it down, right? So we get there's some
Falcons
points on the
seem
board if
pretty
you can
good.
kill
I mean,
a
again,
vehicle.
I think
Here
we're
we go.
mostly
Here's
going to
the
see
cover
value out of
rules.
things
So
like
effectively, if you
Star
are firing at an
Weavers,
infantry
Venoms,
unit,
those like kind of mini
that is
transports. I
on
mean,
a piece
Falcons are
of
going to be good
terrain,
as well,
you are at
probably,
-1
but
ballistic skill. That also
it
applies.
looks like on
Well,
these
actually, it
boards you
applies
can
to a bunch
easily
of different
hide
types of things.
multiple Star
If you're
Weavers
shooting
and
at
stage really well.
a vehicle, if it is obscured by pieces of terrain, you can
Star
do mindful
Weavers are
ballistic
much
skill as
easier to
well.
move
If you're
over
shooting at something
terrain so
standing out
that
in the
your
open,
unit
no
that
bonuses for
assaults
you.
in can then like jump back into transport after they're done fighting.
Banshees moving up behind a central objective.
Rule of cool, Tyloon. Rule of
We'll be
cool,
getting a
man.
pretty good primary score in his next
Right
turn
on.
if any of these survived.
I mean, there's a lot of Eldar in the middle of the board there,
So
right?
many.
So those Hawks again are another unit that into lots of armies they become a sort of utility scoring piece.
There's
but actually
also a
into
lot
this
of Dark
Adeptus
Reapers
Mechanicus
coming in on
force,
this
there
turn. We
are
got
targets
3
they can
units
pick
of
up and
Reapers
move.
coming
They
in
get
for
quite a
Liam.
lot of shots into something like, I don't know, Chaos Space Marines. They probably wouldn't be picking up whole squads, but into this army there are targets that are juicy. for
Yeah.
them.
The home objective for the Aeldari has been stickied, or the new term given us by Games Workshop is secured. So when you think of sticky, you say secured from now on. And that is me talking to me because I'm going to fix it.
Objective secure.
Nah, I think we're gonna call it
But super
sticky.
secured. When you secure a unit, you can control it, put OC on it. It's yours until the opponent comes and takes it from you, even if you've walked off of it to go and do some other things. Another question here is do leaders continue to lead?
I
units
haven't
even if
seen
their
him
unit
use
has
a
been destroyed? So
single
what's the benefit of the
stratagem of
leader
this
ability,
detachment.
if they were leading a unit. When
I
the
haven't
unit
seen
was
him use a
destroyed?
single
That's an interesting
detachment
one.
strat, dude.
We might throw that past
Yeah,
one of
they
our
do.
judges.
The answer is yes.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, they
They
do.
do.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
might
Awesome.
see.
Yeah,
This is
yeah.
the
Well,
turn.
if
If he
you
uses
always
any
keep that in mind.
stratagems on units, this
If
is
you
going to
look
be
at
the
most
turn.
of the new the new data sheets that are coming out, you'll also see that they don't tend to refer to when this unit is leading a unit. They just say this model's unit does X. So there's no most of the new rules as they come out as new codexes drop will just remove the condition for the most part that says when you are leading a unit.
When
They'll
you're
just say
leading.
your unit has +1 to
I
wounds.
like that. I like the loss of that term and condition. It always felt an interesting one to say, like, my captain doesn't have any lads
Yeah,
with
my
him now.
chaplain
He's
is less angry
he's-
because you killed his friends.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
killed all his mates, and
Because
he's now less angry.
He can just finally relax. He
Yeah.
just
It's
relax.
chills. It's
He's
chills,
like,
yeah.
The
it's like,
pressure of leadership has gone now. I can just
Yeah.
be myself.
It totally wasn't the friends you made along the way.
Turns out they make you a little bit better. So
No,
they needed
But
him.
generally speaking, yes, you retain all of those abilities.
Yep, they
even
don't need to
when the
be
units come.
fully within to get the
So we have
benefit of
Dark
terrain,
Reapers
which is
coming on
cool.
from Strategic Reserve to the right.
Although the
spring right now to
benefit of
reinforce
terrain
his
is now
play
much
onto
worse
the
in general.
expansion.
I
Like
mean, we are
-1
definitely gonna see
to
some casualties,
ballista
on
skill
the
Lord,
Adeptus
are we?
Mechanicus. They-
seems to be
Huge
very
fight coming
easily
down there.
ignored by a lot of
Still
stuff. So
Do you get more stratagems if you
Easier
use
to
multiple
access.
detachments as part
That
of your
is a
detachment?
great
Less
question, and you
impactful, though.
absolutely
Oh my
do.
god. Never mind, it's all 3 units of
15.
5.
Yeah.
It's the whole shrine.
Well, Liam's plays are pretty face up now, aren't they? He's like,
Yeah.
this is what I
I
really
guess we're all
wanna
in.
do.
I guess we're all in. So just onto that question, do you get more stratagems if you have more detachments? You absolutely do. That's almost the reason to take the detachments. You get 3 detachment points at a 2,000 point game. You'll get less in a smaller game and more in a larger game. 3 detachment points traditionally will unlock you 1 or 2 detachments, depending on the size of the detachment. You might be able to
Can't
get
play
3,
aspect
if
toast
you
in
take
1,000
lots of
points
the newer,
anymore,
smaller
guys.
detachments. But you can have somewhere between
Really
6
sucks.
and 9
That's the worst
stratagems
part
provided
about
by
it,
your
I think,
detachments
is
across
you
your
can't
army
play
mounted.
aspect toast in
So
like
shooting
1K games.
phase going now, and Richard is now at the end of the movement phase of Liam, so he's going to decide if he's going to overwatch with anything. He's talking. Yeah, he's doing
Yeah,
an
he
overwatch.
is.
Just burn the CP.
The Taraxi, do you think?
Servitors are overwatching the Hawks. This is
Interesting.
interesting. 5 flamer hits here. Only 2 wounds.
Okay.
Not too bad.
Okay.
1 dead. And Richard was saying this is the max upside I can get here, which is amazing because the Flechette Blasters are right there with their 50 shots. And he's like, 3 flamers is better here because Torrent and the fact you get no rerolls on snapshoots mean that a flamer is, in my opinion, the best way to go. Unless you get like those sustains or lethals on your 6s, that is the other way to go with it with your Overwatches. In my case, I'm going to be heavily investing in a high quality Torrent unit for most of my armies.
Yeah, and most armies have got access to something that can have
some
2 or 3
respectable.
flamers, and some armies have got units of like all flamers, right? So Warp Spider is a great example of that.
Yes.
We don't know about
Eldari,
Warhost
where
yet,
you can
though,
have a full unit
Kinsman.
of Torrent.
We
You've
have
got
no
things,
idea if that's going to be 3
some
detachment
armies have
points or
got other
not.
stuff like that as well. You've also got some units that have like a tank.
With how
with a Torrent
nerfed
thing on
they
as well,
were,
that
I
can be
mean,
pretty good too.
It's kind of crazy.
Salamanders now OP. Got a comment in chat.
Yeah, your Pyre Blaster units become
Yeah.
pretty tasty, don't
Oh,
they?
man.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about the Krieg heavy weapons teams with flamers. Ooh.
Is all the terrain dense, or are there other types of terrain being used? So some of the things here are dense. Some of the things you can traverse.
Yeah, we're going into the shooting phase now. So we're shooting with the Falcon, Shuriken into the Rustalkers, all the big shots into the transport. I knew it.
This turn's gonna
Trying to
hurt for
crack
Richard.
open those transports. The reason the shurikens are going into that other unit is
No
to
wounds.
provide the rerolls to wound for one of those
Mm.
units. So you want to shoot something of the falcon into the thing that you want your scorpions
Yeah.
to fight, or potentially your scorpions to fight, basically. But actually, the killing power of the falcon comes from the pulse laser and the bright lance on the back of it.
3 saves that AP2 onto the transport. Richard makes 2. Just 1 damage there.
That's not what you wanted, was it?
Rough, Richard.
That's not the go turn. That's not the
Oh,
start of the go turn shooting phases that you wanted.
He's manifested the Nick energy of just saying no to damage. Liam lamenting that series of rolls.
Yeah, sometimes the Falcon can really pop because effectively you've got just a bunch of very good anti-tank weaponry on the back of that. But yeah, doesn't always work, does it? Pulse laser and a bright lance.
And a bright lance,
lance. Yeah, it's it can do it.
One command point and one token being spent on the Hawks, and he's going to be shooting now.
Who won the first game? Adrian did.
I think the real winner was the game of Warhammer 40,000 itself, if I recall, Paul.
That was the.
He didn't have a good time.
Lots of targets of opportunity here for the Eldar. They're just trying to work out where they want to start that shooting, what units to remove in what order.
I know, who would have thought that it has a
You're
pulse
absolutely right
laser?
about the kind of explosive potential still hidden inside those Adeptus Mechanicus transports. There are two very, very scary killer units still to go onto the battlefield, either of which could take out whole units of Eldar. The challenge is going to be that there's now a lot of Eldari spread all over the place. So which direction do you go with them?
Another save made by Richard there.
And let us know in the chat who you're rooting for as well, guys. Are you rooting for Richard and his Adeptus Mechanicus, or are you rooting for Liam and the Eldari? Still in the balance, I think, at this point. Obviously, the Adeptus Mechanicus up on points, but the Eldar making a very aggressive play across the battlefield. They have a lot of powerful pieces left. Do not count them out yet.
This is just a misfire scooping up the Skitarian Battleclade. And that was from the Dire Avengers and Azimun, and now they're going to use their shoot and then move ability that is on the data sheet to get out of
whose
line of
hand that is on the
sight.
battlefield? That's a hand of Azimun.
Yay, nice. Still one model left of that Servitor Battleclade.
Oh, here's a great question. How does clearing Battle Shock work? So if you are Battle Shocked, you have to test in your command phase each and every phase until you are unbattle shocked, or you can use the insane bravery strategy.
You can't use the insane bravery strategy because you're battle shocked.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Do it to prevent that from going in the first place. Apologies.
If you're already battle shocked, yes, you can't do it. So if you've battle shocked yourself in a previous turn, either through an event that happened or because you were below half strength, it's actually quite difficult to get
Interesting. Every phase you have to retest. So
sorry, we put it so you don't auto run a battle shock in that.
Battle shock is still probably not going to be super.
All the Dark Reapers shooting into the transport.
Really,
it's every phase.
Going into the unit of 10 Rangers because he has a direct line of sight on
yours and your opponents. That'll be interesting.
Good little lineup there from Liam.
Got to imagine that 15 Dark Reapers is going to.
Eventually, you have to pass before your next command phase, right? You'd have to assume
3 AP2s into the transport, 5 up saves, takes 9 off the first, and he comes as a Tempest launches.
Yeah, that
2d6 shots.
Transport's gone.
Plus blast.
Oh god,
he rolled 3, but still gets 5.
It's a really interesting play to keep the Dark Reapers off the battlefield. I think most people would look at them and go, "This is a ranged unit. Obviously, they start on the battlefield. Where else would they go?" But actually, a really interesting decision to kind of use them that way.
3 Rangers down. Or was that Taraxi?
I think it was right.
Liam stating, "I'm going to have to be greedy."
Yes, he does.
Yeah, he's splitting fire, so they're indirected once again into the Rangers.
There is the fire base that's currently opening fire. This came on from strategic reserve this turn and is unleashing an absolute fusillade of fire. Each one of those is a 5-man unit of Dark Reapers. There are 3 5-man units of Dark Reapers there. That is the equivalent to the best of the best heavy weapon teams for most factions, and there are basically max number of units of them in this Aeldari force. A huge amount of points and firepower in that very concentrated space.
Yeah, Richard has spent a command point to lone operative the Rangers here to just keep them safe from being hit by 2 more of those Tempest launchers. Not a bad command point here.
Blossom out, exert as much influence as he possibly can with all of his units.
So this is shooting into the Dune Rider. He's using the dispersed shot to damage 2 shots in order to guarantee this winning on 5s here. And he's going to flip one of these to a 5, so he's going to have 3 saves at AP2, damage 2. And it is dead. Does it explode? It does not. Well done there.
So absolutely, as we were saying there, you want to kind of crack those transports open. It limits the options of the unit inside. They also have to take a bunch of hazardous tests.
He's killed 2.5 of the models inside there, the Sakarans. So not bad, and they will be disembarked upon the battle shocked upon the disembark. Pivot does still exist, guys. Good use of the lone operative ability there. Was this Rust Stalkers or Infiltrators? I believe it's Rust Stalkers from what I can see there.
Here we go. This is the pivot rule for you guys.
Yeah, I mean, Battle Shock's going to be a little bit more impactful, but it probably won't be as impactful as a lot of people thought.
One of the
now
things
that you test in every
maybe was
phase.
a slight,
we're going to have to wait and
annoyance
see,
in
though.
some games
I
with
mean,
the previous edition was
the
quite
GW
difficult,
guys could
particularly if you
have
had
just
very
been
large
mistaken
vehicles
on
to
that.
navigate around the
But if you
battlefield.
test every
Generally
single
speaking,
phase,
you can do it much
for,
more easily now. There's
you know,
quite a lot of
unbattle
terrain you can
shocking,
kind of move over. The scenarios are built with the idea that
chances
there
are you're
easy
going to
routes
pass
for
and you're
vehicles
not
move
going to be
across the
battle shocked.
battlefield. So if you have I don't know, something like an Astra Militarum guard force full of vehicles, don't worry, your army will still work just.
So I'm wrong. And you don't, in that diagram, you didn't pay for pivot.
You don't pay for any movement, but you still do
Yeah.
pivot your model.
Yeah.
So you move it up to the maximum distance, and you can pivot around as much as you need.
Yeah,
need to.
you don't take 2 off the movement when you pivot anymore. You just,
So
you just
pivots
oh
are
my
gone.
God.
Yeah, you
I
go
am
real fast.
Oh, that is fantastic news, Eddie. Thank you.
And
wild.
apologies too. I mean, I was definitely
That's
in my
great.
haste of explaining the
That's
battle
great
shock
for
and
Aeldari
command
vehicles.
phase
Another
that you
W
test.
for the
Not
Aeldari.
every
We
phase,
can
apologies.
pivot our way to victory. Wild.
Yeah, pivot is free. And I like the way you phrase that too, with the basically generous of moving the vehicles around. That is that quality of life improvement stuff.
Quality of life. I'm going to be
Yeah, and
pivoting
also,
from one side of
very
the board to
generous if
the
you've
other,
got
baby.
Something like it makes it a little bit more even between things like rhinos and falcons. The falcon obviously now able to fly. Fly is a very generous rule again, so you can kind of fly over the top of buildings and other units and things
That's
like
great.
that.
I'm going to
But,
pivot and not
all
pay
of
any
your
movement.
vehicles
I'm going to
generally
move. I'm going to
feel
pivot
a little
again.
bit faster in the new
Gain
edition.
some
They'll be
more
able to position
movement out of
themselves really
that.
well.
Move
And as
again.
we've seen in all of these games,
It's going to be
actually, the ability
fantastic.
to
You're
kind
going
of
to
just
get
tap
like
into
5
your
extra
vehicle's
inches
cover
out of your
and shoot
move.
all the way through it will give their
awesome.
effective threat range will feel much bigger without having to kind of really push them across the battlefield. So I think this is actually a pretty good addition for vehicles.
It seems like, and that take to the skies, that's the 2, you pay the 2,
Yeah.
but then you get a lot of
Yeah,
freedom to
knights
go
are gonna
wherever you want. Don't
love
worry about
that.
The
Shoot.
actual height of the building, just over it.
Yeah, I know a lot of the chatter kind of online after some of the initial rules were shown seemed very favourable to combat infantry, and I think you'll still see lots of that. I mean, we've seen the infiltrators in this game, the Scorpions, doing really good work, but the counter to lots of those
Did you
kind of
just
things
say the
is vehicles.
Scorpions
Like,
did really
transports do
good work?
really
Yes.
well against stuff like Scorpions. They just bounce off, right? So I think things like rhinos, things like devilfish, things like falcons have a really solid place in an army.
Yeah. So the Hawks is the final activation here that we can see of absolute significance. Maybe have some. So apologies, still has the War Spiders
Warp
to go. But we
Spiders,
spent the
dude.
command point on the Hawks already earlier in the round.
And the Shining Spears,
So
perhaps.
jump in. This is a great question. Can you use a pivot
Maybe
to
not,
make a
though.
charge that would have otherwise
You
failed?
cannot.
Yeah, there's some interesting like reasoning as why you cannot. So you measured before you declare the charge to how much distance you need to make base with the
So
opponent.
it's not even about making base, right? So what you do is you roll your charge dice and then you measure and you're like, is there a model literally within that distance that I can move to? And if there isn't a model within, if there is a model within that distance, you can try to get within engagement range of that model. So it's not necessarily about can I make it to base? It's about from my model to your model, is that within the distance I've rolled?
So we've got the Hawks
Swordwind,
activating now.
we
Everything
just
bar the
probably
Exarch is
not
going
worth
into
using
Thorax.
any
He spent a
CP
command
here
point for ignores cover
on any of the
and
detachment
sustained.
strats.
So he's lethal and sustained on this activation. He was shooting to 2 damage from the Exarch into Call, and he's managed to put 2 through.
I mean,
the invulnerable save.
I
but
personally
then Call
think
just said, "Lol,
Aspectos
I'll
is
make my
probably
5
dead
off,
on
no pain,
arrival,
Thank you very much,
but-
because that's what the detachment, the one DP detachment, gives him.
That's very interesting, actually. We're starting to see damage put onto Call because that's usually an indication that you've broken through
Yeah.
the Mechanicus force, right? So previously, I don't think he was targetable, but we've removed some of the units.
Did they say what stratagems he used for the Eldari, like Aspectos specific?
for killing? If you can remove him,
Like
he is
which
very
ones he
powerful.
specifically
12
used?
saves so far onto the Thoraxi. And so here's the second volley, so 12 from the first half of the Hawk attacks. And they're going to be hitting on 3s, rolling 1s, lethal sustained on 6s. And they're going to be winning on 4s as well.
Oh, there we go. There's one of his
Of course, the real
stratagems,
ones
so
are gonna
he's
get rolled because
using
those lethal sustains
preternatural
really convert.
precision.
Here we are. There's Belisarius Call just hanging out underneath that little piece of scenery there.
It's probably trying to
Fantastic
fix
model.
Hawks
He's
giving
he's
them
broken. Let's
sustained
fix
hits.
this real quick.
I remember when they designed these.
Yeah.
Probably sustained hits and maybe ignores cover.
So 6 more there, plus the lethals and sustains. He's going to be having 4 up saves on this unit, and that's going to be pretty rough there at the office.
I mean, we
Five
talked
up, feel no pains
talked
has been
about how
spent here.
scary that unit was, but all of a sudden you start to drop a few models from it. Once it goes down to below 5 of them, all of a sudden they kind of lose.
I think
the
it's
ability to
just
pick up
dropped
whole
6
units
of
again.
those
So
Proxy
the
right there.
utility of that unit really is in the volume of dice.
So half the Taraxi down.
Tai
there. So there's
Loon,
one on a
2v2.
wound,
I've
which
been doing a
went
lot
down,
of
and then
2v2s
4
lately.
more
The
full
best
health.
way to
It
play
shows
it
you how
is
scared
just
the,
you share a set of
Eldari are that
secondaries,
unit that, with
and
all
you
of those
just
shooting
give
targets
each
available,
player a
chose that as
CP.
the thing to try and take out.
That's the best way to do
Hawk's
it, in
pretty
my
good at shooting
experience.
into kind of medium infantry like them.
And you can't like
that
share
is their job,
CP, so
basically,
each
like,
player
capture
gets their
units like
own
that
set
out,
of CP,
take them off the board.
and then you just share secondaries. That's what I found to be really
Next
cool.
activation.
Really
5
chill
more
too for casual
saves.
play.
AP2.
Here we are. There's
From
Lycus there at the zipped her way across the battlefield along with her squad. She is a phenomenal, just a really, really useful little utility piece for the Eldari. Warp Spiders are a great unit all the time, but actually they absolutely pop when she is included alongside them. She has got some amazing flame weapons herself, and the fact that she can kind of zip the unit across the battlefield. They can shoot, they can charge, they can fight, and she gives buffs to the nearby. All the rest of your army on anything that she's hit in the shooting phase is such a good little unit.
Just
So-
hit. Yeah, that's
Another Taraxi down there, and then Lycus was in fact shooting and did remove another couple of pieces there. I thought it was going for the Rust Stalkers, but I wasn't sure she could get line of sight. She's not touching the terrain feature.
Yeah, we've also at the top of the battlefield there. We've also got another unit of spiders. We've got the scorpions as well. Here we are. This is the top of the battlefield there, and we would expect to see
that's
some
cool,
damage
Swordwind.
coming
That's
out
awesome,
of
dude.
Yeah.
the spiders. They've got flamers.
Yeah, well,
basically.
hit me
We've
up in the
also got a
Discord. We'll
scorpion
have to
unit which
talk
you can
about
imagine
that
is
too.
gonna charge in and try and finish off some stuff. There is still a lot of Adeptus Mechanicus models in that fight though, so it's definitely not a done deal. That is going to be a hard fought objective, I think.
getting through those dragoons and everything else. That's a multi-turn investment right there.
Yeah, the dragoons is a big ask. They're really durable. There is 15 Dark Reapers over there as well. I guess one of the gambles, I suppose, that the Eldari are playing there is I hope they don't decide to ignore the stuff on the objective and go and kill the Reapers. Or they might be thinking, actually, the Reapers are safe because he's going to have to deal with the stuff on the objective. Otherwise, he would kind of get out of the way. The player, they're navigating their way to the camera once more, of course.
Flamers from the Wolf Spiders, stripping, removing, destroying those Rangers. 9 out of 10 dead from the Ranger squad.
Yeah. Oh, they're going into the Rangers, actually.
Yeah, he scooped up the battle line unit, knowing how much it buffs the movement of what will be Richard's response.
Still, still one left, though, which is all you need necessarily. So it would have probably liked to kill just one more model.
For Taraxi gone, so
you could
shooting
always
phase
shoot the
is
Scorpion
complete. Into the
pistols.
charge phase we
Never
go.
mind.
Quite a lot of casualties across the board. I think the big one there was the transport. That's limited
Yeah,
to
so
options.
I was correct. Lycus did shoot into the Rust Stalkers and picked up a handful of them. Because when you disembark from a transport, you must disembark with your base as close as possible to the hull now. You don't get that 3-inch disembark. So he had to disembark all around the transport. So he was on the terrain feature. Lycus went in with her damage to Flamers and actually scooped up a bunch because, of course, the Feel No Pain had already been spent on the Taraxi.
I think is the Falcon charging?
Better believe it is.
Yeah.
There we go.
He better believe it is.
Was it crushing blows or?
Yeah, crushing impact. Yeah.
He's trying to block up the lane they need to use to get into the fight. He's trying to make him go the long way around the terrain. I like this a lot, Bo. He's using it at a wall. He just charged into
This
the
is the shooting unit. He might be
guys.
trying to stop them from firing, right? So.
Yeah.
Should have waited on that.
He's changing his mind.
Did that a little out of order, didn't he?
Or maybe call.
He's unsure if the terrain feature is wider than 2 inches.
Unless that's a new rule we don't know about, that you have to shoot it with a charge. I don't think so.
I don't think he could reach. He rolled double
No, that can't
sixes on the
possibly be.
charge,
No.
people. This is why he's able to do this. So he's just going to go this instead. He may have had completely other plans, like charging the Dragoons with this, because, of course, without Lance, they don't necessarily kill the Falcon. But it's when he high-rolled that, he's just like, well, I guess fortune favors the bold.
We also just encourage you to always roll for charges, right? Like if any of your units are within or anywhere near the enemy, you might as well roll and then be like, oh, I scored this. What are my options? Because previously, occasionally you'd trigger an Overwatch you didn't want, so you definitely wouldn't be going for like a 12-inch charge. But now you might as well just roll it all the time.
I think, and especially in the early days, it's going to be easy to be locked into. I'm going to charge this one unit. That's what I'm going to do, and then roll the dice. And if you make it, grab your models and go. But look at the result and see what options are available to you now.
Here we go. There's some quite important charges here. So the Scorpions
are in on a 6.
Yeah, they will want to do some damage. They will hope to roll better than the last time Scorpions went into a similar unit. The Warp Spiders have gone in 2 Warp Spiders, of course.
Round 2 for the Scorpions.
The basics spiders there with
probably
their guns
still not going to do
really
that
nothing
much,
to write
but
home
we'll
about in
see.
close combat. But the Exarch actually is a little bit of a blender in close combat. He himself could account for several models in that squad.
That unit is durable on Richard's side and durable. Richard absolutely housed him with the saves the last time he sent those Scorpions in.
But now there's a lot of combats, a lot of people crying out for command points.
They could be, yep.
As you can see right here, Richard only has 1 command point, and there will be no interrupting here.
We've also got the spears, the shining spears that charge down the bottom of the battlefield there. I am a big fan of shining spears. I've got 6 of them in my army. And this is Lycus, I think, also going for
rolled a 6 on their charge. He was hoping to go for the Taurasi, but he does have 6 of call. I don't think. Ooh, I don't know if you're going to call.
I would go for call with Lycus.
I don't know.
I think
I don't know
I'd
if
go
he's
for it,
going
but
in.
then I'm not a world
He
champion. So imagine.
I mean, you could always command reroll the charge.
That'd be cool.
You can roll your charge and
Perhaps
then
get a little
not
bit
go
better.
in if you don't like what the
Absolutely.
options are. He's going for call.
Oh yes, there we go.
But he's not going to base here. He's going to choose to go within engagement range, but not base. Even though he has rolled high enough, you must roll high enough to get in, to base contact, but you don't have to, which makes the piles in the consolidated portions of the fight phase really
interesting.
If you can get within 1 inch, you must. There's one of the things. So if you've got the movement to be able to get within 1 inch of the bottle, you must move within 1 inch. If you have the movement range to get within engagement range, you must move within engagement range.
Yep.
So there are some limitations to the charge. You're not allowed to just charge and then randomly spread your units field. You have to kind of go after the thing. One of the units.
Swooping Hawks charging in too. Look at that.
Swooping Hawks have made
charges going on here.
He rolled an 8 there. Looks like he's intending to pile in and get some attacks into Thulia at some point. Either that, or he just wants to make a wall.
He's just trying to get in the way. He's going to make a hawk wall.
Yeah, hawk wall.
Hawk wall. Yeah, that's right.
What did you call the vehicle staging point?
Oh, it's tank pocket.
Tank pocket.
Tank pocket. Yeah. Hawk wall, tank pocket. We got plenty of new acronyms already coming for the new one.
I'm not sure that Hawk Wall necessarily is the play with Eldar, but the desperate times, I think. Maybe not how they imagined being used when they were put into the army, but the best use in this particular context.
So Lycus,
Lycus is great.
Yeah.
Lycus is really good in close
So
combat.
Weave Render, 5 attacks, hits on 2+, strength 6, neg 2, 2 damage, lethal hits, and then the Spider's Fangs with a series of extra attacks that are also neg 2.
Yeah.
1 damage.
And also you've got the Exarch in there who's also got an extra 10 attacks.
The 10 attacks from
10 attack
Power
Exarch with
Blade
Power
array.
Blades. So they're good. I think, are they twin linked as well, the Power Blades?
I think they survive them having
they
a
are.
lot
Apparently,
of attacks.
I saw a thumbs up from the table. Yes.
Okay, yep.
The Power Blades are rocking. I like the Power Blades a lot. The only weird thing is that it sort of does a slightly different thing than what the rest of the unit to do. So the rest of your squad wants to jump around and flame stuff.
It's okay,
And the Exarch's
Kinsman.
like, forget this flaming stuff. I'm just going to get to combat and shut them down.
He's nice.
They don't really answer a lot of questions from
The 5 Feel No Pain has been expended
the
on
chat
the
unless
large unit of
it's
Scorpions
something
in the
they
top
know.
right,
That is-
and the Scorpions are attacking now.
It worked for them last time. Let's see how it goes. Will we be able to remove more of this unit than we saw the first time?
Yeah.
That's the last CP used, I think, isn't it?
It is.
So the rest of the battle, I don't know. This feels good for the Eldar. They're in a good place. They've done, I think, the best they could possibly have done
Richard
with
had
the tools that they had.
4 command points just a little bit ago, so he's definitely forcing him to make some decisions here.
There's a lot of very cool fights going on. This is the one we're looking at the moment. This is the unit of striking Scorpions have gone into the Rustokers at the top of the battlefield. We've also, next to them, as you can see, just bang across there, got that unit of Warp Spiders that have also gone in. So there's a lot of attacks coming their way. So the striking Scorpions are going to kick out a whole bunch, looking for exploding 6s. And then we're also going to see the Power Blade array from those. So you would hope, if you were the Eldar player here, that you would pick up at least half of that unit.
So Scorpions attacking now. Got 6 hits on the claw, 5 saves at damage to 5 up invulnerable saves. Passes 3, lunatic. And now,
very good at making
so
saves.
apologies, Biting Blade is what he had here.
Biting Blade.
Takes out the wounded guy here. Not bad.
That's
then
the trick.
the
Maybe if you want to be a
actual
world
striking
champion,
scorpions.
the way to do it is just to make all your armor saves.
It is, yeah. It turns
That's
out.
how you do it.
Turns out.
That's how you do it.
He's very good at Warhammer.
5 sustained here. It's going to be wounding on 4's twin link now because of the Falcon giving them the buff.
Yeah, Falcon, a really, really cool little buff that you can give. He's great on almost
Didn't
anything
convert.
that's piled out of
He
it, though,
did
isn't
not convert very well there on the rerolls. 11 saves here at AP1.
11 saves is good. You'll still be hoping to kill a few with this.
Yeah.
We'll see some casualties. Not
5
quite
up.
as many as you're hoping for, though.
5 have been vuln, 5 have feel no pain to come. So 3 saved there on the invulnerables. Then the feel no pains allows him to take another third off the top.
Surprisingly tanky little unit, some of these.
He has taken 3 off total now.
Exactly the same as we saw in
Yeah.
the first combat with a near identical unit of
Exactly the same,
Scorpions.
you're
Yeah, it was
correct.
2.5.
Yeah, 2.5 total.
So I think without the feel no pains, you remove 4 by the look of
Yeah,
those dice.
yeah.
And I do think that the Scorpions rolled slightly below odds in both instances.
Well, he had the reels to wound there and only
Yeah.
converted 2 more,
yeah.
which was very low.
Now we'll have the there's a power blade array as well in
Yes.
that combat. I don't know if we're doing that straight away. Power blade array, 10 attacks.
Yeah.
Lethals.
He's not rolling well there. 10 attacks with reroll 1s, only 5 hits, but does convert a couple of lethals. Twin linked,
Twin link.
5 saves. AP2.
Too bad.
5 up invulns. Makes 2. Damage 1. 5 up feel no pains. Makes another one. Makes
one more.
Kills 1 and bleeds over a wound.
Yeah, it's not quite as much as you would have wanted, is it? I don't think that's going to be enough.
No,
There's
he's
still
not going to kill.
a lot of hits back into that unit.
9 wounds left in that squad of infiltrators.
It's a lot of taser goads coming back that direction.
We've also got some attacks from the warp spiders themselves, which
Yes.
are okay. They still got 2 attacks.
they're
They're still
okay.
aspect warriors, but they're not really.
You got one. You got one with the warp spiders.
Just club them. Just club them with those big guns. Let's get them. Get them.
And Liam says he's happy with it. I killed 5. Not
Okay,
bad.
cool. If he's happy, you know,
Hey,
great for him.
small victories. You celebrate the small victories.
Lots
Yeah,
of other
the
combats
commentators
across the battlefield
are
that I
pretty
think we're very
cringe,
interested in how
for
Lycus
sure.
does into Belisarius.
And yeah, feel no pain is very
She's
good.
very good. I think he's taken some wounds already, hasn't he?
He did take a
on
couple,
Belisarius.
right?
Well,
Some
also, I
wounds,
think
he
what we
does
have
heal
to
himself up
understand
very
is
annoyingly,
that
so,
everything
command
in the
phase,
don't take him
Eldari,
out,
for
but
the
he
most
does
part,
tend to
for
sort of
Strength
just
scatter
Scorpions,
him
Warp
back
Fighters,
very
it's all damage 1.
I do not think Cole will go
So
down.
feel no
to-
pain
I
is
believe.
really
Come
good
on,
against
Lycus.
damage
It would be
1
wild
specifically.
if Cole
She can
went
do
down
it.
here. He's also got a 5 at feel no
So-
pain because of
Oh,
Lords of the
she'll be fine.
Mechanicum
She'll be
detachment.
I believe. I believe.
It's like
Toughness
I mean,
8.
the odds say no, but my heart says yes.
just the Phoenix Lord and the Exarch, I think, is 20 attacks or something.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. Plus the combat blades or whatever.
The
come
combat
on there.
blades are 10 attacks. I think it's 3s to hit, and then rerolls
So-
to wound, lethal, AP2.
One thing these 2 best in the world players just noticed is that at the start of the fight phase, you're supposed to do all the pile-ins.
Did they get it wrong?
They did
The
get it
2 best
wrong.
players
They
in the
forgot
world?
to do it. They
Oh.
forgot to do it.
Don't feel so bad now.
Even
That's a
these
brand new
guys,
thing,
it's
right?
brand
That
new.
is a brand new thing.
You're gonna have to
about
remember it.
when the pile-ins occur, when the consolidates occur. A little bit of a brand new thing.
Well, he's just Liam was just asking some very pointed questions of Richard. He's saying, if I pile into Thulia, will she kill the whole unit? And Richard's like, probably, actually, almost definitely she doesn't kill the whole unit. It's gonna suck though.
I don't think she's got enough attacks to kill the whole unit. Or maybe she's only just enough, but you
Only
have to
just
roll
enough,
very, very
yeah.
hot.
The 5 of
Yeah.
invulnerable save. And,
Yeah, I think it seems unlikely, doesn't it? I don't think she'll break the whole Hawk Wall.
no one breaks the Hawk Wall. Well,
Unflappable.
name your Catachan alter ego?
Oh, you mean Axel Hawk?
Yeah, there we go. He's part
Cool
of the
guy.
Hawk Wall.
He's a cool guy.
Hawk Wall supporter. So deciding not to pile in. Of course, pile in is still a may. You may pile in 3 inches. 2 hits, 2 wounds, no AP. 2 fails there on the last member of the kill clade. Sorry, the battle clade has been removed.
That's the Hawk there, just taking out one of the, I imagine, a flying kick of some sort from the Swooping Hawk.
Gonna spend a command point being debated here. And going to be ignoring modifiers because Belisarius Call is -1 to hit here.
Ooh.
Nice. Warriors focus.
So really going for the kill here with
He
Lycus.
is.
I think,
He can take him out.
I think the odds say probably not, but I'd like to see it. I
Eight
love
attacks,
Lycus.
hitting
I'm a
on
big Lycus
2s.
fan.
8 attacks hitting on 2s, rolling 1s, results in all hits.
That was the basic squad, I think.
Yeah, it
There.
was.
Rolling the I always start with the worst ones first
Yeah.
and then kind of work your way up to the good stuff.
So damage 1 attack of Lycus now.
Lycus has 2 different sets of attacks. They've got the blade, which is damage 2, and you've also got the kind of array of
3 wounds.
The spider's fangs and the wave render, or weave render, I think it is.
which just give you a bunch of extra attacks.
1 damage each. Takes 2 there on call, down to 6 remaining.
Solid. Well within the range now of
Here's the
Lycus
big
to finish
attacks.
off. Let's have a look.
All hits. He's rolled quite a few
rolled
2s
well.
here, so ignore modifiers is good. 2 at AP, 2 damage 2. Takes 4. Feel no pains. Takes only 1 of Richard, making 3 5 up. Feel no pains. That probably keeps him alive. This is the Exarch.
Yeah.
He's going to flip 1 now.
Big ask now for the Exarch to finish that off.
Yeah,
I
look,
don't
critical
think he'll do it.
5s. This is why he shot call with 1 model, with 1 of Lycus's attacks, so he could put critical 5s on call. 6 AP2s here, 4 up. Only 2, 4. No, down to 3 remaining. Call survives. You boys were right. It was closer than I thought.
Close. That unit is such a good little combat unit.
Yeah.
Well,
it's got the best advance and charge in the game,
yeah, it's
theoretically.
phenomenal. It's not the best combat unit in the
No,
game.
it's not the best combat
It's definitely
but
not.
has the best reach of
it's
any
got
unit in the game
phenomenal reach.
because it can,
36-inch threat range.
it can shoot as well. It's
Yeah,
not just
yeah.
advance and charge. It's
I'm a
flicker
big
jump.
fan on it with jetbikes with shuriken cannons because they've got lethals on 5s.
Oh,
so
dude.
You can just do phenomenal work.
Lycus in Windrider Host
Yeah,
is
that's
one of
what
the
I
most
got, yeah.
explosive combos you could ever possibly
Super good.
conceive.
Super good.
Yeah, we're gonna have to wait until the codex, the new Eldar codex. For
that is a
probably.
gamble that he made and almost paid off.
Dude.
In a tight spot
Very,
right
I mean,
now.
again, very good saving
For
for Richard. I think on the odds it's close, but Richard's save has just kept him in the game.
Cerberus Raiders domed by the Shining Spears. They are the
almost-
superior,
Almost casually rolled over there by the
they are
Shining Spears.
superior biked or bipedal, four-pedal miniatures on this table.
This is really good though now because he's opened up this area and forced a lot of attention here. Maybe he cannot come back out here and get him and reclaim this.
He's been put somewhat, and he's been
I'd be
somewhat controlled
surprised
now.
if
We've got the
Eldar get a
infiltrators
codex.
have just gone.
I do think
in
the
now.
top of the
within
battlefield
the
is looking
next year.
pretty solid for
I'd
the
be
Adeptus
surprised.
Mechanicus, isn't it?
Well, that's right. If Richard can maintain control of his expansion, he's already denied the expansion of.
Our reveal is
Liam
tomorrow.
twice. So if he just holds his one more time, even if Liam holds his the rest of the game, there's still a disparity.
We'll
of
see what
points
kind of detachments we
four
get.
in Richard's favor.
It does feel as well that the dragoons there, if the infiltrators hold up and they manage to do some damage into the Eldar, and they can kind of win that fight in the long run, they could just run off and deal with the Reapers. And those 2 units going into the Reapers is not what the Reapers want. They're also so close together, they could probably all be charged all together.
So he put 4 of his infiltrators into the Warp Spiders, killing the XR because they're taking a wound on the flicker jump, and 2 other models. And then he looks like he's only killed like 1 or 2 of the Scorpions that I can see. No, 1 Scorpion.
I think
that
that's
I can
probably fine though, isn't it? Because they'll get to activate first next
Yeah.
turn, and then they'll do enough damage onto the rest of the unit that will take them out
Correct.
of reach of being able to be
And
slain. So
it's-
that fight has gone absolutely the right way for the
see. Yeah,
the
yeah, but
Mechanicus.
I
do
hope
us a
Dark
favor
Eldar
and
get
look up
a
the
range
infiltrators. Are the
refresh
Shep
soon.
Blasters
That'd be really cool.
pistols by some reason. Feels like they are pistolesque.
They
hold
need
in
it.
one hand.
I'll tell you that. They need it.
Do they have the close quarters?
Well, they won't have any close quarters rules yet because they've haven't updated. But yeah, for pistols.
That is what it's called now. But yeah, if they are pistols, he's going to just clear that out on his own terms anyway, and then theoretically try a long bomb charge into some Dark Reapers.
They are pistols.
Ooh,
yeah.
that's
I mean,
nice.
Reaper
he's
launchers are
sticking in that
good.
combat.
I think
They're
you
good.
could use the
They're
dragoons
solid.
for it. What else are they doing?
I think the Dragoons need to go tie up the Dark Reapers.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Yeah, they need to go take care of those Dark Reapers. Otherwise, those guys are sitting in the... See, where the Dark Reapers are is the threatening position on the table. I was talking to these gentlemen, and the best position on the board to attack each other is actually here. So these are the 2 best spots to attack your opponent, because this gives
It would
you
be
access
really
to the
cool if
long
Beck entered the game.
lines
I don't know
right
if
into
he's
the
like
backs.
officially
And so
rumored or
that's something
not,
to take
but
to the bank.
he'll
That 2 of
probably
the best
make
players
an
in the world have
appearance.
identified quickly on this terrain format.
Yeah, I think we're seeing some attacks back from various different Admech units. Belisarius also fights fairly well in close combat.
We'll hit the top down. So piling in with the Rangers because they are within 2 inches. So a couple of Ranger attacks.
You have to be a little bit careful if you've got things like Warp Spiders.
It's a shame that Aspectos has 3
Whooping Hawks,
detachment
because
points.
even
I think
basic units battle line attacks into
I think what they
start to
should have
really
done
bother
is just
them.
made
Only one
everything
wound each,
2
a
and
free
then
up
see
save,
where
but
it
only
goes
one
from
wound each
there.
does mean that
But
your Aspect Warriors
they've
die
chosen
even
to
to
basically
very
put
basic
Aspectos in the
weaponry if
grave,
you
it
look
looks
bought
like.
out. So even a basic
Rerolling
ranged unit
ones is a
fighting
good
in close
ability. Don't
combat,
get me wrong, but
you
I
would
don't
maybe
think it.
expect a couple of casualties.
I don't think it overrides any other detachment's ability and the power of other detachments.
So now
'cause
the consolidation.
I've had a lot more
move of
success
the
with
spiders has
Warhost than I
been,
ever did with
considered
Aspect
now.
Host.
Of course, these players are learning a lot of how to extract
Even after the
maximum
nerfs.
value from their squads. So pretty cool. Pretty cool seeing these two of the best players in the world, think their way through things in action in a tight, under pressure situation.
Like we just wringing out that value from each of these
Yeah.
squads, trying to figure out how can they threaten multiple things at once while maintaining presence and area of the board.
We've still got some of the Eldar assets that are kind of yet to commit. We've still got Jane's Eye still kind of hanging out.
Yeah,
waiting to,
Ninja Otter, I could see
do
that as well.
something. We haven't got
Maybe it
any of
does
the
get
Phoenix
lowered in a
Lords
future
in,
balance patch because no one's
slain
using
yet.
it.
We've got the scoreboard up
see.
right now because I think Liam just cashed in 3 cards for 14 points on secondaries. Wowee. Rocketing him right back up to only 6 points behind Richard going into the bottom of turn 3.
And that was the turn he needed, wasn't it?
It was absolutely the turn he needed, mate.
I mean, right at the top of the battlefield there, maybe you could have asked for it to go better, but
Yeah,
elsewhere...
I think we're going to need some
he
points
managed to
decreases
remove
for
that unit
sure
that
on
was
certain
threatening his
things.
bottom right objective. He did kill a bunch of stuff. Didn't manage to kill
I'm
Belisarius
hoping the
Call,
Night
so
Spinner
it go
is
all his way.
better
Let's get
as
that
well.
scoreboard up on the screen if we can.
Well, Liam's now put
I'd love to
cashed in
see
the rest of his
something a
primary
little
as well,
cheaper that
getting a
could
nice
do
12 there. He's actually
-2,
rocketed to
-2 charge
44
and stuff.
victory points, cashing in, tempting target for taking in the top left, and also forward position and bring it down. Like I said, a clean 14 points there, plus 12 on primary. He got 26 freaking points that turn, guys.
I mean,
That
was a go turn. Talk about a go turn.
It was. Defense Stronghold and Secure No Man's Land have been pulled for Richard.
Defend Stronghold seems eminently doable, doesn't it? Like, look
Does.
after your home objective. The Adeptus Mechanicus definitely clustered in their own deployment zone at the moment, which is fine. Like that's how they play, but does make Defend Stronghold relatively easy to get. And then Secure
Yeah,
No Man's
Tyloon,
Land is
except it
basically,
looks
can
like from
you,
the
have
stream,
more
nothing has
units in that
changed
open
with
space
Aspect
and your
Host. It's
opponent.
the
That might
exact
be-
same
well, that
detachment.
might be a big ask as well. The Eldar are currently
but
filling
just
No
3
Man's Land.
detachment
He
points.
starts to defend that
So-
stronghold. It's going to give Liam a big target to go for.
Yeah, if any of the Wolf Spiders still alive, and I don't expect there to be, that'd be a very easy jump for them. Same with the Hawks. But I'm just of the opinion, Richard this turn kind of wants to back up and deal with what's in front of him, because if he pushes any further up the table, he's unlocking all this second wave that Liam has hanging in the wings. So if I was Richard, I would back up for a turn, but don't back up too far, 3, 4, 5 inches from this front line, clear out everything here, and then all of a sudden you have one pocket to deal with, and that's pretty much Liam's entire army there, isolated on the middle objective. Right now, if you push up and try and get aggressive into these assets, you're going to be walking into the jaws of absolute savage Sakaran removal.
They're so dangerous.
Yeah, Banshees into Sakarans, that is a fight the Banshees absolutely love.
Yeah, Chris, I agree.
Again, it does
I
come
do
down
like
to
the
the charge,
scoring
but,
better in 11 so
if you
far,
still
for
get that
sure,
charge
for
into
primary
them,
scoring.
Banshees previously,
Secondary
if you
scoring
take
seems
first,
like
they
the
would be
same,
almost
as
all
always.
open in that fight. Now
But
gonna
now
be
it's
two
more of an
different
even
drop onto
split between
the Banshees
primary and
with
Great
secondary
point.
their
as well.
speed
So that's nice.
rather than their innate fight first to get that that fight in their favor.
Great point.
Yeah, he could engineer some pretty special things. So the issue with that, because I absolutely agree, if you could get a unit of 10 Sakarans to just charge both of these Banshee squads, they'd both be dead. Now, here's the trick that Liam has
Easier
set
said
up.
than done, right?
It's the Rangers. Whichever side up here he tries to go with Sakarans to get in there, the Rangers use their reactive move and cut it off. That is very clever stuff there by Liam. I didn't see it until you pointed out that he actually could make that charge. Of course, the 10 Sakarans inside here and disembarking
Also have to go around the
11
Hawks.
inches
The
and
Hawk
having
wall
to go
also
around the
doing good work
Hawks.
for
Yeah,
us.
the Hawk wall there. And then, of course, they can have a charge that's extended by +2 if they're within range of a battle line.
Eldritch
unit
is a
and
really
having an
good
advanced charge
detachment,
for a command point. They could
for
definitely
sure.
make that, but then all of a sudden...
The
all it
clapback
takes
is
the
definitely
range
going to
to
be
roll about a
rough,
3
but
out either direction, and they'd cut off that charge
I
really
think
well.
Liam has
Couple
enough
questions here.
power
Does
in
Richard have
Jane,
anything in reserve?
Assman,
Yeah, said
and
flying guys, but I think nothing's in
all the Howling
reserve.
Banshees
And then also,
to hit
how do
back pretty
grenades
hard
work
too.
now? Grenades and explosives.
So we'll see. We'll
work
see what
very
happens.
similarly, but it's
I mean, again,
explosives
he's not going to be able to kill
Yeah, so the
everything
grenade structure
that
is very, very similar to it used to be.
is
The
in front
difference
of
really is
him.
a change in
You know,
name.
there's going to be
And
things that
what
survive.
does is it means
Battle
that if
focus
you
is
have
still very much a
alien
thing,
army that maybe
so
doesn't have
that could
grenades,
alter the
it's
game state
possible
as
that you'll
well. Just being able
start
to
see
hide
things
something
in
behind,
armies that haven't
you know,
traditionally had
cover or
access
whatever.
to
So we'll just
grenades,
have to
they
see.
might have the explosive keyword, which means that they could, for example, it's not like Gene Stealer cults, right? Which obviously don't have grenades, they have mining charges. Didn't make a huge amount of sense that they had the grenade on their keyword, but explosives makes far more sense.
Really opened up, widened that universal strategy and
Yeah.
be able to use for more armies. I like it.
Some battle shocks being rolled here. So far, everything passed. And the infiltrators are at 5 models, so they will have to test now. They wouldn't have to test in the previous edition. You tested when you're below half. Now you test at half or
Also,
less.
what's going to be interesting
So
is the
all
swooping
of those
hawks
are
are going to be able to
against them as
overwatch
well.
something
Yeah,
at the
most
end of
of
the
those
move
are
phase. So
passing on 6s or 7s, aren't
Yeah,
they? But
I
We'll see what they
assume-
can do.
unlikely that they all pass. But well done them for feeling so brave.
I assume with Thulia and Call, there's enough good programming to go around.
Yeah, they probably got the high spec stuff, loads
Yeah,
of RAM, that sort of thing. Yeah,
Lots of RAM. A couple of terabytes each.
absolutely.
Consolidation just being done by the Shining Spears. There.
It's just such discipline and reserve with those Shining Spears.
Yeah.
Did not expect
I would
them to
definitely
be
not have been able to
No.
resist flying those off to try to do something heroic early on.
No. Off to do some stabby things much earlier
So-
in this game.
Remember what I said about at the end of turn 3, if you're the player going first and you're behind, things are rough? I think I'm going to have to change that perspective because it looked horrific for Liam. He was on 18 points at the start of his turn 3. He is now on 40 freaking 4, all of the 4s. And that is super impressive how he was able to line up essentially a max primary and scoring 14 points on secondaries, cashing in 3 cards.
That's full grip of
That's
secondaries.
dude, full grip is the word.
Yeah.
You're absolutely going to be able to have turns like that. Is Insane Bravery once per game?
Ooh, I'm not actually sure. It is once per game.
Yeah, it is absolutely once per game still,
Yes.
guys.
the in-stream chat.
It would be
Let's
pretty
see.
poor
Let's
form
find
to
out.
make Battle Shock this really highly impactful ability and then be like, Insane Bravery every turn.
Well,
There we go.
Hemorrhage your command points, I guess, but it is still
Yeah.
once per game.
So I've got a question here about command
that better?
points. Eddie, what can you tell us about their generation?
Yeah, so I mean, command points are still basically generated in much the same way as they are currently. You get one at the start of each of the player turns, so that's very familiar to how you might get them now. You also get them if you cash
I figured
in,
you guys would like to see the
secondary
in-game
objectives
chat,
that you
but or
decided
in-stream
you
chat, but
can't achieve. The difference there, I think,
I
is
personally
that
hate listening
because you
and
can now
watching
hold on to
chats
secondary
like go
objectives
on
and
during
hold on to
live stream
multiples through
games
the
and stuff.
game,
I
you
never
are
pay
less
attention
likely
to them.
think
So
that's a good idea. So
No
it
problem.
is more likely that you will have less command points through the game because you are keeping hold of more of your objectives, scoring more of them. And actually, we've seen that in a lot of the games. Is that the
I don't
scores
know
tend to
about
be a
that,
bit higher
Tyloon.
because
I
people
honestly
are
have no
achieving
idea.
turns where they get
I know there's
3
going
or
to be
even
more
4 secondary
enhancements and
objectives
stuff,
in a
but I
single
have no
turn.
idea
So,
about more character
the overall
customization.
game scoring is higher. Command points are a little bit rarer. It's exactly what you were saying before, Adam. If you've got
Yeah, I
units in
do
your army that
like
can
the
generate you
new
extra command
secondary
points, you've got
scoring.
things
That
that
the fact that
innately
you
get
can
them or
hold
get
on to
them when they're
cards
objectives
if they're not
that's
good
really
turn
useful.
1. It's
But
great
not
for
a
the
huge
game,
amount
in my
changing command
opinion.
points other than
There's
the
been a lot of
economy
games
command
I've
points
played where
alongside
my
your
opponent
secondary
draws
objectives.
2 dead cards on turn 1 and
Richard
it's game
taking
over
a
right
lot
there.
of time here to consult his options. Just like Liam had to have
Which
a
is a
perfect
shame.
turn, he's now put that pressure onto Richard to have a perfect turn. Richard does have a
The chances aren't very
huge
high in
amount
10th
of
edition that
resources.
that's going to happen
In
with
all
all the
intents and
redraws
purposes,
and
if
command
Richard's able
point
to kill
redraws and stuff,
everything
but
that is in front of him right now,
it
like
does
I stated,
happen
that would be
sometimes.
Lycus and the Spiders, the Swooping Hawks, Wolf Spiders, Scorpions, and either kill or tie up the Dark Reapers. He would be in a super
Yeah,
commanding
it's really good. It
position
means you can
to
hold
carry
on
this
to
game.
things like Bring It Down and
It's very
Assassination
possible, but it's one of
that
those
are
if he
big,
shoots and
big
misses.
point scorers.
I'm surprised
nice.
Richard, I know, damn it, command point. If Richard had one command point, putting the Taurasi into reserve, knowing that you can see the deployment zone of the Eldari is always completely evacuated. And that's what we like to call free real estate.
The other thing you could be thinking there is that maybe I can move my unit back, and at the next turn I can
Yeah.
do it. So in the current edition, you'd be like, well, I
It's
guess I'm
funny
gonna get
because
that.
actually
And
I have
now
the
you go, right,
opposite.
well,
I
I've got
love
a couple of
secondary
turns
tactical
left.
cards.
I
I always
can get
draw
that before the end of the game. I can
fairly
score those
well,
points.
I feel.
So all of a sudden that objective
Completely
which
the
you're like, oh, I'm never
opposite,
gonna
but
achieve this next turn,
I understand
actually
where
just
you're
having
coming
it in your
from
hand and
because
being able
based
to
on
do
your
something with
army
it later
composition, you
is
may
big
not be
points.
able to
So,
score all your secondaries on certain
a
turns.
change the way you need to think about your
And it's
secondaries.
definitely
So
really
I learned a little
swingy,
bit
so
extra about the mission structure. So you can
Yeah,
score a
I totally
maximum
get
of
that.
15 secondaries per turn, regardless of how many cards you have in your hand. And you can have as many cards in your hand as you like, but you can only score up to 15 points. If that's cashing in 15 cards for 1 point each, which isn't possible, but technically that's a thing. But you can still only get 15
How'd you get
points.
those 15 cards?
I just drew on them. Adam gets 1 point. He is cool. Cash, 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 cash. But you can only get 15 on primary as well. The condition and the difference is in end of game scoring. If the mission says scored at the end of the game, that is exclusionary to that 15. So that will be in addition,
on top of.
of.
So in your final turn, if you've
Yeah.
got something that says at the end of the game, score 15 points, your final turn, you could score 30 points and then
Correct.
another 15. So you
Another
could get
15, technically.
half of all of your points.
Yep.
After the dice stop rolling.
I don't believe there's 15 points that I've seen thus far, but the max is 10.
Okay, well,
And
but you
that's
could get a huge swing.
Yeah,
a huge
so you
swing.
could score
40.
40 because and the one that I've seen that's 10 is holding your opponent's objective, home objective at the end of the game. So you could technically, smack
That's
in
a
Chris,
big
that
swing.
sucks.
You could be
Oh my
30
God.
That's
points
so
behind,
bad.
and then all
Yeah.
of a sudden
10 points ahead.
everything to play.
That
for.
happens though. You're right.
love
I
it.
mean,
I love
my
this. Like,
opponents have
keeps
had
the
something
dynamic
like that
going
happen to
into the
them
end
as
game.
well.
Do
So.
we have the graphic that shows the breakdown
sucks.
of mission points? I think that might be useful.
This is the primary scoring right now.
Yeah, so both of these players have got a 5-point end of battle.
End of battle.
So not
Yeah.
quite as good as the 10 points that was available in some of the earlier games, but still 5-point swing on top of all the points that you could get in your turn.
Yes.
So another big potential swing. So both these players will be very aware of that. They've played this scenario a couple of times. There is the potential
Eldrad
to
just gives you
sneak
CP, so it's not really a big
victory
deal.
From the jaws of
Yes.
You
defeat
take
at the
Eldrad
very
in
last
every
turn,
Seer Council
particularly if you're
or
going second, but
Stratagem
on
Hungry
the book.
Detachment anyway.
You
Dark
mentioned,
Eldar have tons
real
of ways
estate
to
up there in the
access,
top right, the
free
deployment
CP.
zone from
Yeah.
the Eldari. I'm willing to bet that
Succubus
there
kills a
was
character, that's a
Storm
free
Guardian
CP.
I
Like,
plant
there's a
over
bunch of
there, but for
different
the objective.
enhancements that could
So if
potentially
Richard
give you
would
it.
be able to get back there. He could. I mean, that's a big.
I think Dark Eldar
Yeah.
will be fine. I think they'll be great, actually.
So, Cole did get back 3 wounds with his heal
Classic
ability.
Cole. He always does that. I've never been able to kill him.
Me either.
No.
Never
Just
seen him
walks
go so.
around, taking wounds, getting down to 1 wound, growing them all
I mean,
back.
maybe
I either
back
kill
in
him
the
with
index,
the very
but
first thing that
I mean,
tries,
in
or
the
never.
Dark Elder Codex,
Like, I'll
you have
rock up with
tons
like a
of
thermal
tons
spear
of
from an
ways of
armor, just
getting
being like, I'll just shoot it a Cole.
command
And
points.
somehow I get him. Or I'll put like entire Castellan knights into the guy and he'll just
or
be
just
like,
free
I
CP
built that. I'm not dying
via
for that.
stratagems
See you
via
later.
the
Get out of
Archon,
here.
right? The Archon gives you a free stratagem.
I was there when your
that you can use
STC
with
was
the 12,
written.
so, or use on the unit.
Technically, the knights are older than the Imperiums. Probably not.
Bust
in that
my head
specific
cannon.
instance.
You're
Sorry,
absolutely
that's
correct.
fine.
You are absolutely correct. I should have used a better example.
I don't know, 10,000 years ago.
So we're just seeing some very careful redeploying there. Richard is looking at the battlefield. He's going, right, I am technically behind on points, but there's lots of secondaries.
Yes.
I could try and score. I can get back in the lead in this turn if I have a good turn. That is very possible.
Yep.
Looking at the stuff, the Eldar have committed a lot of units, right? So there are huge amounts of things. The Eldar have made their play. Those Dragoons have moved forward sort of as I suspected. I think they will be eyeing up either the Reapers or the Hawks. If it was me, I would try and kill those Reapers. If you could just get those units into combat, high up those Reapers. I don't think there is a fall back and shoot stratagem for the
Skutari Hunter cohort?
no, for the Eldar. If you have to just tag those Reapers, you take away a huge, like basically all of their heavy weapon fire.
Well, if you're
and
playing in
kill a
Seer
bunch
Council
into
Anubis,
the-
you get free
the duel as well,
stratagems
so that's
anyway
he's
when,
pretty strong.
as part of your
Both units of
detachment
dragoons
ability.
walking over and through. You can walk through your models now, can't you?
You walk through your own model.
Yes. So I assume it's a fall back. Interesting.
Yeah.
We are lucky enough to have active judging on our games here as well, and 2 of the best judges in the game, in the whole of the 41st millennium, assisting us with this. So if you see anything done on stream we're not able to adequately explain at this point, it's because we have yet to learn it, and we will as soon as we can.
But do please, guys, keep asking us questions. If you find anything that we're not sure what the answer is, we will try and see if we can dig it up and find you the answer. So we'll do our best to keep you as informed as we possibly can.
So disgorging the 10 Rustalkers that were inside the Dune Rider now.
Luck of the
This is
draw,
the last
Anubis.
kind of
Well,
big
you
unit
certainly
to
make
commit
your
to the
games
battlefield, isn't it?
interesting. That's for sure.
Now that this is on the battlefield, the entire Adeptus Mechanicus force is
Luck of the
effectively
draw.
in play.
Committed.
That big unit of Rustalkers is going to, I mean, easily, you would think, be able to deal with the Swooping Hawks if that's what they decide to go for. There's also Lycus over there as well. So we'll see what they decide to kind of take out. I think they might be hoping for multiple kills from that big unit of 10. One of the differences, I guess, between the Adeptus Mechanicus force and the Eldar force is that lots of the Adeptus Mechanicus forces have decided to kind of double up on their unit strength. So they'll be looking for double kills when they commit to fights.
They are extremely powerful, and they're going to have a big footprint. So I think you're exactly right, being able to spread out and influence multiple units with their huge amount of attacks. which might be exactly that breath of fresh air, that relief force
Yeah.
that Richard needs right now to have this explosive turn
There's
to
also
respond to Liam.
2 command points left for the Eldar as well, which also means they could do an interrupt. So you've got Lycus there very close to call. If they do the same damage that they did to him last turn, they might be able to take him out. That could be significant. So there's a few fights that might not go exactly their way. They've also got the Scorpions at the top of the battlefield there. They've got some Warp Spiders in combats. So the Eldar still have a few tools they could use to do damage against the Adeptus Mechanicus, but none of those are like super juicy, right? Like I think apart from the Lycus one, which is probably where you start your fighting, only down to a handful of Scorpions at the top of the battlefield. They're probably not going to wipe that unit out on their own.
And that's a great spot on the command point too. Being aware of what your opponent can do is huge, and that may influence just how many combats he gets into, and if he ever engages down there at any point at all. Because breaking open this section right here seems to be on his mind.
We're seeing the Eldar Rangers redeploy here, so they have had a unit of.
I think you take
that's,
Eldrad in both of those
Yeah, it's a
detachments.
Ruststalker unit.
But
as
yeah,
they
in
advance
Guardian
forward
Host,
there, and
he's
the Rangers
really,
decide
really
to
good. In Seer
redeploy.
Council,
They are just trying to get in the way,
he's
gum up
needed,
the
but
works, basically.
I wouldn't say he's as
And
good as
it looks like
Guardian
if the
Battle Host.
Rustalkers
Yeah, you're
decide
right
they
on
want to
that.
fight, it might limit the number of models they get into combat. And they've got that dire.
But I mean,
unit at the
Eldrad
back
is good
ready
in
to
multiple
strike
different
back quickly.
lists.
The other thing to consider as well is that we were talking
He's
about
a little too
strike first and,
expensive
like,
in my
how
opinion.
you want to use it.
To be
If they
honest, I
decide to
think
commit to that
120
fight,
for him is a little
they will
much.
have to activate that unit.
He's so
first,
useful
because
that
unit of
you're
Banshees
not going to
strikes
just
first.
not take him.
All of a sudden, the dynamic in terms of which combats you want to activate first changes, because even though you've charged, you've got strike first, you will get to go first with one of your charging units, then the strike first will get to immediately activate afterwards. So it's a thing to consider if you're trying to commit into a battle against a strike first unit.
Oh, great analysis there. And we've been talking about this Phoenix Lord so much. We've not talked
There's
about
two
these
of them.
There's
There's two
two
of them.
Phoenix Lords,
Yeah.
very powerful Phoenix Lords hanging out here. But I will say, being on the receiving end of all these attacks
It's a very
previous games,
interesting
I'm nervous for that. We may come down to just
move,
those
reactive
two
move by Liam there.
Yeah. I mean, you can't count Phoenix Lords out, right? Even on their own, they're powerful models, and into that units of Aspect Warriors, they buff the unit up. They both the Banshees and the Dire Avengers are excellent into enemy infantry. So if they don't manage to make a big charge there, they don't manage to do much damage to the Banshees, they are in trouble and liable to take some damage back. Also, if they just fail the charge, they're in a terrible position.
Oh,
So
that's
this is
true.
interesting
They're hanging out
because
there in
now
the
it's going to be
breeze.
very
Although
They
hard
do have the Hawks to kind of
for
catch if
Richard to
they,
be able to
they
kill
decide to.
Just one
Jane's
of the
unit.
beautiful things about the new
He's
edition
going to
is
have
that they
to
can roll
probably
that
swing
that
into
charge
the
range and
first
then
squad
see
of
how far it
Banshees
gets
or
them.
the
And then
Rangers
I
to
think
kill
you're
them
exactly right,
first.
to fall back into the
And he won't
Hawks.
really be able to
That's it. If
attack
they roll
Jane's
well,
unit.
though, there's the potential they could wrap around the side of that unit, get some hits into the You want to get most of your hits into the Banshees, I imagine. Try and get that Dire Avenger unit.
He
in
needs to
combat,
roll
get a
insane
few
for
hits
his
in turn.
charge roll for
If
that
you
to
can
even
take out the
happen. But
Banshee unit, even if you don't manage to take out Jane's R, you've potentially swung that central combat in your favor.
Yeah, on a good roll, he's in Liam's deployment zone.
Yes.
I mean, he's not
And
too far
near
from
that
it.
objective
Yep.
that he has to defend.
Yep.
But yeah, possibly not doing it this turn.
But those Dark Reapers up there are going to present a problem because he does have these bases here, and he should be able to get contact with all three of those units, which might be a problem. And I think you're exactly right. Is that Liam has to protect his command points. I think we just saw something get spent. Oh, yeah, I think he's going for the Overwatch.
yep, that Hawk Overwatch probably.
So obviously prioritizing keeping some of those units alive versus maybe responding in the fight phase.
Yeah, so I mean, he does have strike first on the Banshees, which does give him kind of automatic interrupt, but choosing to use an Overwatch there rather than choosing to use a combat interrupt, we've managed to take off a few. I think was that with the Hawks. We'd
Did he-
imagine. So
did
that was
he-
an Overwatch shooting
Commissar
there
Graves
into the
doesn't
Rostov
give
advance forward.
a command
quite a
point
few of
every
them
turn
left.
though.
He just might be trying to swing future combats in his favor.
Every single one he takes away is
Yeah,
going
it
to
does-
feel like
but
a
yeah,
pile of
she's much
attacks not
tougher.
coming his way.
So he's done 5 damage into that unit.
Yeah,
So
2.5
yeah.
down.
2.5 down. There's still 8 of them there. 8 Rustdoggers you can't really count out. They're still
plenty.
going to make a
Yep.
mess of whatever they charge into.
Yep.
So he didn't quite engineer what I thought he might be able to with the Rangers reactive move as well. I thought he'd use that as the wall and even just move it forwards from their position. They were here. I thought he'd actually move them forwards and out in order to create a much harder charge opportunity.
Yeah, I think he's trying to make the charge a little bit more difficult. It also is just generally harder to screen units out of combat now because of the 2-inch engagement
It
range.
is,
So
yep.
actually, if you charge into something, you can quite often kind of pile around and get
true.
quite a lot of your models into combat. So once you start getting very close, it's quite difficult to just keep units out of combat if your opponent's really
Well,
committing fast.
That's the reason I thought he had
uses
to go
Hawks to
forwards, right? To
overwatch
keep
Yeah.
the to keep the
the
2-inch
Rust
cordon
Stalkers.
buffer behind him. But
You can also move through engagement range when charging.
you can.
So
yeah.
a
Which is a
little
good
unit of,
move.
ranges is
That's what
quite-
I
you
assumed
can
he
just
was
run
going to
through
do
the
from
gaps,
the
right?
beginning.
So it's
was overwatch them.
difficult to use it.
Yeah.
It's a
Killed a
hard
couple of
thing
them
to-
coming in. I mean,
it's
he
possible,
killed
it's just
2
not,
of them
um,
and
many
wounded
easy
another
to use.
one, which is pretty
Here's
decent.
a great question. Can you move through enemy models?
Not through their physical models, but you can move within their engagement range with the charge move as long as you don't end there, or you can choose to end there and just have them be one of the charge targets.
Yeah, you can. Yep.
So Richard needs to do a big cleanup job here. One of the downsides of the deployment, the way that the Dark Reapers arrive from reserve is that one Dragoon base at the front of the unit
Yep.
tags all 3, right?
Yep.
And it'll shut down the whole fire base.
I mean, that was the risk I think he knew he was taking when he put that unit up there. He's like,
Yeah, I
let's
don't
just
know
work
if
it
he
for the
thinks
points.
that Proxy are that
You
much
know,
of a
Liam
threat
did very
at
well
this point in the
with his
game.
scoring last turn. He did all the kills he needed to.
Because there's
He
only
got
4
lots
of them in the
objectives.
unit, you know?
So yeah, solid.
6 swooping hawks, and now he's going to spend one of his agile maneuver tokens, and he's going to battle focus tokens rather, and he's going to move 3 inches after being shot, and now he's trying to get out of line of sight of the ballistari.
Does not want to be receiving end of all those
No.
autocannons. Cannot
Yeah.
blame him.
So good little measuring there for perfect information, and an agreement from Richard that if he does move in that direction, he will be out of line of sight. And of course, he's trying to make it so Thulia has to charge into them and not going to the rescue of Call. I love that he's making Thulia try and rescue Call, because Call is furious
Yeah,
about
but
it.
Oh my goodness!
The
Call
chances
can be
of
like, "I was
actually
fine the whole
killing
time,
the
I didn't need your
Proxy
help."
are almost 0.
Saving the
Your
new girl.
designs are
Oh.
inferior.
That's why.
So is your binary. Your binary is inferior.
Devastating.
Never recover from it.
Like you, and
My
if
goodness.
even 1 is left in the unit, it's still going to be able to score
The
and do
swooping hawks
everything
lasted
that it
a
does.
lot longer than I thought they were going to over there, just with all that harm around them. But it is a testament to the pressure that Liam has put on Richard, to where Richard has not been able to dedicate more to them.
Yeah,
So
there's a
it's
lot of
sorry. Back unit of Dark Reapers has copped a bit of fire here. And now, next up, I believe we have the last one, because there's only 2 we're able to see on that angle. And twin linked here, only 1 more.
Yep, the
Take
reactive
3
move is
damage.
still
I believe that
D6
could be
plus
on the
1.
Falcon, if I'm correct. That is indeed.
But we don't.
So 2 of the Ballistari shot into
Yeah,
the fire
I
unit
mean,
of,
we don't know
of
the
Dark
full
Reapers,
data sheet
putting
changes
like
yet.
5 wounds on
so-
it. He made 4 of the 5 up invulnerable saves. So that
Or
was
not
pretty
data
amazing.
sheet changes, sorry.
Yeah, I think it's one of
We
the
don't
things
know
Aspect
about,
Warriors is again, because they've got that 5 up and vulnerable, you can never
The
quite
reactive
rely on
move
the
for
firepower to
moving
take them
within
out.
a certain distance changes.
Using those
We'll
auto
find
cannons
out,
to
I
good
guess.
effect.
I think they're normalizing reactive moves when you move
So
within
quite
a
important
certain
combats
range.
to watch out for as we get into the combat phase as well. After
Yep.
the shooting, you've got Lycus into Belisarius Call, 2 named characters of Warhammer
Yes.
40,000 slugging out at the bottom of the battlefield there. You've also got the ongoing combat at the top between the Scorpions, the Spiders, and the Rust Stalkers. And then you've got, if those Dragoons manage to make it into the Reapers at the top of the battlefield there, that could be significant. And then the big one, right at the center of the battlefield, you've got that huge unit of, it's either Infiltrators or Rust Stalkers, but yeah, one of those very competent Sakaran units going into the Banshees and into the Rangers
Yeah.
and the Dire Avengers in the mix there as well, depending on how they decide to get into combat, what they decide to try and fight.
They may
So-
have the volume of attacks to peel down.
Thulia is drawing line of sight here to the Dire Avengers, and they're discussing how cover works here. Because, of course, if you can fully see one model in the unit, they don't get the benefit of cover for being obscured. It needs to be every model in the unit is obscured in some manner by the terrain feature, or every model in the unit is in dense terrain.
Yeah, so she managed to strip off a couple of models
Yeah.
from the Dire Avenger unit. The real power piece in that particular unit, though, is the Phoenix Lord.
Absolutely.
So he is currently still kicking at full health and full damage output.
So this is the Taraxi, it looks like, shooting into
I don't think
Jane
you need a
Zar's unit.
Farseer or Eldrad Tyloon, but they
24
certainly help.
shots.
And that's with like half the unit.
I would definitely put one in there.
So separating out a couple of models here for the Sergeant in the unit. A couple of different dice there.
just a huge volume of fire from this unit. They've been doing really good work. I see a lot of people taking the
Yeah, I
flamer
think it
version
is.
of these,
Yes.
Chris.
but actually, I've been quite impressed by their performance.
So
in
every
the
model
Eldar
needs to be
in this particular
obscured
battle.
or
So 3
within the
hit
terrain
here
to get
with
the
the
benefit
flechettes be forced
for
to
the squad.
wound. Essentially just a bunch of lasgun-esque shots.
All the shots. All the shots.
So it looks like about 7 saves, 8 saves there. 3 dead banshees. That's going to help quite a lot.
Again, though, it's that Phoenix Lord in the middle of the mix.
Mm.
But what that might do is it means all of a sudden you might be able to start putting wounds onto that Phoenix
Yeah.
Lord before she gets to swing. If that is the case, they'll be in trouble.
The Ataraxi are bouncing out now to try and stay safe.
Classic Taraxi. They're always doing that.
And now Call is now going to be shooting into the spiders. Of course, is a monster, can shoot into the combat without issue using big guns and never tire, which remains mostly unchanged from what I can tell.
Yep. And monsters and vehicles still able to shoot while they are engaged in close combat. There's still some restrictions, obviously. If you've got blast, you're not usually able to fire into the combat you're in unless you're something like Vindicate. It's got a special rule that allows you to do it.
3s to hit. 1 more save to come at AP1 into the swooping hawks. Makes the save.
Oh, every model counts.
Yeah,
It's
those
got to feel
aspect
good.
saves are paying off this turn.
Does.
It's got to feel
They're doing
good.
well.
Call shooting now. Going to like this unit. All hits.
Just some hits.
All wounds. This is the super melter.
It
Melter
is,
3
is
here. 2 down.
mega melter.
2 of those.
How many wolf spiders are left here?
In that particular unit,
Yeah,
or just in
because
general?
did Call attack in that combat? Because I didn't see him roll any dice for that
I
or do
don't
any
think
damage.
he rolled particularly well.
Oh, okay, fair
I
enough.
think it
fair
bounced
enough.
off the invulnerable save.
He did nothing in combat.
He's not really a combat hero. He's okay.
No,
in combat, he's okay.
He's decent for AdMech in combat. He's pretty good.
You don't go charging at the battlefield to try and get him into combat. Though.
No.
It's more of a defensive piece, right?
Yeah.
Like he can look after himself if he gets into a scrap.
Mm,
We'll see. He's still fighting a Phoenix Lord though, so
yeah.
we'll see how the ongoing combat goes.
Likes put a lot of damage on him before, and
Mm.
could be enough to finish him off if she gets to swing.
So a lot of remnant units here. Not as much damage going in as I thought. Have we seen I think we've seen what the flechette blasters taking the
Yeah.
scorpions down to what is that 1 or 2 models left in the top left?
They lost a few models in the combat last turn. I think we've got 1 scorpion left.
Yeah, it looks like 1 scorpion
Looks
left.
like we've got a couple of spiders left.
Yeah,
in
2
the fight
spiders.
as well. That's not going to be enough to finish
Nah,
that unit
they're
off.
gonna
And if
win
you
that.
look at the battlefield there, they've also moved that units of sorry, the
Ballistari.
Ballistari up as well to
Yeah.
just make sure that they've secured the objective in the event that
So
something very unusual happens and the striker scorpions do manage to chop up a few
here
of
comes the
Rust
Rust Stalkers, the last haymaker Richard Siegler has in melee. What's he going to try and base? He's asking Liam, what is the delineation of units here? And he's asking, where can I get in range of everything? Because 2-inch coherency with these 40 mil bases actually should be relatively easy to contact it all. Whether he will kill it all is a different
You've
story.
also got the opportunity to charge, and then when you
Yeah.
consolidate, when you pile in, you
Yeah.
can also catch them. So your pile in effectively is a 5-inch reach out because you can move 3, and then your 2-inch engagement range to pull things into close combat. So if your goal is just to get stuff into close combat, you don't need a huge roll to be able to get them all in.
So this is interesting. So he stated he wants to go to this position, tagging just the ranges, but not going within base to base. So he's going to use his pile in to tag into the back of Jane Czar and try and pick it up. And in doing so, he's actually going to stay a little further away from Azaman, because what you would do right now is you would use Azaman as a heroic piece to go and tag this up and save Jane Czar if you wanted, but then you'd be sacrificing
And the reason
another
you're
Phoenix
trying
Lord.
not to get into engagement range of the Banshees is because they've got strike first.
Correct.
So if you did get in engagement range, you'd be forced effectively to
fight them.
to have to fight them first. Whereas not being engagement range, you have a more likely, more chance to do that. We also know that the Aeldari only have a single command point left. Which is what we talked about before, whether he's going to save those for the combat phase, either to interrupt or to countercharge, or whether he was happy to use those. I mean, he used one of them earlier on, which meant that he's down to one, and his options are limited because of it.
I do like the weaving of the units in between each other here to make it to where it's really almost impossible to come in there and just pick up the Rangers.
Yeah, looks like
because it's two, the engagement range is 2 as well. Like those banshees will be in combat.
So he's just Liam has just stated, I think you can pretty easily engage everything. So the front unit is 1 unit of banshees, and then
Be
the back
interesting
unit
to
of banshees
do
is just
a
3
fight
with
on death
Jane
here
Czar. They're going to
on
be
the
tagging
3
in the
up.
back. Of course, he's going to tag into the Rangers, and he's going to fight into the front unit of banshees. So it's all going to be in combat here. And how he splits the attacks, I'm assuming he completely ignores the Rangers, and everything is just on banshee removal duty.
Good plan.
5-inch charge here.
Yeah, the other option, the other option is that you wait
A
until
Dragoon. Sorry, we got the top down. Apologies, Zeddy.
you can wait until you activate, and then when you do activate, you could move in to attack James R, because you don't have to necessarily fight the thing that you charge.
Yes,
You could do that, but debatable whether you'd rather just absolutely remove one banshee unit, or you want to kind of do some damage.
So cheeky man here. He's very happy to engage all of them with just 1 Dragoon,
Yeah, I
and
would
he's going to back the other one into both the Warp Spider and the Striking Scorpion. And because the 2-inch engagement range is able to do that, no acknowledging 1 Dragoon is probably going to has upsides or downsides to Ice 5 Dark Reapers. He probably doesn't actually kill 5.
I don't think he needs to. I think
Exactly
he
right,
just
but
needs
that's
to
just
not
that's what he's saying.
on shooting. Yeah.
Doesn't need to kill him. Just shut him down, save the infiltrators, and then the infiltrators will go in and clean him up in another turn.
Yeah, Thulia on her way there to
And-
try and save Belisarius' call.
Well, Thulia is actually able to place her big base within 2 inches of both units. So you can do some tricksy stuff here because the coherency, so the 2-inch engagement range, of course, and quite a large base, is going to tag both units.
Does need to make sure she finishes within an inch of one of
And
them, which I think she has managed to do.
The remnant unit of Ruststalkers that did get disembarked from the Dune Rider has gone into Lycus' squad as well. So the mop-up of
that's going to make a mess, isn't it? I don't think if they were just still fighting core, you'd fancy their chances. Actually, against all of that stuff that's going for them, that probably is going to be enough to remove the spiders at the bottom of the battlefield there. And up at the top of the battlefield, you can't imagine there'd be many Eldari left after those Dragoons have gone in and the Ruststalkers have swamped.
Yeah, so the Ranger, what we thought was the last Ranger in the top left squad as well, that got hit by essentially all the Warp Spiders, was in fact the Techno-Archaeologist character. And is now charged into the Warp Spiders in the top left.
Oh, good for them.
Good for them. Yeah, sounds nice. It's cute.
Oh, there may just be too many bases left on the table for Liam to deal with. He's losing some efficiency and effectiveness of his unit is going to be a very difficult next turn for him.
I mean, Liam does have still a lot of models in that central fight. We're going to see how the Sicarian unit swings into that. I think the Eldar might still come out on top of that central battle, but maybe not fast enough to be able to affect the rest of the game.
It's going to suck. That's what you said there, Eddie. I do think it's a good chance Janezar and, Azimuth eventually dig their way out of that combat. But, that's going to be a much reduced package.
It's going to be just them left, really.
Well,
also, there's Shining Spears at the bottom. Who knows? They might do something.
Yeah, well, that's what I thought. If Richard was able to project out of the jailed position he was in and get those Ruststalkers wide and into that big pocket of aggressive units, I think he'll carry the day here because it does really have anything. After Lycus' squad goes down and with the Dark Reapers tagged, what does he have to actually do damage next turn if the Banshees aren't there? It's just going to be really the vapors of the Eldari army.
I mean, Shining Spears can do damage. And I believe he's in range. It may look like they're very far away, but
look, I got to tell you, Eldar, always in range.
Yeah.
I don't care where they are on the table. Just assume they can get you.
The Shining Spears can move through terrain, I think, without penalty. They can also, they're naturally fast. They can also have an extra added onto their move through some of the Eldar tokens and stuff, so they can be very, very fast.
Yes,
they want to be.
This is a really interesting thing because the Dragoon has based the Striking Scorpion here, and the front one has had to base in order to do this maneuver has had to base one of the Dark Reapers. Essentially, all the Dark Reapers just got to pile in there and got like a pseudo move out of this. Like they were all just bunched up here, and then they've all just spread out 3 inches. That's actually kind of cool.
Still not quite where they want to be, though, is it? In combat with anything.
It's not ideal.
They like standing on a hill at the back of the battlefield.
I believe he knows he's going to get tagged, shut down, and probably killed over the course of the next turn. So what's going to happen is all those Dire Avengers are just going to fall back and mob the expansion and take it off of Richard. That's the best thing left to them from this position.
Yeah, B scores.
Of course, there is some fallback and shoot on one of those, but then the other two are going to get shot back. Sorry, I'm not going to do much. They're gonna get killed.
How much has died? Quite a bit, but there's still like wave 2 and remnants of units on the table for both of these generals, and it's a great game.
Yeah, we got a big melee at the center of the
Yeah.
battlefield here. I think that's going to be very.
It's gonna
Basically, if this really rolls hot for the Sakaran unit in the
It's
center,
going to end the game.
it's the end of game because there's no other play really in the Eldar
Yeah.
army. Lycus at the bottom there is up against 2 big characters and some Rustalkers. That's not going to end well. The spears might be able to do something, but
So four and the Princeps are into Jane Zar's squad. And then looks like the Rangers are all the others. So he's got 8 models. So 5 of them are going into Jane Zar, 3 are going into the other unit of Banshees.
yeah. So kind of as we suspected there, you tag the units you want to fight. You try and avoid committing to the unit that strikes first, and then you get to activate. If they don't kill Jane Zar, though, she will get to fight next.
Yeah. Wow, rough roll there.
Lucked out.
This was directly into Jane Zar, I believe. She's taken 2 wounds there. And there's the Princeps. Needs to get all 3 here to kill Jane Zar. He does! Jane Zar's down. He precisioned her out. Wow. Took every attack that he had, and she doesn't fight on death. Wow, precision paying out there.
Oh my goodness.
That is rough.
Huge.
That is rough.
Huge.
Precision allows you to attack a character.
Yeah,
Much
that's
like your
crazy.
10th.
huge play by Richard. Did cost him 5 models in his unit to do it, which means he most likely dies to the Banshees now, but that was more than half the Banshees' damage in this game.
One of the things that you will notice about the way that precision works because of the way that fast dice rolling works is it's arguably a more useful ability now than it used to be.
Infinitely.
Yeah, because basically what you do is you
wow,
you roll
Richard.
all your hits, you roll all your wounds, and then you roll your dice, but you get to pick the thing that takes the hits first. So if you're hitting with a big unit of Rustalkers, you can go, actually, roll your saves, all the 1s go on the character, or the 2s go on the character until you've lost them, and then you put the rest of the hits onto the squad.
That's an excellent
really,
point.
really,
Excellent
precision
point.
is great.
I don't know
in
if
this
I
game.
like the way fast dice rolling
yes, he
works
got
and what
James
they're
down.
explaining
Took
how
him
it
a couple more
works.
attacks than he thought, but the other 3 models in the unit only killed 1 Banshee from the
That's
other squad.
crazy.
So most likely these Sakarans are going down on Richard's turn.
Yeah,
and
they
he's
took a Phoenix Lord down.
They
but
did the minimum accepted to meet the purpose which they were sent out. But in addition, these units are going to stay there.
Yes, they're now locked.
Yeah, if they don't pull down these Sakarans in totality, they are going to be locked there, which is also a huge win for Richard.
I don't think he's tagged the Dire Avengers into the combat though, so that unit might be able to.
No, it does look like he
break
had
out?
to. It looks like to get to Jane Zar, he had to
okay,
bring
cool,
in
cool.
Azaman, which is the reason he might be able to wipe the Sakarans.
Yeah, because
Azaman's in there.
fights pretty well when he wants to. Yeah.
He's an animal. He's really pretty good in
It looks
combat. Not as
pretty
good as Jane Zar
close
in
so
combat,
far,
but
Old
very
Werewolf. It
respectable.
just depends what
6
happens in
attacks, I
this
believe,
fight
at
phase.
6-2 or 6-3-2. Or no, it's 6-3-3.
Yeah, it only needs to be 2 though. Oh,
Yeah,
they
it only
got
needs to be
Feel
2.
No Pain?
Because the Banshees can do
only for
some
command
serious
point, and
damage
Richard
back
has
into
none.
No, so they
3 damage, 6
Skatari,
attacks,
even without-
He's great. Yeah, yeah.
Strength 6, neg 3 AP,
Even
D3,
without
devastating
Jane.
wounds.
He's
Yeah.
really good at killing like Chosen, that sort of thing. He
Very
really
good.
likes
And
going
Victrix,
into,
yeah.
going into elite infantry is excellent.
Possessed even.
It's good. It's good.
Going down the line here.
So a lot of units, obviously, in the Adeptus Mechanicus army have got strikes first. If you charge, you get to strike first. And now that James R is dead, there is nothing in the Eldar army that gets strike first. So pretty much they will get to roll with all of their units before the Eldar get to fight back. I would imagine we will see another Phoenix Lord all this turn.
This
like
is
it feels like she.
This
her
is
days are
fast
numbered.
rolling. This is fast rolling into Lycus's units, and of course you have to take. So Lycus is alive on 1, and as you can see, you get to allocate the low rolls to all. And so Lycus would have been dead if that happened in a different sequence in the current game. If you rolled a bunch first and there was some saves, then fail, everything's dead. But because it was in this order, Lycus is alive on 1 wound. But now Lycus is going to die.
There's lots of other things to fight still, though, so she's not out of the woods yet.
This is attacking into the Wolf Spiders at the top with the Dragoon. Oh, sorry, the Scorpion.
Fast saves, you just
Yeah,
roll
Scorpion
the
has
dice
gone
at
down.
once, and then
Scorpion
you see
family
what
are running
fails
out of
from that,
arachnids
and you
in the,
apply it to the unit.
Eldari force.
So
Stated he's already lost the power blades from the top unit of
I'm
Wolf
not sure
Spiders,
I
so no need to
fully
attack into there.
understand
The Scorpion exercise is actually way
exactly
more
how
deadly.
it's going to work
and
with
that was
characters,
because
like
he allocated a
who's
wound from the flicker
choosing
jump with
to
the jump
allocate.
there.
Yep.
And so
what
once a
fails to
model has
what
a wound
models,
allocated
but-
to it, you have to continue allocating to it until it's gone.
Unless
That
it's
was
a
the answer.
character, unless it is specifically a character. you do have to continue.
Yeah, it looks like Richard
Yeah, so
spent a
this is the
CP
dragoons
for
now. These guys have got taser
precision
lances. They
on,
have cool
Belisarius'
explosive
call,
attacks.
so
They
that's
will
why
not
he
be able
was
to
able
kill
to
all of
almost
those
kill
Dark
Lycus.
Reapers that they've got into combat with,
Yep.
but they'll kill a few and they'll tag them in combat.
Into the Dark Reapers, 2 hits, 2's to wound, 2 wounds, AP 2, 5 ups, 2 dead.
There you go.
He's going to try and take one of the models from the unit on the objective. Into the spiders, 2 misses, but sustained, a convert. Ooh, nice. And 3 saves here. Need to be 2 5-ups here to live, and that is the spiders down.
Gotcha, Chris.
That does
That
take
would
the
make sense.
infiltrators off of attacking. Lycus is
Yeah, the
fighting next in
commentators
the
didn't
ongoing
do
combat.
a great job explaining how
so
that works.
Fulia,
So
has been taken out of the combat here. So big attacks into call, small attacks into the Sakarans.
Going for the kill on call.
Still going ambitiously into call. 2 saves so far. 2 damage on call. Call makes them both.
Just
Jeez.
tanks all of that. He just never dies. Never dies.
I like to think he quickly rebuilds his
Yeah,
components.
just such a durable model. Like you sort of look at it, you go, yeah, if I finally manage to get to your tech piece, I can take it apart. But no, just such a durable model.
Call fighting back into Lycus, putting 4 hits and 4 wounds. Needs to make them all dead. Lycus, the Phoenix Lord, has gone down. That's 2 Phoenix Lords down.
Two Phoenix Lords down in the space of about 15 minutes. That is not
ideal.
That
is
the report.
yeah,
that
it does. Precision in melee specifically is
I was going to
crazy.
pull that out with Call and then eventually go down, but Call being there is.
No, he's so durable. And to be honest, even if he died at that point, you've still got the strength in the
his Azaman fighting. Sorry,
Mechanicus force.
Being on 2s, reeling 1s, being in aspect host, 3's to wound, 3 saves, no devastating.
Have the Banshees even
Save
fought
or die
yet?
Potential, 2 down.
So there we go.
6 attacks.
I feel like the Banshees
Quite as
haven't
many
even
as you
fought.
maybe would have been hoping for.
Yeah.
We've still got Banshees.
Am I
to fight,
wrong?
though. They have
Oh.
anti-infantry, so
They
they are
haven't fought yet,
pretty good
okay.
at killing
One
stuff like this.
Sakaran surviving here would be huge. So once this combat is done, we will address how fast rolling works. Now,
Chris,
it does
I
take
wouldn't
take some
know
time to get your head
because,
around it, guys, and how it's got its advantage.
You know, the commentators didn't comment
doing our
on
best
it,
to describe it. We just want to capture
I
the
don't
action
think so.
from this combat first. Another one down.
You only had 1 squad of 10 anyway, I think, right? So they were able to use their grenade pack 1 time.
This is these are the last of the Banshees. 5 more saved from the Banshees. Invulns or deaths.
No.
And they went down.
That's
good.
Yeah. I mean, let's.
Richard just stated, I'm not surprised, but he would have liked to have had one left.
They asked a lot of those Russians, didn't they? Charging in there against
there was no
Phoenix
way they
Lords,
all lived in return,
2
right?
units of Banshees and a unit of Dire Avengers and a
crazy.
unit of Rangers. So there's effectively like 6 different choices of stuff.
And
But they killed the Phoenix Lord. They went down. That's pretty good going.
And they're consolidating now, so he's given a little bit of a leap.
I don't know. He kind of
to
just
this
spent
unit
10
with the
Ruststalkers to
And
kill
I mean,
what?
Liam did make that a little more difficult for him because
One
he had his
Phoenix
units
Lord
all lead
and
together to where it
that's
brought
it.
everything
So
in.
there's still a little bit of play in this Eldar army yet.
They didn't lose fights first, but fights first works differently now to where the priority goes to the charger, the attacker, the active player.
Yeah, so let's break down the fast rolling saves and how you apply them to units with things like
The Banshees do have
So
fights
you don't think
first.
like you're missing anything? This is literally all the Dark Reapers, trying to.
I don't know if the commentators know what they're talking about half the time.
It looks like he's moving on 6s. We've got 2 so far. Looks like not much going there. 2 saves into the Dragoons from all the Dark Reapers together. He did fail them both. I will eat my words. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so we'll do our best, guys, to try and explain how the fast rolling dice works. So effectively, what you do is when you are attacking into a unit, you take all of the attacks of similar weapons, that's things with the same strength, the same AP, and the same damage, and you roll all of them together. And then you roll to wound all of them together, and then you hand them to your opponent, and you say, I've got 10 armor saves to make, or whatever number of saves is, and then they allocate in order which bits of their unit will be taking the saves first. So if you have a unit where everything has the same save, like an intercessor squad, that's really simple. You go, I'm going to take it on my intercessors, and you just take your saves. If you've got a complicated unit, and the example that the rulebook uses is Saint Celestine alongside 2 of her Gemini in a unit of Battle Sisters, you assign which units you'd like to take the hits first. So, for example, you could say, I'm going to take the first hits on the Gemini sisters, the next hits on the battle sisters, and all the remaining ones go on any leaders that are in the unit. If you've got multiple characters in that unit, so maybe you've got a leader and a support unit, then you need to choose which way around. And then you take they roll your saves, you take all of the ones and you assign them to the first group until that unit is dead. And then you take all of the twos and you assign them to that next group until that unit is dead. And then you take all the threes and so on. So what it tends to happen is that if you have a character that has a better save than the unit, you might have used up all your ones and twos by the time you get to them, so that character is more likely to survive the shooting than they would be in the current edition of Warhammer 40,000. Hopefully that makes sense. It will not be too long before you can get your hands on the full core rules to read it for yourself, but hopefully that's helped kind of understand how the fast dice rolling works a little.
Awesome.
Yeah, I don't like fast
good.
dice rolling. I think it's annoying.
We've
I
had
actually think
Battleshock
it's more
already
difficult
failed
to
by the
understand than it
unit of
is now.
Banshees, one of the unit of Banshees.
I think they made it more complicated for no
and
reason.
Just discussing whether the Hawks are at -1 or not. Going to get the scoreboard up now for the end of turn scoring for battle round 3. We're about to go into the top of 4. It's going to be interesting. Looks like Defense Stronghold is ongoing, and he has held Secure No Man's Land. Not
Yeah,
able to
seriously,
tap the
Chris. I think they
second
just made
middle
it more
objective at this
difficult and
point.
confusing than before.
I don't know. Is he actually
That's
on a zero
crazy,
requirement?
man.
If he is, oh my lord, this game might be going all new places. Center ground and Secure No Man's Land. An amazing draw right there for Liam VSL. That is huge. He's going to easily take both of those. In fact, he already has both of those.
When you're already there,
Yeah.
it's kind of nice.
So, I mean, we've been talking about the flow of the battle here and actually how the Adeptus Mechanicus are kind of up on fights as it's currently unfolding. But the Eldar are on more objectives, and they did win the fight for the center there. So they are still in a strong position. They've scored more points immediately. This battle is not over.
Yeah, we
Richard
just had
is in a strong position, but no, he's still he's not out across the battlefield in the way that maybe the Eldar have been. They've been pushing forwards.
3 points just added to Richard Siegler's primary there, making it a 7-point game going into the start of battle round 4. We do have an example, a diagram for how the fast dice works, which we're going to bring up on screen for you guys right now while we're in the movement phase. And you feel free to take that to the bank, have a read and a peruse. We'll leave it up for a couple of minutes because it explains it probably better than we will.
Yeah. So basically, what they've chosen here is the most complicated unit.
It really did.
Which is a character that has 2 other things attached to it, then attached to a unit. And this is a good example of how you might fast dice roll a sign.
Yeah. So there's 3 different potential profiles inside this unit. You have the Battle Sisters, the Seraphim, the Gemini Superior, and Celestine herself. So how do you do this? Well, it runs you directly through, and this is the most difficult one you will ever see. So if you figure out how this works, you know them all.
Yeah. Feel free to take a screenshot and read this. Not just parts content. We've gone through it a few times, but by all means, read away.
Going through it, it seemed pretty elegant once you see the dice in front of you and your units there in front of you as well. Great question here. Is primary scored at the end of the turn now? So there are some elements of some primaries that are scored in the command phase, and there are some that are scored at the end of the turn.
Some are scored immediately.
Yeah.
We might be able to bring up the primary scores for this particular battle and kind of show you some examples, because most of the missions that you're playing will usually have some that you score maybe at the start of your turn, some that you score as the battle goes on, maybe like by killing enemy units,
the fast dice rolling rules are
right
bad.
at the end of the game, at the end of the battle.
Having read them,
they're
they're not that
stopping
great.
your opponent from being in a certain position.
Unfortunately.
And there's some examples up on the board for you there. This is the game that we're playing right now.
Once again, screenshot it, read it later while you're in bed, study it, peruse it, find out how you feel like you're going to adopt this mission, or if you're in one of the dispositions attached to this one, start getting your head around what units you want to take, how you want to play it, and how you want to go into the first forays of the next edition.
Loving that mission aspect of it, of choosing what mission you're going to play based on the disposition of your opponent.
Yeah. We are now
And she's diving in. Sorry,
exploding out of the middle objective there. I think Liam.
Yeah, Chris. I mean, I think if 2 units both have fights first, then they just share priority and they both get to attack. They both get to do their damage.
Put pressure on the Adeptus Mechanicus. If I can keep them boxed in to at least one of those objectives, stop them getting across the battlefield, I can limit their scoring. I might be able to squeeze victory out of this. We've also seen the Shining Spears.
Yes.
Forward there at the bottom of the battlefield.
One fallen on the terrain feature in the the middle right. It's just the base. It came
So
off the base,
Anubis,
and as you see, all three
basically
bases are still there.
units
together
with
where they should be.
attachments, like for example, Guardians. And I mean, it's great for Guardian Battle
keep
Host.
posting
It's
on that.
fantastic.
A Shining Spear is all right for
Right.
now.
It
You
happens
put
to
all the
best of
really
us.
But
weak
look how far it
saves
moved. I mean,
on
we
things
talked
like
about always
Guardians that
within
are
range what
affected
it
by
feels like with
AP and
Aeldari.
things with invols. You just put all the
He's
four
chucking
up,
it back on its
you know,
base now.
4-up
There you
rolls
go.
on them,
Easy
There he
done.
is.
and you don't really have to worry about losing your entire unit in one shooting phase.
Yeah, we also see in some of the
So-
Eldar units there, the two little
So
sort of
it's going to be really difficult
advancing forward
for
to see if
people
they
to
can
shoot
mop
against
up
it. But
some
also
of
that
the
applies
kills
to
that were
things like
started
Necron
by Lycus.
Warriors.
Yes, they're the
Warrior
battle
blobs,
shocked
and
portion of it. He's got
you
a
know,
unit of
character units that
4,
have multiple
sitting
characters
on
in
the middle,
it, like
wondering
lieutenants
whether
and
or not he's
captains
going
in
to
the same
send
unit.
that in or not right
So-
now. This is the
gonna be
last
rough, man.
real strength of Liam's army.
I mean,
It
I
needs
don't
to be
fully
applied
understand it,
perfectly or
but
not at
I
all,
think that's
because he is very much in the danger
if
zone.
what I
We've
read
had
is
a huge bubble of
correct.
Dark Reapers falling back from the Dragoons.
then it's just a
and,
little
he's
bit more
fallen back
confusing
with
than it should
everything.
be. That's all.
And he needs to deny. He's just stated he must deny the expansion objective from Richard Siegler because it will stop about 8 points of value in his
Huge.
turn. So it needs to be done.
Yeah, so basically at this point, using the Reapers just to be
It's a-
bodied
yeah.
on the
It's
battlefield.
exactly. It's
Not
exactly
normally how you see Dark Reapers used, applied aggressively to take enemy objectives,
Yep.
but needs must as the devil drives.
But I just want to say for people at home, I
So
still know
Anubis,
things
you
'cause that's
roll
exactly
all the
what I said
saves
he'd
at
do.
once,
And even
and
then,
then
I was
you
like, I wasn't
allocate
too, I wasn't
them-
that confident when I said it either.
like you
Well,
basically
look, I mean, they
allocate
are-
them
there's
to
15
certain
bodies, I
parts
guess
of the
13,
unit.
12 now. You know that's
So
big.
I don't know if you had to
the
make like
scraps of
20
the armies that are
saves
left
on
here
your
on the
Guardian
table.
blob.
We've still got Adjuman
You could
and,
allocate
a
up
couple
to
of dire avengers
11
left.
or 12,
He is a very
sorry,
powerful
on the
piece. He
Guardians,
might be able to do something
and then the rest
useful.
of them would be allocated
We've
towards
still got
something
a few
else
banshees there.
potentially.
We've still got the range somehow. We've still got.
Yes.
A unit
So
of
what you
rangers
do
that
is
might
you just
be
pick all the high
in combat
saves for the
multiple
warlocks
They are the
or whatever you
poxwalkers
want
of
to
this battle.
survive.
They are
It is
they're
true.
just
And then
somehow still clinging to life.
you
in
go
the
from
center of
there.
the
You can
battlefield
allocate it
there,
however
mostly by
you
dint of
want,
being a less
basically,
tempting target than everything else
which
around.
is going to be tougher to
The 5
save.
Banshee unit is now advancing.
At least, I mean, maybe I'm not reading that right, but
Going to try and scalp.
yeah.
Not a Phoenix Lord, just an Archmagos level threat off this table.
Yeah,
Well, I mean,
units
right
with
now,
with
those rangers
models
actually
with
might be
different wounds are going to be
amazing. I mean,
really
they have
tough.
precision. They've got good damage. I mean, maybe that's going to be what it takes.
We'll
No
see what
agile
happens, though.
tokens now. All the Battle Force tokens have been expended and it's spreading out with the Rangers to do the action in addition to get secure the middle objective. He has taken the top left objective off of Richard, so he will get secure no man's land for that. And now he
It
is
just looks
falling,
really strong. I mean, the fast dice rolling
he's
looks really
piling
strong
out of
for
combat with the
big units with attached models.
Yes, so
you
he's
know?
piling out of combat, falling back, rather,
Falling back.
from Thulia with the
Maybe just setting up some.
I just
shaping
don't like it
from,
as a mechanic.
Yes,
I
and in
think
addition
the
to that, he's actually
mechanic this
getting
edition
into
was really
dense, so
good.
he's
The
actually
slow
hitting
dice
with that
rolling
unit.
when you get to
and
a
he just
character, they have
measured that he
different
will be out of
save.
line of sight. Out of
You know,
range
you
of
need
the
different
Dune
dice
Rider.
to roll it. You roll then, you know.
The shining spears there. I think I'm right in saying that they have anti.
And maybe you're right, Tide.
3+.
Maybe
Is
it
that
will be
right?
better. I don't know. I haven't
the
tried
shining
it out.
spears?
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
believe
really
that's what I
concerned
got.
about
If
things
they're-
going
they're
too much
probably
faster,
eyeing up a
though.
kill on
Like, that's not
Belisarius
my
Paul
primary
already
concern that
issued.
the game
Yes,
goes
he
as
would
fast
like
as
Is exactly
possible.
the sort of target
I would
they
like
want
to see
to
things
was
like
actually just looking
done
at
in a way that's
Shatter's
understandable and
ability
not
too. So
cheesy.
there's lots of special abilities that could be brought to bear in that area to help dig things out. But let me bring up those shining spears.
Yeah, I think Adjuman has
So
devastating
Swordwind,
wounds
only a
and
certain amount of
anti-infantry.
saves that go
So
towards
not
that model
ideal
will
going
be able
into
to take
something
the
like
4+.
Belisarius
But
Paul,
yes, essentially,
You know, you can still fish for those devastating wounds. He's still pretty solid in close combat, right?
You
Those
can-
3 damage.
you
attacks
can.
are-
Yeah,
It's not
The
for
laser
all
lance
of them,
is
but it's for
anti-monster
a
3+,
certain amount of
anti-vehicle
dice that
3+,
you have.
and lance.
Yeah, so really good. Yeah. So I mean, generally, you are wounding on a 3-up, almost regardless of what you're charging.
That could be big.
And it's high.
But yeah,
damage
you
as well,
essentially get to
particularly
pick
the
your
Star Lance,
Yes.
which
Exarch in that
characters
unit.
or which
Star
models in the
Lance
unit
damage
take
3,
wounds and stuff like that.
It's very tasty.
Last that unit of Sakarans has been picked up now.
Laser lance and star lance both damage.
Both
through.
damage.
Yeah,
It's
Yep,
highest strength,
yep,
isn't it? The Star Lance.
yep.
yes, it
Yeah,
is.
that's right.
Yeah.
We'll see. I have to read the
No, strength
full
5?
like thing to understand it because they
Make
just
three,
put it
make
up
three.
for a
Better, yeah.
second.
It was
I
one of
read
those.
as much
It was
as I
really
could,
one of
but-
those.
We just had a deadly demise
We'll have to
here,
see how
guys.
that works out.
So a deadly demise here.
Yeah,
doing
the
one wound
Warlock
to,
Guardian
taking
Brick
one
is
model
looking
off
great.
each of the
Yeah,
Dark Reaper
Swordwind. It's just
squads,
weird. It's
which
just a
is quite
weird way of
interesting,
doing
actually,
things. It
because
doesn't
there was
make
one
much
Dragoon
sense
there
to
that
me
was was in
personally,
the
but
2 OC, and it has taken off 3 OC of Dark Reapers. I wonder if that
Not
tilts
quite
anything.
the trade that they.
you
they
know,
wanted
it's
to have
almost like it's an
potentially.
I don't know.
think
Maybe
that
somebody can
objective is
correct
still
me, but is
looking
this
like,
an Age of
by endgame,
Sigmar
that's gonna be
type
very
of thing?
securely
This
in the hands
fast
of the
rolling?
Absolutely
Mechanicus.
is.
But you're absolutely right. Just moving those Reapers on to claim it this turn, because that's the play, that's the position you find yourself in. You just have to do whatever you can with the pieces you've got to try and
Yeah.
do the
Yeah.
best you can. Worth noting as well that the Adeptus Mechanicus have only got
Still
one
seems like
command point,
overall,
which
I
means they're
think a
not
lot
gonna
of
be
the
able to
changes are
heroically
good, but
intervene into
it's
that
like
wreck
every
they
edition.
could
You have
done,
one or two stinker changes
if
that
they had
aren't
one
really
more
that
command.
great.
Banshees are shooting into Thulia Gould.
Yeah, just try and get some wounds onto a
No wounds.
pretty much all your aspect warriors can shoot in some way, shape, or form, but that they are the weakest of all the various shooting aspects. They've only got shuriken pistol.
Shuriken pistols.
One save here. Another one put down.
Okay, good to know, Swordwind.
Get a poll.
I don't
get a
play
poll up.
AOS, so I
Which of the
wouldn't know.
Archimagos is going down? One, Belisarius, Thulia, or both?
And Belisarius, yeah, I think those spears do have it in them to take Belisarius off
They
in
do.
a single round of combat.
It's just whether or not Liam says, Richard says no and rips all the invulnerable saves or not.
You got
Which we've seen
invulnerable
him do.
and feel no pain.
Yeah, and
it
feel no
does-
pain.
You just can't write him out, right? Like
No.
it's not a lot of dice either, so they get really high damage, but not a huge amount of attack. So it's not that unlikely that they do almost nothing
Yeah.
sometimes.
So Thulia down to 9, Belisarius on 6. Both of these models get 5 up, feel no pain in this detachment, which makes them extremely good. And the reason Richard took them, he wanted to showcase taking both of these together, the odd couple of the Adeptus Mechanicus.
We don't really have an AOS scene in our area anyway, so. I
The
don't play
Banshee's
it.
on the charge with fights first. It's very similar to how it works now. If you are
It
on the
looks
charge, essentially
cool.
everything that's on the charge
It
will
looks
have
cool.
fights
The
first,
models
so,
look great.
it doesn't add anything in addition, and you get as the active
I just
player,
don't
you
see
get the
myself
choice of
getting into it
activations of the
personally.
units that do have fights first. There's no double fights first, so to speak.
Yeah, Tyloon, I'm kind of
So,
this
we
on
saw
the
a
same
question in
way
the
because
chat
I
there
had
about
a
the
fully
Banshees and
painted
fighting first.
3,000
What
plus
happened
point
in the
dwarf
combat in the
army in
center of the
fantasy, and
battlefield there is
when they
one
got
of
rid
the
of that
units
for
of
Age of
Banshees
Sigmar, it was kind of like
Jane's
bad
Iron and
blood,
fights
you know?
first. The way that the Rust Stalkers got into the combat was they charged and they tagged one of those units and one of the Ranger units, and then they activated that fight first.
Yep.
When in the new edition, when you choose which units fight, the active player, as in the person whose turn is taking place, chooses the first unit. So
Oh,
if
I see
you
what you're
both
saying,
have strikes
Kirby,
first, for
for
example,
the,
if you've charged a Banshee unit
fast rolling.
and you have a unit, and
Yeah,
they
I mean,
get
we'll
fight first
see. I
and
mean,
you
if
get
it's
fight
until
first,
they're
you
all
get to pick the
dead,
first thing.
then
If that's happening
great.
across multiple points of the battlefield,
That's
you will
fine. But
alternate
I
fighting
mean, how
first
they were
units.
describing it
I
is
think
is
we
that you
just
could
saw
pick
Azimuth
which
once per
units are
game,
making
Dev
saves
Queen's
at what
ability
time.
activating to
You
Thulia
roll
Gould,
everything at
putting
once and
6
then choose
devastating
which saves
wounds
are made and
on
which
her,
ones are
and she
failed.
took 5 of those
on which
for
models.
feel no
The
pain.
Hand of Asterman that gives
And if there's
Anti-Image
different
55+,
saves
but also
involved,
changes
then
it goes to devastating
that
wounds
could
and changes the
be-
damage characteristic to
Yeah.
3.
That could be
for the bloody
Is she a
advantageous
monster or
for
is
the
she a
defender.
She's a monster. I
She's a
believe.
monster. I thought she was.
Yeah. So it was just the straight 6s, or which
We're
one he
just fishing
flipped.
for those devastating.
He flipped
really,
with
yeah,
an
yeah,
aspect
yeah.
token. Yeah.
Great stuff. Yeah, so he's just really great. He's
Okay, so you can't use the aspect token on the. So you must have just hit 2 6s.
sometimes you just roll 6s, right?
Sometimes
That's
you
the
just
trick.
roll
Some
You want to be
sometimes.
good at
Must be
Warhammer,
nice.
just roll
Yeah.
6s.
Some people do.
guys.
Some people do that
Come on.
hard.
That's what you're missing, Paul.
Yeah.
Just rolling 6s.
Yeah,
Made the
exactly,
charge
old
here
werewolf.
into the
Anything with
Taraxi
a
and
4+
looks like into
invulnerable save in
Belisarius
it,
Call.
like a mist
that's
shield, is
also
going to be
gonna
Not,
be
not into the
fantastic.
Raxi, rather.
There's potential that the consolidate into them or
Yes.
pile into them as well.
Yep.
I think as well the stratagem that allows them to pick up and then re-drop down doesn't work if you're engagement range. So there's a potential there that we
Ooh,
see
yeah.
them kill Belisarius Call.
Yep.
If they kill him, they could then
Yep.
consolidate on into that unit and limit their options.
Azimuth going in now.
Yeah, Azimuth and some Banshees going in as well.
It was Snake Eyes, but the second one was cocked. And great sportsmanship allowed him to
Oh, look
reroll
at
that
Azimuth.
one.
He's like, I'm going to take you both
Yeah.
down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
So
that's what
this
first
is the last great hurrah for the
Yeah.
Eldar forces.
So
It
he's
might be
putting-
enough to keep them up on points.
He's going to put the big unit of Banshees into kill
playing
Thulia,
dwarves
and then
for Old
theoretically
World
have
right
the
now,
other 2
Tyloon.
activations available to go into call
I'm
with the
loving the
assistance
dwarves,
of
dude.
the Shining Spears. I got a feeling both of these
Maybe.
Archimagoses are going down. Well, I'm a little concerned for Richard now. He's
he
down
can-
on the score,
he
and
can
he's probably
tag
losing
these
his
two.
2 most durable pieces.
Yeah, as soon as Richard lost that 10-man
Yeah,
unit
I think that's
of
the play, isn't it? You try and
stalkers
finish off Belisarius
and only
then you
killed
tag those
Jane,
if
I
you
was
do it, just to stop.
I was
from having
thinking,
options later
yeah,
on.
Liam might turn this
Yeah,
around.
I mean, how
Piling in.
devastating those are.
So
They,
piling in now with the Taraxi because they have been brought into the
Oh,
combat.
they have been tagged.
Yeah.
Cool.
With the, so,
I
Liam
think
still was
my
piling,
biggest
so he
problem
didn't
with
wanna tag them in the
AOS
charge
is the
'cause he wanted to pile them
lore
around
and the
Belisarius
world.
and draw him
Yep.
in that way.
is silly to me. You know, it's very silly to me, and I know it's weird because I play 40k, but
Yeah, so we're going to start the
I don't
combats
really
now.
like
We
the
have a
lore of
lot
AOS,
of
whereas I do
Eldar
like the
units. This
lore in the
basically is the
background of
last
40k
bit of
and
the
stuff
Eldar
like that.
army
And
that
I like the
exists. They are
factions of
all
40k.
going all in.
I'm not really
to
like
try and
too
fight,
into the
Belisarius
factions
Core
of Age of
and
Sigmar.
all the rest of
you know?
the remaining Adeptus Mechanicus in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen there. So these combats could be significant if they remove enough pieces from the Adeptus Mechanicus to really limit their scoring. This could be
the 3 Banshees just attacked for no damage on Thulia. Here's the Executioner, the 3 damage one. She does fail that. Passes the next one. 3 damage here, 3 feel no pains.
Takes them
Down
all.
to 1 left on Thulia, but is going to use ignore modifiers here to not be taking -1 to hit. That is active right now. And this is the bikes into Call.
These
Bright
are
Lances.
very, very good at killing monsters. Ignoring the modifiers is excellent. Anti-monster 3.
Yeah,
plus
D&D's
3.
cool
there.
too.
He makes
I
2,
like D&D.
3 damage. Makes both of the
2,
field no
yeah.
pains. Makes 2 out of 3. So only 1 taken on Call.
Absolutely tanking these hits.
Yeah.
He's so hard to kill.
If he bounces off these, Richard just wins pretty much. He needs to take them both down, or at least take him one of them down, and the other one being so low it can't fall back. The
Was
2
that the Starlance as well? Didn't do anything.
yeah.
Oh,
The unit of 2 Banshees is fighting now. 1 save from the single Banshee. 3 damage from the Executioner, rather, from the Exarch. And this is on Thordia.
I think she might be out.
Yeah, she might be out. He's going to CP reroll the 4-up invuln. Doesn't make it. Needs triple 5-ups to live now. She goes down.
No, she is out. So
Does she deadly demise? I don't know if she does.
I have no idea.
She's out of spite.
Surely one of those apparatuses
We
is
haven't
a
seen
nuke.
Ajuman swing yet. I think
That's true.
has he got it in him to finish off Belisarius Core?
Quite dangerous.
He's already
3
survived.
devastating wounds onto Belisarius Core there. That was Azuman. He does make another 2 feel no pains.
He just isn't dying, is he?
He isn't. I don't think he's dying. No, he's just lived. Belisarius lived. Why did the one
Never dies. Never dies.
How did the one on way more wounds die, but the one on the less wounds didn't care?
It's because it's
That's
Belisarius Core.
wild.
He just doesn't die. He
This
never
is so
dies.
wild. Well, he's gonna heal now.
I know. He just gets back up.
Is this the second or third
Just
time
as
he's
you
been-
predicted, eh?
I mean, I'd love to see him die one day. I've had almost this exact situation happen with Shining Spears until me. You're like, yeah, the odds say he's dead, and then he just shrugs and he's like, nah.
So Belisarius just attacked there. I think nothing happened. This is the Taraxi.
Actually, not really a combat unit. They might be able to do the odd wound, maybe drag down a banshee or something, but not really
2
that
saves
combat.
here. 1 dead. So tanked on the Exarch here from the Shining Spears. Of course, has 3 wounds on the Exarch.
I think it was on the banshee actually.
Okay, yeah.
Just keeping those units in combat.
Yeah.
I don't think.
Oh, sorry, that was the 2d6 little attacks from Belisarius Core. The little scourgy arms.
Yeah, he's got a bunch of different attacks. He's got the big axe basically, which is quite good at killing big stuff. So that might be going onto the spears, and then you've got the little attacks with the mechadendrites and stuff, and they're quite good at killing like smaller 1 wound things. So
someone in chat just stated plot armor, and I think that
yeah, he does. Yeah.
Very fun.
Plot armor. Probably.
This is the Taraxi now.
I think this could just be a melee that continues for the rest of the battle at this point. At the bottom of the battle here.
Ah. Okay. He juked me, I think.
Yeah.
This is
Fall back and
is
charge would
that
be
was the Taraxi
pretty
first.
cool with them.
Yeah, so he's putting the 2d6 into the Banshees from Call.
I don't know how good
Call
that
doesn't
is,
have the
be
attacks
honest,
to
but it'd
clear
be
out
cool
all
to
of
have
those
as
Eldar.
an
He might be able
extra.
to do something.
Yeah, he's putting the 2 damage attacks into the spears now that
Yeah, that
and
makes
all
sense,
the
that
other
makes
attacks
sense,
into the unit of 2 Banshees. That does make sense.
Yeah,
doesn't
that's the play. Yeah, there's almost no point putting the 1 damage attacks into the spears.
So 2s to hit, 2s to wound into the Shining Spears. 4 wounds, AP2 damage.
Kill the whole unit.
Can. Yeah, absolutely can.
Like, oh no.
Has to declare with his tank on the Exarch first. Yeah, so he has to do the Exarch last because the Exarch has a little bit of better options there. So he lost to 2 regular bikes and then 2 wounds taken on the Exarch. So the Exarch lives, does it the other way around. The Exarch goes down. He does it the other way around. It's actually much worse. So Exarch is left on 1 wound.
They are such a fragile unit. Like if that unit had gone in and taken out Belisarius Core, which they absolutely is within their power to do, apart from obviously the plot armor save, which is a one-up invulnerable, Belisarius Core just never dies. When they don't take the hits back, they are
3
almost
wounds.
as fragile as a standard Eldar jetbike when taking hits back.
3 wounds on the Banshees, and the small unit of Banshees does go down to Core's attacks. And these are the other ones. He's got more attacks. 3 and 6s are devs. So 2 AP 1s on the Dire Avengers.
He's just killing everyone,
Just
isn't he?
killing
Just
everything.
like swinging around himself, Mechadendrite, some lasers firing off probably.
Yep. So 1 Dire
Having a
Avenger
great
down
time.
here.
Yeah.
This game has been swings and roundabouts.
Back and forth. What a game. That's what you would expect for these champions, though.
Is the consolidation a phase of
Yeah, so we had a couple of people asking about consolidation. Consolidation basically now happens at the end of the combat after everybody's fought. The only thing that occasionally happens is sometimes you can consolidate into a brand new enemy, and that can trigger them to effectively be able to activate and do some fights again. But yeah, consolidation all happens together, and it tends to be a much faster process than moving after each model or unit activates. Belisarius Call still somehow alive, as he always is.
Just unstoppable.
All right, so I think this could be a little bit of mop up for Richard in his turn. He's got a
He does
huge
still need
amount
the
of
points though. That's the thing. So it's not just about mopping up. You just need to get some points on the board.
Look, Liam had a great turn on the points front. Both a new version of Area Denial, which is what's it called now?
Let's pull up the scoreboard.
Let's have a look for ourselves.
Scoreboard and see what Richard may be holding in his grip too, if he is.
Center ground. And he got 5 for No Man's Land and 5. Man,
He's doing good scoring.
He's doing
Even though
so
like, the
well.
fight's not quite going his way, he's still up on points. 63 points to 44 is still very good. Even if he has like committed his force, still got that ranger unit in the middle. You know, I guess that could do something.
Yep.
Still able to do actions and scoring.
Wow, look at the primary for Liam. He's jumped up to 71 points there, and his secondary score is fantastic.
Yeah, for sure.
All of a sudden, Richard is up against it, but we have seen so many.
I mean, the thing is, though,
now,
is that it's going to really all come down to points, right?
So he just scored 3 for Defense Stronghold.
So
usually when I play my Eldar, they're mostly dead at the end of the game.
And Secure
Just
No
like
Man's Land
this.
is 100%.
But you're able
on
to score
the
so
table.
consistently throughout the game that it's not
just
that big of a
taking
deal
some-
if all your guys die.
Just taking some
It's
battle
just
shots
not
now.
thematic to what the Eldar should be, but
Do we know
I mean,
the
you do end
secondaries
up
for Richard?
scoring a lot of points, that's for sure.
Doesn't look like he's pulled him yet, I don't think.
Yeah, he's doing the battle shocks first. It looks like he's passed all bar 1 of his battle shocks. And calls now. Call fails. Ooh, no fallback. And the Taraxi fail as well, but I don't think he cares. Well, the Taraxi have the pistols anyway. They're just going to shoot into the combat regardless. I'm not sure.
Belisarius is a monster, of course, so he can fire in
He's gonna
combat
fire.
as well.
Yeah.
Although I think one of his mechs might be a blast, but yeah, it's mostly he's
Would not be surprised. We'll see if we can get the scorecard up one more time. If the secondaries are in, just so we get full context, what we can expect. Just getting updated on them now. Here come the Ballistari. They're going in for the middle objective. This has to happen for him to get secure No Man's Land. He's going to trust the remnant unit of infiltrators.
Yeah,
and the
I think
Dragoons to
Aspect
take
Host
care
is
of
pretty
all
much
of
done
stay
them.
more
for.
than 9 away. And
It just doesn't seem to do a lot, even now, by the way.
Exactly
like,
right. Otherwise,
you know,
you
even in
trigger the
10th
reactive
edition, I
move
just
and
don't think
they
reroll
out of
ones
danger
is
forever.
For
good
the third
enough
time.
to
That would be for the
warrant
third time. That ranger unit
what
went
you
there
don't
on turn 1 or turn
get
2, and it's
from
just been
other
playing
detachments.
standing
Like,
daggers.
standing in the middle
more
of
battle
the
focus
battlefield,
movement
watching
or
Phoenix Lords run past
fall
them
back,
and
shoot, and
die,
charge, or
and
whatever,
then,
you know?
just holding that central objective.
Just thinking they're all foolish.
And yeah, it may get
Why-
changed
why
in the
go
future,
like
Chris.
that
You're
when you
right. It
stand
may
here
get
and get
changed.
5
But
points a turn, guys.
hang here in the middle. We're nice and safe.
Excellent points.
I'm
Also
not
still,
sold. I'm not
this
convinced it's
far
going to
into
be
the game,
good.
having
to
the
be
acumen
honest.
there
I think they
to
did that on
not go
purpose so
for
people would just
every
play
active
other
move.
stuff.
Another advance being rolled here. In the box, please, Rich. Come on. It's okay. He's on the other side of the table to the dice box.
He
This is where all
is.
his models are. The Dragoon. Here we go.
Yeah, we've still. Oh, there we go. Yeah.
Trading
We've still
outside
got that big unit
inches.
those big
Yeah, when you
units
play
of
aspect host,
Dark
you
Reapers
lose a
at
lot of
top
the
of the battlefield.
you
There is
know
a
kind of
potential Overwatch
utility that you
unit
get from
if
other
they decided to do it.
detachments, just so that you can
We've
have
still
reroll
got those
ones to
Ruststalkers
hit
down the bottom. You'd imagine that those Ruststalkers are going to move
or
forward and try
wound, I
and
guess.
take out
So
those.
I
There's not a
mean,
Falcon flying around at the back of the
There's still
battlefield,
somehow
right?
it just
Falcon
doesn't
just
feel
hanging out
great.
behind
How
these.
The
how's still
one
alive.
stratagem
In
that's
Richard's
good
territory.
is
Yeah.
lethal
Yes,
hits,
it is.
which
Sitting
is
hanging out there waiting
good,
for him to
but
pull
it's only for
Beacon or behind enemy
shooting.
lines. We'll see if
Doesn't
we've got those
affect your
secondaries up
melee
now.
units.
We'll get a look back at our scorecard. Yep, they are up now. Let's see what Richard has to do. Outflank and cleanse. Oh, he's drawing some rough ones here now. Outflank can be done, but he needs to coalesce all in the middle now, and then the removal is all in his deployment zone for what he needs to kill.
So his objectives are pulling him in different directions.
Yeah, they are
basically.
telling him to do a bunch of different things, and he's lost so many units. I'm not sure he has
He's
the
asking him
economy.
to do these things. He's like
Yeah.
high command on the
Yeah.
phone, and they're asking him.
I mean,
to go,
again,
go
I
left,
think
go
the
right, take middle, take
mindset we have to
center.
have in
Well,
this
for
new
me,
edition
call
is
Sneakers on the
that
Fritz.
we're
Outflank
all
is
about
a new
scoring the
secondary. It
cards.
requires you to have
You
one or
know,
more friendly
we need
units that
enough
aren't
units to
aircraft or
score the
battle shocked within
cards.
6 inches of one or more battlefield edges, not within your territory.
We're
You
not
go
always
to
going to be
5
able to kill
victory
everything.
points
You
if
know?
you've got 2 or more units, excluding the same ones, within 6 of opposing battlefield edges, and
As
one
long
or
as you
more
can
of
score
those
the
in your,
points,
is not
you
within
can
your
win the
territory.
game. That's
Just
just
a
what
great
it
So
is.
it
question.
should be easily done there for the 5, but
If
the
they s-
cleanse is rough.
If they stay more than 9 away, wouldn't that mean a 10-inch charge?
Yes,
Yes,
it would.
'cause
They'd
you
have
have
to
to-
roll a 10 in order to get to base, in order to trigger it.
Yep.
So I guess he's just betting that he's going to be able to. That is true, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Yep. He can have pluses to charge with because they are Sakatari units, aren't they?
They are, I think. Yep.
So they can have pluses to charge, I believe, in this, unless it's the battle line only gives it to infantry.
Yeah. The other option is that they could charge into the Banshees and use the Banshees to catapult
Ooh,
themselves
yeah.
into the terrain.
Now
It's
you're
probably the
cooking.
play.
Not just a pretty face,
Not
Eddie.
even. Yeah.
They do have the Skutari keyword just in case.
Sorry, Eddie just broke me a little bit there. Asking now where the distribution of squads is for Liam. Of course, a bunch of flechette shots
Yeah,
here
get
for
the
the
mini-map on the-
infiltrators.
In the top right, minimap on the top right is going to show you where those units are on the
Mm.
battlefield, where the delineations are there. Far from
Almost
them.
nothing in the Eldar. Well, nothing at all in the Eldar deployment
Yeah.
zone at this point. It's all been a fight for the Adeptus Mechanicus half of the battlefield. We can see a lovely shot there of the center of the battlefield there.
Yeah, I
with
mean,
those,
most of the
dragoons
performance
stalking across the
that
center,
the Eldar were
trying
seeing at
to
the beginning of the
threaten
edition
some of
was
those
because
Eldar
of
units.
just
That
bad
ranger unit
core
living a
rules
charmed
that
life in the
allowed
middle
for
there
the
somewhere.
use
As yet
of
unscathed
bait
despite
dice
battlefield
and
around
dev
them.
I want to
how
point
dev
out
wounds
something
work.
that
in the early
Liam
edition.
VSL had 18 points at the start of his turn
But
3.
yeah,
He had scored exactly 8 points for the game, 10 of those points being battle ready. He's now on over 70 points. And that
I mean,
tells you
we'll
so
see.
much
We'll
of what
see
you
where
need to
we're
know
at.
about
I
how
mean,
the
we're at
complexity
a
of a game
pretty
can change in a
low
battle round or
win
two.
rate right
Because
now
he
as
scored
of
20 plus points in
10th
both
edition,
of
end of
those
10th.
turns in order to catapult his score. These are really interesting things to know about how
I
explosive
personally
scoring
think
can
the
be in
changes
the
to
new
the
version
core
of the game.
rules and the just
Here we see
general
Flechette
state
Blasters
of primary objectives and
smacking
stuff like that is
Dark
we're gonna
Reapers
be able
out
to do
of their
better in this
positions. A
edition.
couple of them would have gotten
But
plunging
yeah,
fire
we'll
next
have to
turn, which
see.
is cute.
We'll have to see what happens. We'll have to see the full context
first
of the
squad
rules
down,
and
I
stuff like
believe.
that.
Yeah, just trying to remove as many of those as
Mm.
possible, so there's no chance that they can do anything sneaky like actions
Yep.
or anything on objectives. You just want to get rid of them, right?
Get the OC out of there.
So
There
shooting
you are, a
all
little
of
bit more firepower. They start to die pretty
Yeah.
quickly, right? So
So-
it doesn't matter. They got 3 up save. They've only got 1 wound each.
Yeah, there was one squad of 3 Dark Reapers there, had already lost their Exarch to now their deadly demise. So he just shot all 18 shots out of the combat from the Dune Rider and did just remove that unit of 3. So 1 unit of 4 Dark Reapers remaining.
Was that Dune Rider in combat with the Falcon? Is that
It
what,
is.
that
It
was
is
currently
still,
happening?
but it's towing
Awesome.
into the terrain here, which usually wouldn't have been able to do anything. But now because it's towed in, it can draw line of sight through that piece. So interesting
That
change.
combat is going to go on for several dozen turns.
Ah,
I think,
yes,
yeah.
yes, in perpetuity, till the heat death of the sun.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of stuff in the Adeptus Mechanicus army that is able to shoot while it's in combat.
Hawks
Horde,
down.
Hawks
Yep.
are out of there. That could be
And
big.
they were on borrowed time. I
Yeah, they
believe
were.
2 turns of just hanging out in the maelstrom.
This
over
is a
there.
very
Yeah.
deadly battlefield to be on for any
Yep.
unit, right? So there's a lot of stuff that can kill stuff very easily.
So-
These units are relatively fragile. We're not talking about Space Marines or Death Guard or anything.
Yeah.
These are units that tend to have 1 or 2 wounds and 4 up saves for the most part across the board. So
Yeah.
things are dying quite quickly when they do get targeted.
Belisarius Core shooting now, needing Oath of Moment to hit with just one shot and one wound. 5 up invuln does drop what I believe is a Banshee, and that is correct. And the Flechette Pistols now shooting, using Oath of Moment also to try and pick up the Banshees. Of course, they are the most likely thing right now to do the max amount of damage, but Azaman's still a very deadly combatant, but he knows that the Azaman's 2+ save means the Flechette Blasters will not do enough.
Yeah. So not at the moment, obviously, because that's the Space Marine special rule. It'll be Belisarius Core's ability to give rerolls.
Yes, apologies. Apologies, my bad. I've just been too long in the Space Marine trenches. So, yeah, Belisarius' ability to select a unit to give full rolls to hit against for the entire Adeptus Mechanicus army.
Very, very useful little ability to have. Of
Yeah.
course. Oh, there we go.
Iron Striders, you were correct,
Iron
Eddie.
Striders
Nids are great
charging
in
in
10th
there,
edition.
tagging into
Death Guard's been
really
pretty decent
honey
too.
banshees.
Will he impact?
Nids are really strong.
Got an 8 there under Dragoons. Rolled an 8 on the Dragoon. Just going to check if he rolls high enough there to go back into the Dark Reaper. Yeah, he can make it with an 8. So that's so cool now. That guy would have
See a
been out there
top-down shot
in the
so we can see
wind.
what's just happened with the Dragoon there, please, guys. There we go.
And look, he has managed to get 2 with the charge move. Like you said, Eddie, you
Absolutely,
absolute
yeah.
genius. He was able to get 2 Dragoons with that charge move onto the middle and flip it away from the Rangers whilst avoiding their reactive move. Great engineering there.
Potentially, if he's within 5 inches as well, or if he wanted to, depending on how the rest of the combat goes, he could also pile
Surge,
in
pile,
into
yeah.
a combat or consolidate into combat, depending on how it goes.
So he has picked out the Dark Reapers in the top left. And he's going to use the consolidation to get back out of the line of sight, which is just a thing you can do now, because consolidation does need to go closest to the closest objective, because that objective is the entire terrain picture.
That's a big change.
Huge.
Used to consolidate towards either the central point of the objective or an enemy unit.
Yeah.
Now you can just consolidate in and around the objective.
And so often you would just be stranded with your consolidation without anything meaningful to do with it. And now it's very impactful.
These are pylons, aren't they, rather than consolidation? Consolidation at the end of the
Yes,
the
yes,
combat, yeah.
yes.
Yeah. So you've got 2 opportunities basically to move in the combat phase, and if
I
you're
think we'll be
cunning with
good
them,
in
you could be,
11th.
quite
Random.
tactical with getting a bit of extra movement. Potential 6 extra movement.
I think
up for
we'll be
grabs,
good.
and that's before enemy units. That
We'll
you
have to
charge
see.
might have
Of
died.
course, we'll
So
have
you
to
can
wait
get
and see
quite
on
a
the
big
full
movement
context. But
in the combat phase. Depending
I
on
mean,
how
this is
the,
traditionally
how
a
you
bad
engineer it.
matchup for Eldari as well.
So
You know,
winning off
you
5
have one of the
into
best
call.
Adeptus Mechanicus players in the
There's a
world
pass
playing
there.
against one of the best
And the
Eldar
other
players.
Banshees.
And it seems like a pretty close game. I mean,
Yeah,
as
3
it should
Banshees
be.
still in the
So,
squad there.
to be honest with you,
172.
I think we're in a fine position. And I'm not even sure that
Damage
these are the most
to the
competitive
panes.
builds anyway.
Takes 2 back down
to be
to 3
honest.
again for the 3rd and
Doesn't
4th
die.
time this game.
Yeah. I think he must have taken more wounds than he started. with,
100%,
Like, he's
he
had
has.
about 12 wounds.
100%.
What's
across
the
game.
over under?
He just grows it all back. Yeah.
15 wounds taken. I
Yes.
call.
Plot armor definitely works.
All the fights first has been completed, and now we rotate through existing combats. Ooh, we've got a discussion here.
So you will complete all the fights first before
Yeah, all the fights
going
first
on.
happen
Yeah,
before
so,
any of
yes.
the other fights happen.
so with multiple units
So-
that have fight first, if your
Yeah.
opponent does not have any, you do all your fights first and then start the pass back and forth.
So here we're attacking. These guys are talking through some interesting stuff. 3 attacks into call, 3 wounds.
Will he die? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. He'll die.
6 damage. He may go down
No,
here.
I don't believe it's true.
He does go
What?
down.
Finally.
Finally.
Goodness,
Cool.
I've never seen
Wow.
it before.
Yeah. Take a screenshot.
That's nuts. So now-
Belisarius
Yeah, I
Cole,
mean, we'll
after,
see,
what,
Saint.
4
I mean, we
rounds
only
of
have a
close
couple
combat
more
and about
weeks
7 units fighting him
to
has
wait
finally
until
gone down.
4 rounds of
11th.
combat with
So
3 Phoenix
we'll find out
Lords.
soon.
Yeah,
quick.
what finally took him out was that the Banshee unit.
That was the Banshee,
The Banshee, yeah.
Executioner. Yeah, to finally put him down. And now we have the Taraxi fighting into Azaman's squad. He's just, oh, no, apologies, he's decided to go into the Banshees. Once again, knowing he's not going to get Azaman down with his activation.
And that's actually just there is a demonstration of where fights first is still a really useful ability.
Correct.
Because this is an ongoing combat.
Yep.
That is when fights first absolutely comes into its own.
Yep.
Because Belisarius Core hadn't charged this turn, the Banshees were able to strike
Yeah.
before him. If they didn't have strike first, that wouldn't have been true.
Mm.
So that combat played out differently because they had fight first. So still a really great ability to have in your army.
So Azaman fighting now. Azaman and 2 Dire Avengers. Nothing going there. Here's Azaman. All hits.
Well, that's solid.
1 devastating wound goes through to kill, and 3 5-ups. He does. Is there 4 birds there?
Yeah, I think he's fighting in this direction. I think he might have cleared.
Yeah, no, he hasn't quite cleared. He's got
Not
1
quite
left.
cleared,
One
just
left.
one left.
And he
Can be
did get all the
frustrating.
Banshees down. So just Azaman there, and the consolidations will go in to keep them tied up, most likely, with that
Yeah, if you
Balasari.
think about where that combat was at, though, even like 1 turn ago, there was a huge amount of units in there, and that has been an absolute bloodbath in the middle. We've had 2
Yeah, I mean,
Archmagoses go down.
say-
We've had Phoenix
I think
Lords dying over
the
there.
takeaway
We've
here,
had,
though, is that Liam
there
usually
is, like,
runs
a mound of bodies
pretty
there, almost
similar
taking them up
set
to the
of,
first story of the Ruin.
lists that
It's
look
become one of the most
pretty much
dangerous
the
places
same.
in the
So
universe.
he's going to be
Yeah, just that
using
little
things that
corner
are
there.
familiar.
One
to
section
him.
right there. Yeah.
just specifically that corner of that ruin.
So I wouldn't think anything of it.
So just a discussion here on Prime. We'll bring up the
This is just a
scoreboard as we
showcase.
see
There's
these
nothing
points come
like
in for the end
definitive
of battle
about
round
this
4
as
for
far as
Richard
like
Siegler.
how the meta
He
will
has
be in
closed the
11th
gap
either,
quite considerably,
you
having
know?
a very strong turn here. He's now just remembered he actually needs to kill the Rangers off the middle objective. He thought he just needed to take it off them to get his primary score of like 6 points. So now he needs to kill them off in order to do it. He's just remembered that. And because they're so fresh at it, Liam's just been, dude, totally do it. Totally do it. You had the shots to do it. He didn't actually shoot the Balistari into anything because everything was tied up in combat. So he's just been allowed him to reallocate and shoot what he
And
did
there
not
they
shoot during the
went.
game. So amazing sportsmanship by both players. As you'd expect, he shot the Balistari in to kill the 3 Hawks, and not realizing that if he didn't kill the Rangers, he would lose out on 4 points of primary. And Liam's dude, like 100%, you would have done that if you can. I put my Hawks back. You kill the Rangers. Diggity done. Love to see that sportsmanship, guys. And you know these guys are very new at this as well. They're playing their first handful of games, as we were the other day. You love to see it.
One command point refreshed.
Yeah,
For Richard
yeah.
there.
We'll get that scoreboard up now for you guys, and we'll see how Richard did on all the bits and pieces.
They're running on fumes, both of them.
Yeah. So yeah, 7 points on primary there. He did get both 5 on Secure No Man's Land and 5 on Outflank.
Keeping
Well done
himself
to him.
within a spitting distance
Yeah,
of
dude.
victory, though, isn't it? We're still 10 points up going into this last turn. But as we've been talking about, there is a lot of points
Yes.
for grab at the end of the game. Both of these players have got 5 points end of game scoring. They've also got the potential for racking up any of their remaining
Correct.
secondaries, and they've got the potential for primary scoring in the final turn. So do not count
Ooh.
any of these guys out yet.
So Display of Might has been drawn. Not sure he can get that one done, unfortunately, because Liam is quite down on the numbers here. But behind him in lines is absolutely doable for max points.
Yeah, I could
He's
see
already
that.
got the Falcon up
see
there,
that,
who's
Zane.
not already in behind me lines, can just fall back for it, and then Azaman could just fall back from the combat. Or the Hawks he just got back could
You've got
also
loads
jump
of
in as
ways
well.
of getting behind
So
enemy
behind me
lines.
lines is easily done, but he can't. I don't think he can do behind me lines and get Display of Might. It's one or the other. And Display of Might now only gives you 2 points in your turn when you go, 5 points if you hold through your opponent's turn,
Don't think
which
that's still
ain't gonna happen. So yeah,
That
definitely
Falcon
takes.
we've been talking about, like, what is he doing? Is
Dude,
waiting for this moment.
paying out.
This is
Finally,
his moment.
is the pilot in there's like,
Yeah.
it's time.
I was born for this.
You could
I
technically
have waited for more than 25 years.
Sorry, Paul.
Yeah, so you could technically battle your way into Display of Might also, but it's
No,
like
I
that's a
think-
big ask.
Mm. So he got outflanked by using his Techno Archaeologist up the top here. You can check that one out. That was a great little play there.
Yeah, so with fast rolling, got some questions about the second picture for that, the second diagram for that. Let's go ahead and throw that up here so you can take a look at that as well.
It is a little bit different from how it currently works, so we will leave that up for about 10 seconds so you guys can grab a screenshot and then read it to your heart's content. We've gone through it a few times. I'm sure you don't want to hear us explain it again. We'll just let you read.
You got a lot of power when you're rolling your armor saves.
Yeah, it's come up a few times because it comes up every time that you shoot into a unit that has an attached character or support unit. There are a few other instances as well. One that we've talked about is things like a curse cultist, right, which have slightly different profiles when you're shooting into
Alright.
them.
So both Richard and Liam are now looking over the overall scorecard over Servo Skull's Tucker's shoulder, making sure these scores are true and correct to their knowledge.
Yeah, just look at this. Look at all the real estate that's been
Yeah.
opened up and just the
I
destruction.
know.
It used to be just absolutely cluttered with units. You know, these generals are battling it out back and forth. It's been a
Yeah, this has
seesaw.
been an absolute slobber knocker of a game. Still got Dragoon left in the upper on his expansion objective, along with a remnant unit of infiltrators. Dune Rider stuck in combat in perpetuity for all of time with the Falcon, and then he's
Unless the
got,
Falcon leaves to score
unless the
behind enemy
Falcon
lines.
leaves, yeah, that's correct. And then we've got three swooping hawks, one Exarch Shining Spear, one Azaman, and that's it. And the Falcon. That's it. That's all here. That's here for the Aeldari. Very little left on the table, both points wise and model wise.
It's in a good spot to do a lot of mayhem.
Yeah, very high chance that Liam is going to get tabled in his next turn, but you can still win the game if you get tabled, because it all just comes down to the points. So keep that in mind, guys. That has not changed from last edition.
Yeah, still not advisable to try and get tabled.
So they're plotting out their turns right now for what is even possible, because there's so little left for Liam. He's just running through what he can possibly do to get points in his turn. So he's also running through Richard's possibilities, and he's like, I think if you draw good cards, Liam is of the opinion Richard has a good chance to get up to 26 points in his turn, putting him up to 87. And then it's possible for Liam, he thinks, to get possible 16 points.
There is a little bit of style to slide into home plate if you can win the game with 0 models left on the table.
Really cool.
Kind of hard to predict, you know?
Yeah. So these guys are just running through what the opportunities are for scoring left in the game. They're absolutely going to be playing this out to its natural conclusion, though. But Liam is just doing this so he gets an idea of what his priorities are for scoring. It's a great thing to do. Of course, you never talk out a game. You always play it through to the end. But it's always good when the chips are down, you don't have many things and not many units. You want to know what the priorities are for getting points.
Yeah, so we're now seeing the movement happen. Those swooping hawks are swooping in to try and get that behind enemy lines. Also, I'd imagine they're going to try and do some damage into that ranger unit just to limit options just later on. There we go. That's the grenade harness. Yeah, absolutely.
If he can take that objective, that's the home objective. I mean, that's...
We've got that Exarch from
On
the
1
Shining
wounds?
Spear unit on 1 2 wounds left, I think. There's 4. Oh, no, 3.
He
He's got 1 wound left.
he copped one of calls
Yeah, that's right,
whacks.
And he, on his own, could probably account for that range unit if he decides to charge it. There's only a handful of those left. Just making sure he gets as many in as possible. Also, be conscious, I guess, of Overwatch, because if he's only got a single wound left and they're banking on having 2 units behind enemy lines, Overwatch could potentially remove one.
Lining up the laser land shot on one of the Dragoons, maybe, and then a charge in. The other direction.
Possibly. Yeah,
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. I mean, if he's got more than 3 units behind enemy lines, he's not overly concerned about Overwatch anymore, right? He just needs to kind of get units in. If you can either tie up or eliminate enemy units, it limits their scoring potential. He doesn't know what the final secondaries are going to be into the last turn. So he just wants to make it as hard as possible for Richard to score points.
So shooting the Hawks now with a -1 hit from stealth into what I believe is the Rangers.
Yeah, they're firing to range. -1 to hit from being in cover, I think.
Yep.
Just for those range units.
Oh, 3 dead there. Not
That's
bad.
solid.
1 left.
I would
So
fancy the Hawks chances in combat at this point. I'd charge in and just try and...
Well,
that's
probably
the perfect amount to be left
bike,
there.
Yeah, the bike probably does it easily.
Depends what he
Rolling
wants to
ones
go
there for Aspect Host. 1 save AP everything. And saved it. Shuriken cannons now. Rerolling 1s to hit from Aspect Host, like I said. 1 wound. Fine again.
Just keep on surviving.
It doesn't really matter. He's going to get it with the charge. The entire Falcon's shooting into the Ranger. Yeah. So shooting everything.
It's the Falcon going, I believe, at the Dragoon up there.
Yes, I believe. His Bright Lance doesn't hit. Just charging now. The 2 Hawks in. Apologies. If you've got Azaman has pistol. So shooting Azaman into combat now with the Ballistari or the Taraxi. -1 from stealth.
the last Phoenix Lord on the board. We started with 3.
Mm.
We're down to 1. One's still pretty good though. One's still pretty good.
The one and the first.
And the first. Yeah, you can
Proxy
just start again. It's
down.
fine. You can find the new Howling Banshee Phoenix Lord. It's
Yeah.
fine.
And now charging into the Ranger. He's got in with the Hawks.
Yeah, that's exactly
He
what
probably
he
goes
wants.
in with the Spear as
yeah.
well.
Does he go with the spear into
Yeah.
them? Does he need that, or does he go in? Does he try and put another thing into the vehicles?
8 is the roll. Where does he decide to go?
Yeah,
He definitely,
why
he does.
risk it?
Yeah.
And there,
There's
just to
some
kind of keep
points
that unit alive.
associated there.
Fighting now.
So strike first units will be going first.
Yep.
Strike first will be anything that charged. His options here really are the Hawks and also the spear. I mean, it doesn't really
He's
matter where you
gone
start.
down.
Yeah.
That was a bunch
Was
of
that the
points
XR
there.
We'll just take it
Yeah.
out. Yeah.
Yep. Bunch of points. He got outflanked there for 5.
That might be enough to secure the game, right?
Might be.
So
Yeah.
really,
That's what he was running through. Sorry, mate.
That's a really, really solid play from the Eldar. They're in a strong place. They are almost out of models, right? They are down to absolute fumes. But they have got that back objective. They have pushed forward. They have scored big. And Richard is going to have a very hard time on his hands to get back into the game on that last turn. Not impossible, but difficult.
He does have the benefit of
He just
appropriate
spent, he
information.
just spent a command point to put the for the infiltrators to go off the table. Sorry, it's I don't think it is their it's their a data sheet ability.
Yeah.
To take them off the table. So the infiltrators have just bounced off. I'm going to double check I'm correct there, but that is my instinct.
Could well be right.
And they're going to go steal the home, I believe.
It's traded.
Liam scored 16 points this turn. He stated.
It's been an interesting game, though, honestly. I mean, it kind of confirms, I think, like a lot of you guys
I know, they
said,
do
like
not
the
bounce off the table,
Eldari
so we
still
do that with
don't.
command
Yeah,
points.
it's
Their
exactly.
damage
Is
isn't
it
like
their move after they
fantastic.
shoot? Is their data sheet
They're
ability?
probably not going
That must be the other
to
units,
have
actually.
much left at the end of the
Yeah.
game like usual,
If the fight
but
phase
they
is
can
the
still
forcing the
score
battle shot
great,
takes the -1s.
which is good.
Fighting combat with Azaman just on the off
But I
chance
mean,
he
also
pulls
this is
down
the
one with
aspect
Aeldari.
host,
2 damage apiece. You never know.
detachment.
Three apiece,
So
mate, yeah.
I think
Still a
potentially
few
we
Dire
can see a
Avengers
lot
there.
more from
One
other
dev
alongside
doesn't
him.
explode.
coming into the next edition.
And they're not; these aren't the fighting versions.
I wouldn't be
of those,
surprised
are
if
they? They're not gonna
Aspect
do
Host
much
isn't
damage
really
back, so
seeing
you
a
don't
whole
wanna kill a
lot
Phoenix
going
Lord. They might be able
forward.
to kick a Dire Avenger.
Yeah, it might be able to kick a Dire
Yeah.
Avenger, and then when they shoot with the autocannons into combat, they most definitely can bring them down.
Yeah.
Bottom of turn 5. Let's get that scores up. Let's see what the distance is.
This is
89
a
looks like the
very, very
score.
close game,
Oh
though, isn't
my
it? Like,
God,
I
this
think
could
at
not
one
be
point it was
closer.
looking like the Eldar were out of it, but they've
Mm-hmm.
Liam has done a phenomenal job of pulling this back. He's used all his pieces excellently.
We'll get that scoreboard up and those secondaries. So he needs to get Beacon done outside his territory, which is what the Sakarans are going to be doing. Assassination is killing Azaman, and then Cleanse for 2 would be another 5. So he can rack up 15 right here on that. And then if he holds the central objective, it's the final beacon. That's another 9. So there's that's 24 right there.
Azerman being alive right now is
Wow.
huge because it means he has to go and kill him. But he was
Yeah.
already dead. It would have been basically
Pocket
just
it.
points in the bank.
Yeah. He needs to kill a unit on an objective for primary points as well. Needs to hold his home. So hold the middle, sorry. Kill a unit on an objective, which should be relatively easy. There's quite a few small MISC units. And then he needs to do an action and hold where the last beacon is.
No problem. Just doing
Whilst
stuff,
doing
right? Just doing that stuff.
whilst doing 2 cleanses and a beacon.
Oh,
So he's got
easy,
4
easy.
actions to do this turn. I think he needs to cycle a card.
He does have a few units left.
I think he needs to cycle a card away. I
I
don't
think
think
he's
he has
just
the action
looking at the
economy.
battlefield and basically counting his units. And he's
Yeah,
like, I need
saying
one thing
he
to
really
do
has
this,
actually.
one thing to
Like
do this, one thing to
Eldari
do this, one
ranged
thing to do
firepower
this.
is much less
Yeah,
than it
people in
used to
chat are
be.
saying I think Liam's got this. Someone scored projected this out.
But
to
I
be
mean,
an
Liam's
89,
won this game, and
84.
It's just going to be a
I'm
very
gonna
close
cycle
game.
cards.
Command point being used for his once per game auto passed on the single Dragoon. He's going to take 5 there. I don't think he's going to bother activating here. He just needs to see, I believe, if he gets assassination.
It's the only one that.
That's the only
I
thing
mean,
that's
really
going to
what
claim a
it is
condition. Everything else can
is
just be
when
done by action.
Guide and Doom
needs to
changed,
kill
I
a
think
unit
we
on an
lost a lot
objective.
of our firepower.
That one wound
When
shines
Guide
your
stopped
Exarch over there.
re-rolling hits
Yeah.
and Doom
Pretty
stopped
juicy right now.
re-rolling
Yep, so
wounds,
So
That-
this will
that was
be the Doom Rider
huge
trying to
for
go for the
us
1
in ninth
wound.
edition.
That's like 18 shots.
Yeah,
Just
it
one
is
wound, guys. Just one
a
wound.
bunch of twin links.
Toughness 4, 3 up safe.
Yeah, so here comes the Dune Rider. I have no idea how these points are going to rack out, but all I know is that we're somehow 2 of the best players in the world. The first showcase of 11th edition day have one of the tightest games that I've seen in a long time. And I don't know enough to tell you who has won this game. And that makes it real good. And that is rare for me, ladies and gentlemen.
Both players have played very, very solid games of Warhammer 40,000. I think Richard has done a very good job of kind of winning the fight across the battlefield in a bunch of places. And I think Liam has done a phenomenal job of keeping in the game despite some setbacks on his dice rolls, some very kind of poor opening rolls. We almost counted him out, but actually he's done a phenomenal job at keeping those Eldar units scoring points every single turn.
So he's realizing that one of his models is tethered, touching the middle objective. He does not have a choice in that matter. And while he has a lot more points left on the table, I think there's only 5 models left. 5 units left for Richard. He has the Techno-Archaeologist at the top of the board. And then he has the Infiltrators, a unit. He has the Dune Rider. And then, he just has some missing bits and pieces. In fact,
that's all they both have. Bits and pieces.
So missing from the minimap there is the Techno-Archaeologist up here.
Yeah, this game's been going on a while.
This location. I'll just put a dot there for you.
It's going to come, just kind of put as many points onto the battlefield as possible.
Yeah, absolutely, Glade Runner. I would love to see Old Guide and Old Dune back, but I already know we're not going to get that.
Now that he has gone into this bottom quadrant to
maybe one
that objective, he doesn't need the Dragoon to stay up here. You actually use the Dragoon to advance and charge and try and actually contribute to the fight.
It's a big charge.
A huge charge. Hugest charge you ever did see, but he's going to go for it. And that's why the Azimuth did the reactive move when the Ballistari fell back, because of course they're still going to shoot. So he used one of his aspect stroke time. Sorry, he's one of his agile maneuver tokens, the battle focus tokens, to bail out and get further away. So still paying out.
I think we're now seeing the shots into that Exarch. Is the Exarch going to go down? This is just like a big old smattering of small arms fire, basically. They're trying to do 2 wounds into him. A 3-up save.
Yeah, there's so many things that were supposed to be very Eldari things that
so
they just gave to other factions and took away from us.
Oh,
crazy.
Okay.
Oh yeah, unfortunate.
He's now going to use another battle focus token.
I wish we still had
that. Move Azimuth off the terrain feature and out of line of sight around. He needed to one-shot kill there. And that's all she wrote. We just saw the handshake. They're going to be dialing this up and getting the final score in for you guys. So when he fell back from Azimuth, he bailed down here. And then when he shot Azimuth with the Dune Rider, he was able to move the remaining Phoenix Lord off the terrain feature and around the corner, meaning he's out of possible charge and out of line of sight of the Ballistari. That is Eldar trickery at its finest. Did it steal the game?
Huge.
Oh my God. 86,
89, the final score. Incredibly close.
What a game.
Wow.
Can you believe it? I mean,
it was assassination. Assassination, denying those 5 points.
So that would have been, if he had died, it would have been.
And Liam made a few mistakes early on in the game, too, and he still won.
Hard fought game on both sides. We got to see some expert level generalship with a rematch of the world finalists. Like, absolutely awesome.
Yeah, brilliant. So that phenomenal game of Warhammer 40,000. You guys are thank you so much for tuning in. That has been 3 incredible games of 40k. This has been.
Sorry, I'm just gonna mute it for a second because it's already getting pretty late for me. But yeah, that was great. Basically, more of the same. It doesn't look like much has changed. I don't think the Eldar look super overpowered, but I do think they have a lot of play into, 11th edition. This is an army that's relatively the same as well. I mean, it's aspect host, and nothing has seemed to change for aspect host, so we'll see. I mean, obviously, I don't think they're going to be super broken or overpowered, but I think a lot of the rules really benefit the Eldari. Just point blank, fly. The new rules for fly are great. The new rules for, cover are decent. -1 to hit always, or not necessarily -1 to hit, but, just having to tow terrain and not having to, be fully in it is really good. I think they're going to be fine. I think they're going to be pretty good. But that's just me. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you guys think the Aeldari will be fine? I mean, based on that, I think they're going to be just fine, but we'll have to see. We'll have to see points. Points are going to determine a lot as well. Oh, so also, yeah, it does feel like 10.5. Tomorrow morning, they're going to have a, detachment reveal for the Aeldari. So we're going to see what our 1-point detachments look like. So that can possibly bring a lot into the game as well. So that's going to be it for today's video, guys. I've been streaming for a while now, but yeah, leave a comment in the comment section. What do you guys think? Again, I think it's looking pretty good for the Aeldari, but again, we just saw more of the same that we've been seeing pretty much for years now since the Eldar Codex has come out. So we'll probably be seeing some new stuff tomorrow for Wraiths or Corsairs or Harlequins. It's all going to be pretty exciting. All right, guys, have a good one. Peace out. And as always, I'll see you guys next time.